And we are live. Oh, did I say 3:30? Crap, I never actually fixed it. My bad. Hey everybody, I had Ray set the time an hour early because she didn't realize there was the hour changeover. Okay, how is everybody? Brian, good to glad to have you. Brian, good to glad to have you. Decoy, good to glad to have you. Jess, good to glad to have you. Hydra, good to glad to have you. Hey everybody, how's the audio? Get everything all tweaked and tuned. Kyle, Jose, good to glad to have you. Tracy, Dicky, Adia. Oh, I got up an hour ago. It's 4:30 my time for anyone who doesn't know. I got it up an hour ago, and then I went back to sleep, and then luckily my partner went and got me up. Go to sleepily snuggle and sleepily with Carbuncle. Aww. Oh, let me turn off my game volume. Everybody excited? Useful. You actually went to bed? Yeah, I went to bed at about, I had some rating stuff I had to do, so I went to bed at about 11 my time, so I got a couple hours. I'm feeling good. Laura, good to glad to have you. Infinite, good to glad to have you. Time to enjoy some Fanfest. Yeah, indeed. I don't feel ready for it, but I'm excited, and that is the point, Fantasy. Let me also pull up, oh, that's my Discord. That over in case it's useful to have it for. There should be translations using Aimi and Koji or Key Winner, but we just in case we need translations. Let's see if there are, if in Luna or in their current do anything. Stream for being entirely in English. We will not be joining the Fanfest to provide translations as usual. Once again, screenshots. Okay, cool. At least Luna will be posting stuff there. Always gonna love those guys for their. Okay. Anyone got any predictions? What do you think we're gonna see? Rothgals, a slightly longer trailer. Seeing the next alliance raid and raids. Are we gonna get a job? I think definitely we see another job. Right now the train I'm on is probably Corsair, and I've been saying for a long time not Green Mage because Ast was effectively took a lot of that identity from in canon. However, there's versions of Green Mage that are more shamanistic, which is funny because that's kind of like I was pitching for Geomancer. It was a little bit more shamanistic with some of the lore from New World or Meracidia and something like kind of like more like WoWy and all. So I wouldn't be so with the hint in 6.5 with Kryle's little token, something like that could make sense. 16 collab. Oh, 16 collab would be super cool, Levi. Yeah, if they got to that. Mystic Knight. I don't have high hopes for that, Ryan, especially because I feel like a Mystic Knight would probably be more tanky. Although, with the sword, I definitely think it makes sense, especially the Hubigo and Buniwa two elements with the Mammal Jaw. So I mean that makes sense. But I think what I'd love is a Rune Knight sort of FF11 style Mystic Knight combo for a tanker DPS someday. Rothgals, yeah. Clive's at Fanfest this weekend. Oh, that's cool. Oh, if he's at Fanfest this weekend, then that even makes it all the more likely. I need to get some water. Partner, if you are in chat, could you happen to give me some water? Potato. Indeed, Jim. From Health, first I think the Green Mage, Pictomancer, Geomancer, Necromancer, Chemist, whatever the new magic DPS job will be, yeah. I've been on that train of music is loud compared to me. Cool. And lower. Let me bump me up a little bit, too. I wonder if Hoth come with the next Fanfest because we'll still get some of the story. Yeah, exactly. Fantasy, you beat me to it. That was exactly what I was about to say, and it seems like they showed a bit of Hoth in the end. Yeah, exactly. The mysterious character that they're teasing. Yeah, it's a good question. Sometimes the Fanfests have been slightly ahead of the story with some of the things that they've talked about, and sometimes they've been holding it back for that exact reason. So I think that's a pretty reasonable speculation. Something weird happened. Just renewed my 14 subscription. It says I have 31 days on play left. I ran out of days last week. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, if you just renewed it, then that makes sense, because if you just renewed it, you'd have 31 days. I would have an aneurysm if you entered Eorzean. Well, I mean, yes, if he applied his exact own rules, he actually might feel some amount of hope, seeing as things are, better there. I'm mad. Good to go, Navia. Will they show the full trailer today? Probably not. Most likely they'll show the full, complete full trailer during the final Fanfest. Would be the most likely, especially with the amount of characters and/or spoilers that might be there. But it's I wouldn't say it's impossible. I don't think the precedent matches that completely. They might show a slightly longer trailer, or they might show something. Like sometimes they've shown versions where there's been the gameplay trailer, or which is unlikely, but some kind of during Shadowbringers and Stormblood, they had like a slightly a different kind of trailer. I wonder if anyone has identified the shoes on the unknown person that Aaronville brought to Charlene. Well, let's hear it. Let's pull. Why don't we can pull that up? Pull up. 25 all cutscenes. We still got 15 minutes. Okay. Let's. So this is the shot. I feel like I know those from somewhere. Those definitely do remind me of some like the Wallaby. Let's pull up like the New World glamour. Doesn't look like the moccasins, but that the New World thing has. But I do know there's. Pull up. I'm looking to see if like the Wallaby clothing in general kind of match. It's also possible it's just something new, or even custom to that character. Very much Knight's Blessed gear, I think. Yeah, you know what? It does look very similar to the Knight's Blessed gear. With the feathers and everything. Though I think it's hardly likely that it's actually a Knight's Blessed. If it's from Row, might be a new starter gear. Yeah, I guess, but why make new starter gear, and why make it from Row? Also, going back for anyone who doesn't know what this symbol here, if you know what Tactics A2. Tactics A2 Green Mage. You know, if you look, Tactics A2 Green Mage, the symbol of is the charm, the clover, and we know how much this team has a affinity for tactics. And also the style of that Green Mage in A2 is a little bit... most versions of Green Mage in like, for instance, in 12 and other things are... Their identity pretty much is just like the sort of synergist saboteur, sometimes timey-wimey job. But this version actually has a little bit more to its identity that's a little bit more nature-y and shaman-y. Also, it'd be hilarious if the reason that it was the Green Mage, like that's what the hint from Yoshi-P's t-shirt was, because the freaking Ninja Turtles were green. That's good, Tracy. Green Mage equals uses reverse heals, wipes party. Yeah, Runar confirmed. Well, hey, I mean, look, with most recent patches, and we've been saying it for years, like, Yashilla's story is basically about reuniting, so. Oh, Land Long Dead. This is my favorite, one of my favorite dungeon themes, next to like the Warrens. This is the theme to the Burn. Jade, good to God have you. How you doing? For announcement, copium. Yeah, exactly. Didn't ask was closer to Time Mage originally, and like it didn't fully work out. Yeah, basically Flora. Both. From a lore perspective, because there were some things that they slightly even rewrote, if I remember, after patches. And then also just mechanically, there were a lot of issues with, I got a bug. With kind of, with how much things are tied to rotation and speed, upping everybody else around you speed is a problem. So that part of the identity couldn't really work very well. If there isn't a Euphoria content of, or Fem problem going to bed, very sad today. I would be, by Euphoria you mean, like Eureka and Bosnia. I mean, I open up my friends list all the time, I just see Jade still and Bosnia, Jade, Eureka. I gotta imagine they've gotten that feedback pretty loud and clear, right, Jade? So I gotta imagine it's coming. More blood for yeah. Archmage, good to be glad to have you. Long time viewer, nice, your vids are amazing and informative, thank you. I admire the amount of deep diving into lore you do. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. I hope you continue to put them out at the quality and kind that you like. Surely they have, yeah. I think it's I have to imagine that they've pretty loudly, for a lot of people, heard that. I also, you know, this is the first expansion that they were out of the shadow fully of COVID, and then also the so much of Endwalker resources, a lot of them were put towards future-proofing and solving older problems like, you know, with duty support, the engine overhaul. I really have to wonder if 7.x will be still ending up dealing with certain old things, kind of, because I mean, kind of they have through every expansion, or if they'll end up, we'll get a healthier, I don't want to say healthier dose, but a healthier dose of content and a broader range of things this time, because they'll be able to focus on that. I don't know. When does it start? Theoretically in 12 minutes. Starting. What do you think what should not reveal today? If it was up to me, I would say not full trailer, save that for post 6.55. Don't reveal both jobs, because speculating it on it is fun, and they won't. They're only going to probably reveal one. What shouldn't they reveal? I don't know that I'm worried about them revealing too much. Because I think there's a lot. Yeah, we're gonna be good anyway. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some drink and some water quick. I also got Dr. Pepper. I will say, oh, man, took a thing out of that. On behalf of how loud I have, the dynamic range of my voice, if they reveal something that is rather exciting, I will try to aim myself away from the mic, but be forewarned, as the last time they brought out something I was very excited for, namely Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 3, it affected some eardrums, let's say. Isn't full trailer normally second Fanfest? Yes, however, Rag, one of the things is that it depends on what you mean by normally, because the data points for it are fewer and far between, and no Fanfest has ever actually, the cadence of them have not, the information delved out has actually not really been hyper consistent. It's kind of varied, and also Endwalker, because of everything going on around it, you know, can't really be used. So it would be reasonable if they did it here. However, I'd also wouldn't be surprised if we saw it later. Do we know when the new gold saucer stuff is coming out? I don't think we actually know for sure with Fall Guys, but if I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to be more around, it's like 651. It's supposed to be before 655, if I'm not mistaken. That's at least, the very least, when I would expect it. They had revealed the job at European Fan Fest. That's why they did what they did with Reaper. Yeah, but remember, don't take Endwalker for anything, because Endwalker is very, very different because of everything going on. That said, they do delve it out bit by bit, and usually one job at a time. So usually being a relative term here, but so I would be shocked if there wasn't one. I would stake my life that we're gonna get one job today, and I'm gonna guess it's gonna be the melee DPS. If only because the hint that they're getting with Kryl is to caster, and I think they want to keep that like for fun. Until now, it's 6.5x. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the main thing. It's going to be 6.51 or 6.55. But I'm guessing that it's going to be sometime in the 6.51, 6.5 window. Because remember, the window between now and 6.55 is rather long-ish. I mean, it's not that long. It's what, January. But then also you have the window from the, well, let's see, 6-month-ish at least window from 5.5 to 7.0 that will be a content drought, and so that's the time where you might see them like put more like little other things in that they might have pointed out, like for instance you can see the Asura trial then or somewhere. Music is loud again, turning it down. It's interesting, it's very not loud on mine. Oh, you know what it probably is. Let me balance it on. Let me balance it in. Okay, let me know if that's better. Yeah, there, now you can see my face a little bit better. Oh, I forgot to wear something more 14 themed. Oh well, that's okay. At least I'm comfy. Ugh. Yeah, better. I was just confused. Yeah, no worries. I thank you for letting me know. I do not have a Fanfest shirt on, but hey. Yeah. But at least you're here to party. Yeah, it's the music also changing the volume is a little bit on their end, but I also want to make sure that I have it up so that I can see what's going on. Oh. Blood theme. Does the music make me feel like I'm being chased around by a bison in the same clouds? You'll be able to reveal the caster with the trailer, and it'll be Kryl still. Oh yeah, I'm with you on that, Hydra. It's definitely going to be Kryl. I mean, we know Kryl's going to have a bigger role in this. It makes sense now that they've introduced that Galif went to the world. I think there's just no question that it's Kryl, and I think you're probably right that it'll be, yeah. My prediction is Geralt will go to the New World for the Mezcal. You know what? I bet you're right. Fun fact though, there actually is some what is effectively Mezcal in the Eorzea. It's technically not Mezcal, I forget what the name is, but there's Aqua del Sol, I think it's called, and it's made from Tabo tenders. I think they're going to reveal how Grand Kong that. I think they will. However, there's some fair reason to assume that they'll save that for closer to the final, for the final Fanfest. With Mezcal, it's a type of alcohol. I hope Charles' new outfit still has cat I love the Crow outfit. I love what it's a nod to with older Final Fantasies. That said, I'm okay seeing it go. Honestly, my main thing is I just love how her hood, partly because her hair is so adorable. I remember the first time with her little bow and everything. Oh, we'll begin shortly. Get ready, guys. Also, let me know if the audio needs more adjusting. Yeah, tell them. I think you're probably right, Jade. I've been pretty confident we'll get it here, but I think I've heard some really fair reasons of late why we expect it later. Are you guys ready to rumble? Yeah. How powerful screen needs to pass games with throws? It depends what you mean powerful. Okay. Because it will be translated, let me know if you want to boost it so you can hear them as well, and I will try not to talk over them. That's interesting. That setup looks pretty similar, other than the back on the back far right. That's actually pretty similar to how to Las Vegas was. I will say also, if they announce further, what I will say is what I would really love for them to do is I hope they talk more about the either show more dual dial system and the engine overhaul, because I may be a lore YouTuber, but at this point I am like, the thing I may be most excited for in the game right now is the engine overhaul, or the graphics overhaul of the dice system. I'm sure I'll get more excited about everything else as we get closer, but I'm just like fucking pumped for that. Die channels, yeah, the dual die channels is... Don't mind me if the audio is getting a little tinkered with right now. It's preemptive, Oh! Start? It'll start, it should start anytime in the next 3-ish minutes, Flora, presumably. Remember waiting on this Will being in Charlie's stream for an hour last time? I had the luck of being there at Vegas, so I had to mostly just wait in seat you. I will say, it is nice to be here rather than in the 111-degree heat of Vegas, because holy moly, walking outside there was... Like, I'm used to heat, and I'm even used to dry heat, but it hit you. It was like opening an... imagine, like, opening an oven, on, like, in a house, when it's like a 500-degree oven that you open up and that first puff hits you. That was what it was like walking outside. Also different stage for you, yeah. It's like when Paladin Change got the biggest reaction from Shadowbringer's job action trailer. FYI, a friend of mine had a very good description of Thornton that has never left my head. She described him as angry Pope. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It was so freaking hot, yeah, Brian. Welcome to Las Vegas. You're right, Hurricane. Like, 60 seconds, here we go. I definitely should have known, but it was particularly bad. Okay, the fact that they're counting down makes me wonder if they're going to open with some kind of trailer, because usually they do. Volume good? Do we need to turn it down at all? 7. Oh.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Okay, so far it's identical. Okay, music's a little different. Mammal jaw. Other than music.
Come now. There's no cause for panic.
Shot. Oh.
This one might make for a worthy opponent.
Fucking is Steve fighting Godzilla? Roman battle. Little Jaja, come on. Wow, give me something. Ah! That's good! That's what she was looking at!
Might you have a moment to speak further?
Oh. Sword. Okay, it's 2 swords. Oh, dual blade! Oh, that heart was for oh! They fucking doing it! Oh, that's gorgeous. Yeah, second sword, wasn't a gun.
At last, we have come to the land you call the New World. My home.
Maybe it's Mystic Knight. I think the person speaking is our mysterious figure and probably Rothgal. Darth Maul Word of Light. There's an image, there's a concept art image that they released a while ago that looked like it had a dual blade on the character, a little shadowy character at the very, very bottom of it. And I always thought it was maybe just from Dark Knight or something. That's so funny. Oh, Yoshi-P's gonna come out in a costume. Yeah! Oh, I want that outfit so bad. Not in game, in real life. I just want to wear that on a daily basis.
Thank you for coming today! Welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival 2023 in London!
Woo!
My name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. And also, welcome Michael Christopher Coach Fox!
Woo! Koji! They've got Clive energy? Yeah. The hood, the
Hey,
red
everyone.
accents, definitely.
It's great to be back. That said, some of you are probably wondering, where's Kate? What did Koji do with Kate? It's okay. Kate is back in Japan working with the team overtime to make sure that the game comes
that makes
out
sense.
in summer of 2024. So for now, you're
Because
stuck
Kate's
with
lead
me.
for the localization had, whereas Koji was on 16, so he's not as integrated in, which makes sense that Koji's on it. Also, I
今
love
もう
Koji
日本で
and MSM.
7.0 の作業バリバリしてるからね。今日は工事に、プライマルズと同時に通訳もお願いしてます。日本の皆さんも、それから配信を見ている全世界の非課線の皆さんよろしくお願いします。
All right, that's right. Kate is hard at work back in Japan, and we thought that since Koji was going to be here with the primals, we'd just try to get our money's worth. So,
改めて皆さん、
Audio all
こんに
good,
ち
guys?
は。お久しぶりです。欧州ロンドン帰ってこれて本当に嬉しいです。
all right, it's great seeing you all again, and I'm so happy to be back in the UK.
Good to you.
さて
Can you combine the
北
swords?
米
Yeah,
に
looks
続
like
い
it.
て開催となるファンフェスティバル2023、2024、今回は欧州ロンドンからお届けしてまいります。
Okay, so now coming hot off the heels of our most recent fan festival in North America, we are excited to kick off the festivities here in London.
前回は北米でしたが、今回ようやく欧州にも帰ってこれました。欧州のプレイヤーの皆さんとお会いできて本当に嬉しいです。
All right, after seeing the fans again
That's
in Las Vegas, I'd been really looking forward to seeing our fans here in Europe.
そして改めて、Q14 から数えて13年、そして新生14、今年でついに10周年となります。これまでの本当にたくさんのサポートありがとうございます。改めてお礼を申し上げます。
All right, so we've come a long way
You
in
just
the
gotta get-
13
and it
years
has
since
to
the
be, right?
launch of
Yeah,
1.0 and the 10 years since the relaunch of A Realm Reborn. And we couldn't have made it this far without you. It's been an amazing journey, and you have my deepest thanks for joining us along the way.
さあ、欧州ファンフェスティバル、僕の開幕基調講演からスタートしてまいりたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
And so now, without further ado, I'd like to officially kick off the keynote address. Yoshi-san, what's with the...
気になる。
Yeah,
Number
what is it?
2024, it's all things we knew already.
確かにね、トレーラーに出てましたね、これと同じ格好の光の戦士ね。
All right, it kind of looks like what our Warrior of Light was wearing in the trailer.
まあ僕も50歳になったのでそろそろコスプレは勘弁してほしいっていうふうにスタッフに言ったんですけど、まあどうしてもやれと。
So now I just turned 50 years old this year, and I'm getting a little old for cosplay, but the dev team wouldn't take no for an answer, so...
Every new job that Yoshi-P cosplays has to be made to be comfortable after Reaper.
じゃあ早速新情報から参りたいんですが、今スクリーンに映ってるこの、新しい CG イラスト、パッケージデザインになる予定です。ぜひ覚えておいてください。
All right, so with that, let's move on to our first piece of information. First, you have this great artwork up here. This is the package artwork. And, dun-dun.
New job. What is the name?
では最初にですね、まだ絶賛開発中なのでお見せできるアクションそんなに多くはないんですが、イメージをつかんでいただくために動画をご用意しています。
And our first new information is about the new job. And as always, rather than have me talk about it, let's give you an exclusive sneak peek with this video showing the job in action. Roll it.
Yeah, gameplay. Viper. Interesting. So it's like channeling.
黄金のレガシー新ジョブ
Well, I
第
don't know
1
if it's
弾
literally
名前
channeling,
を
but
バイ
that's
パ
cool.
ーと言います二刀流の近接命令 DPS です
All right, so the first of our 2 new jobs being released with Dawn Trail is the dual-wielding melee DPS Viper.
Wholesale new.
バイパーは
Well, maybe
ファイナルファンタジー
there's something
40 完全オリジナルジョブとなってます
Viper is a Final Fantasy XIV original.
世界中から多数いただいた二刀流忍者とは違った二刀流の、正統派剣士を実装してほしいというたくさんのフィードバックに応える形で今回実装が進んでいます
So it was designed to cater to those players around the world who have been asking for a new dual-wield job that's different from Ninja.
この黄金のレガシーに向けて、完全新規で企画開発が進んできてます
And it was
Yeah, I'll
designed
play that.
specifically for Dawn Trail.
アートにも CG にもありますが今僕が装備しているこのデザインがジョブ専用装備となってます
And as you can see here in the art, and from what was shown in the video, and what I am wearing, this is the Viper's job-specific gear.
ではバイパーの特徴を見ていくことにしましょう
All right, so let's take a closer look at the Viper's characteristics.
The Viper, he vipes to Windows.
ロールは近接 DPS で装備枠は忍者と
Yeah,
同じ
definitely
デックス命令という区分になってます
So the Viper's role is melee DPS, with the gear type falling under the dexterity melee
Ah, yes, it did
category,
say
or the
Viper,
same
my
as
bad.
Ninja.
二刀流武器というこの専用の武器を使うことになります
And Vipers will utilize dual blades that are unique to the job.
クリックしてね対応クラスは存在していないので最初からジョブの状態で使用可能です
And of course, Viper will not have any required class. You'll start with the job.
It's so funny that they still need to bother saying that.
条件使う条件は黄金のレガシーの、権利を所有していること
Oh my God, so many
と
Viking
いずれかのジョブレベル
jokes.
が80になっていることです
And the only
Dude, get ready
prerequisites
for-
for use being that the players have, of course, purchased Dawn Trail expansion and have at least one job at level 80.
7.0, we're
そ
gonna have
して
so much
ジョ
viping.
ブの取得場所クエストの開始地はウルダハを予定してます
And the starting location for the job quest will be Ul'dah.
黄金のレガシースタートに際して条件さえ整っていればすぐに使用可能になりますので、バイパーで、メインクエスト進めていただくのも良いかと思います
Cool
And
da.
again, the job should be available immediately at Dawn Trail's launch, as long as the aforementioned prerequisites are cleared. So if you want to play the whole Dawn Trail main scenario as a Viper, you can do that.
続いて
As a
じゃあ
source
その
of
バトルイ
trade.
メージちょっと見ていきたいと思います
All right, let's talk about the battle concept.
Coltrane,
バイパーは
fighting
こ
style
の
passed down
特
by
徴として
Tural. Okay,
二
so it
刀
is
流武器を
Turalian.
使用しますが
So a Viper will use a pair of one-handed blades to attack their foes.
これを用いたこの二刀流の攻撃とさらにこのブレードを合体させた合体剣という攻撃2つ、持ってます
But they can also combine these blades in a single two-handed weapon to deal heavier blows.
そして特徴
The
的なの
caster
が
may
です
still be in
ね
Gridania yet,
常
Crepe, we
時
don't know.
ヘイストがかかっているジョブになるために攻撃頻度かなり高いジョブになります
So in addition to dealing swift attacks that are so fast that they feel like they already have haste cast on them,
今回、まだ開発中ということ
So the burst
で
phase is probably
アクションまだまだ
when you
少ないんです
train your
が、自己強化することで、先ほどねオーラをまとっ
Within
てましたが
ancient hunter
そういっ
memories.
た強
Okay, so
力
it
な、
is basically druid.
DPS を出せる
or,
状
like
態という
channeling.
特殊なモードも用意されてます
and so a Viper also has the ability to summon this special power to temporarily enhance themselves, kind of like you saw with that aura that they had in the trailer. So basically, you're getting that extra DPS.
ウェポンスキルの
Reminds
間
me
に
of Revenant from Guild Wars 2.
アビリティを挟む頻度というのも非常に高いことを想定しているのでかなりスタイリッシュかつ 操作頻度が高いジョブとして、現在開発が進んでます。
So Viper is a technically demanding yet highly stylish melee job that affords frequent opportunities for players to execute various abilities in between the weapon skills.
ご期待に添えるように、開発を進めておりますので、どうぞこの新ジョブバイパーご期待ください。
All right, the development team is working hard to create something that lives up to your high expectations, so please look forward to it.
Another weed drop. Let's go. Jade's ready for it.
では
I'm excited just because I love the
今
like
のイメージの説明を踏ま
modern,
えて
like when
も
they
う一
create
度
new
先ほどの
jobs.
動画、流
They're
してみた
usually
い
a
と
little
思います。
higher skill
All right,
entry.
so now, with
Not
all
always,
that
but
I've just explained in
the more
mind,
fast
let's take one more look at that video. Roll it.
like Reaper, even Dancer. It also gives them a lot of room to unlock future kind of channeling ideas for later while change of power. Those are probably just autos. Or not autos, I wonder if like you're naturally weaving in and out. Yeah. Well, see, so I said that was the first thing that we combined it, but it looks like this might all be part of it. And those are the best. Or maybe if you have two burst phases. You got two bursts to burst in the Reaper.
ありがとうございます。
Is that the sort of toggle you move on or off? Well, we don't know yet, but I would assume it's part of the
こ
rotation.
のコスプレすごくてですね、武器ちゃんと合体するんです。
Yeah, they did a really
Combined.
great job with the cosplay.
I saw how they did it too. They have it
あ
has
ん
a
まり
rod.
あんまりやる
and you
と
can go in the
飾り
middle,
が
or,
取れそう。
Yeah, you should
one of
hold
them
off.
people.
It's gonna break. Don't break it. Be careful. Calm down.
もちろんこの王のレガシーで実装されるジョブというのはこのバイパー一つだけではありません。
So now you all know that Dawn Trail will feature not one, but two new jobs.
すでに遠隔魔法 DPS キャスターであることは皆さんにお伝えしていますが、さてどんなジョブになるのか。
All right, and you already know that the second job is to be ranged magic DPS.
すで
They're
に
not gonna reveal
北
it.
米の基調講演でもヒントはもう出ておりますので、答え合わせはすみません、日本のファンフェスまでお待ちください。
As to what that job
Yep,
is,
all
well, other than the little hint I dropped back in Las Vegas, you're gonna have to wait until Tokyo. Sorry.
Yep.
ではさらに
Wait.
何
Wait.
何
Are you gonna hold those sword the whole time?
まあそうね。
Yeah.
じゃあちょっと武器スタンド出してもらっていい
Okay.
かしら。
Can we bring the stands out for the swords? Maybe? Stands for the sword? Oh, there we go.
おー
Thank you.
Okay, but let me buy the
Thank
swords, or at least
you.
let me make them quick. I need 3D model them.
It's okay.
Okay. And now
Okay,
for
this is
your
the Ninja
real
Turtles.
weapon.
According to him, that was your hint for the caster as
clicker,
well,
okay.
AC. Yeah. I don't think screens can make an actual stance job where you have to
I
decide
did
which is
it
better.
up.
At this point, I expect it to just be part of the rotation. Yeah, same, Jade. I agree.
では続いて、基調講演進めてまいりたいと思います。新たな拡張パッケージ
As a
このレガシーについて
melee tank main
北米でも
floor, I take
ご紹
offense,
介し
but
ま
no,
したが、ストーリー改めて
it's
簡単に振り返っておこうと思い
Sword
ます。
statue.
All right,
Yeah.
so we already talked a little bit about
Make it a
Dawn
housing
Trail's
item.
story in Las Vegas, but we'd like to do a little recap before we continue.
まず今回皆さん光の戦士にお届けするのは僕たちからの最高の夏休みがテーマになっております。
So we already talked a little bit about how Dawn Trail would provide the Warriors of Light with a well-deserved summer vacation.
新たなる冒険、そのバカンスの目的地は西方のトラル大陸と呼ばれている地域になります。
And that vacation would be taking place in the far western land of Tyrol.
すでにパッチ 6.5 のメインストーリーパート1にてその片鱗、出ておりますが、
Does that
So
have
with the
positions?
release of part 1 in patch 6.5, you got a glimpse of where the story will be taking you.
本格的にストーリーがこの 7.0 につながっていくのは、パッチ 6.5、メインクエストパート2の方からになりますので、ぜひご注目ください。
But it will be the release of part 2 that you'll better understand what's in store for you and the Scions and how everything in Dawntrail's main narrative connects together.
光の戦士の皆さんが依頼されるのはトラル大陸におけるある王国の王位継承レースへの助力になります。
So the Warrior of Light has been asked to sail west across the Indigo Deep to assist in a rite of succession for Tyrell's throne.
おなじみのメンバーもちろん勢ぞろいしていきますが、
And of
Yep,
course,
everything we
all
know
the
so far.
Scions will be joining the Warrior of Light in Tyrell.
今回そこで繰り広げられるのは暁の血命を二分する王位継承レースです。
But not
Well, there's an
all
idea,
will be
Lee.
on the same side for the upcoming contest.
まあ北米でも聞いたんですけど、ちょっとヨーロッパでも聞いてみましょうか。どの暁のメンバーと一緒にレースに参加したいですか？
Okay, so we asked the same question in Las Vegas, but we want to ask all of you, who do you want to be with you when you're in the contest? Who from the Scions? Alice?
一番最
That's
初に
tough.
アリゼって
I
い
mean,
う声が
Graha.
ある。
I heard
I want
Alize
Graha to be
first.
with us on our
Somebody's
quest,
really
but
excited.
like, I kind of just want them to write an interesting story with conflict where they're divided. Like that's all I care about.
いや、いろんな、いや、これだけでもたくさんの方にね、いろんなキャラクター愛していただいたのは本当に嬉しいです。
I'm really happy that you all love all of the Scions so much.
誰がレースの敵に回るのか
Pizza caster.
もご注目ください。
But we can't tell you now, but who's going to be on your side? Who's going to be the opposing side? You'll have to wait to find out.
I wonder if it's just gonna be split around who
この
they
7.0
wants what right of
拡張
succession.
の全体の
Like
テ
who
ーマ
wants
として
to
は
be the new leader.
ファイナルファンタジー14新たな冒険の幕開けというテーマを抱えてます。
So the main narrative theme for Final Fantasy XIV 7.0 is a journey of new discovery.
もちろんストーリーもこれまでの拡張パッケージ同様、RPG 丸1本分の体験しっかりお届けしていこうと思います。
And as always, we plan on providing players with a full standalone RPG's worth of story and experiences with this single expansion.
そのきっかけとなる王位継承レースとは何なのか。
What, however, will that story entail? What is this contest?
トラル大陸にはどんなエリアや冒険が待ち構えているのか。
What adventures
Hopefully for you,
await in
Timmy.
this new land?
そして
This is basically where they
メ
left
ト
off
セルキも
last
言
time.
ってい
So
た
let's see if they're doing
黄
anything
金
new
鏡
from
という
this.
キーワードは一体何なのか。
And what is this city of gold that Emmett Selk talked about?
もちろんこれまで同様に皆さんに驚いていただく仕掛けというのもご用意していますので、ぜひそのストーリーお見逃しのないようよろしくお願いします。
And of course, we have a lot of other surprises. I can tell you right now, they're going to be big ones.
まあ僕らもここからね、6.0 でストーリー1回ハイデリンゾディアーク編完結してこの物語がどう皆さんと一緒に転がっていくのかめちゃくちゃ楽しみにしてますので、ぜひ引き続き皆さんと一緒にファイナルファンタジー14作っていきたいと思います。
I mean, I know you guys really enjoyed the Hydaelyn Zodiac series, but we have something that's even better waiting for you in Dawntrail. We hope you enjoy it.
Hell yeah. For 10 more years.
ではここから、新たな冒険の舞台となるトラル大陸に関して、北米のファンフェスに情報をさらに付け加えて、お届けしていきたいと思います。
All right, so next up, let's talk a little bit more about Tyrell, and we're going to start by expanding on some of the info that released back in Vegas.
Thank you.
こ
Oh,
れま
let
で
me.
の冒険の舞台は
Sorry, I
三
gotta
大
get
州と呼ば
screenshots
れ
of
る
some of
地域
this
でし
because
た。
last time they didn't
So up
have
until now,
screenshots
we've
of
spent
that
most
space.
of our time on the 3 great continents.
So we're gonna go to
今回は
Tyrell.
ドーントレイルの冒険により活動地域が西側海を越えた西方へ広がっていきます。
But as we talked about last time, our adventures in Dawntrail will be taking us far to the west.
ですので今回の拡張だけではなく今後皆さんの冒険の舞台は惑星ハイデリン全体
Why
へと
can they
及
not
ん
just
で
give
い
us
く
the
こ
whole
とにな
map
ります。
on screen with
Again,
Versity
this
and
doesn't mean
everything?
that we've seen all of
Please.
Hydaelyn. Most of Hydaelyn, not all of Hydaelyn.
では 前回の
Thank
北
you,
米の
that's
フ
good
ァ
to
ーフェスで
go
もお伝えした、プレイヤータウントライオラというところに関して追加の情報をお伝えしていきたいと思います。
All right, so next we're going to talk about that main hub, the main center player hub that the Warrior List of Light will be operating from during Dawn Trail.
これまでのプレイヤータウンよりもかなり多民族、多くの民族入り乱れた、街という特
We'll
徴
give
に
it time,
なって
Donna.
ま
We'll
す。
get there.
So this city of Tuliyolao will be far different from the existing player hubs that the players have seen before.
これまではスクリーンショットとアートワークでご紹介したんですが、開発が進み動画の準備ができましたので動画でご覧いただこうと思います。
So the last time
It's
we were
also
only
very
able to
possible
show
to
you
go to
the
more
city
of the
via
world.
screenshots and artwork, but this time we've prepared some special in-game footage.
Woo!
So with that in mind, roll the tape.
Honestly, I would say Mara City would be 8.0, but we'll see. I thought it was also maybe 7.0. For good reason. Ah, to the Olaf. Dude, it's gonna be fun with all the players there. Like long term, it may be. It's gonna be so fun. People are gonna be sitting around, hanging out. It's gonna be a good time. Yeah, the background is very low key normal. Yeah, I'm loving the hair too, Hydra. Real City Gold was the friends with Babylon. Resident 2.0. New RP hub. Honestly, Jade, yeah, totally.
そういえばサウンドディレクターであるソケンからコメントを預かってたんでした。
If it has a
So,
good Aetherite,
before we continue,
Man.
We had a little message from Soken, our sound director.
今の動画の曲まだまだモックアップなので、サンプルだと思ってくださいと、伝えてほしいと言われてます。
So he asked me to tell you that the music playing in the video is just a mock-up.
I'm not surprised.
なのでもっとすごくなるから期待しててくださいとのことです。
And that the final track will be a lot better.
I was
ト
because
ラ
I
イオラ
couldn't feel
こ
like
れ
the
まで
main
のプ
theme
レ
in
イ
it
ヤ
at
ータウン
all.
と異なり、多数の民族文化が溶け合っているというお話先ほどしました。
Northern
So
region
as I mentioned before, the
Yep.
city is far different from the
It's
major
very,
cities
like,
on
the very,
Hydaelyn.
very,
It's
very far
a
north of
culturally
Yggdrasil.
diverse, pluralistic state.
トレーラーで主人公と剣を交えていた2つの頭を持つマムージャの王グルージャジャによって統治された国です。
So that massive two-headed Mamulja that we saw the Warrior of Light fighting with in the trailer, that's the current ruler of the nation and king of the Mamulja, Galul Jaja.
このトライオラ、オ
A reference to
ールド
Fanfest
シャーレアンと、カイロで国交があります。
But the Mamulja aren't the only peoples living in the city. On top of that, it appears the city has an established trade route with Old Sharlayan.
今回ご覧いただいた、動画ウォークスルーですがまだまだ NPC の配置が行われていませんが非常に多くの密度あるオブジェクト、
It didn't sound awful. It just
グラフィック
was
スアップデー
simple.
トの効果ご覧いただけたんじゃないかなと思います。
So in that walkthrough that you just saw, you saw that there were no NPCs there. Those will be added later. But hopefully you got an idea of what the town will look like and all of the high quality of all of the objects that we have thanks to our graphical update.
I mean, they don't tell us everything about every part of the world,
では
nor should
続
they
いて
necessarily.
フィールド行ってみましょう。
Yeah, all that we knew already.
So next I'd like to introduce you to some of the new areas that you'll find in Tyrol.
トラル大陸のフィールドまずは前回ご紹介したオルコパチャ
We can talk
と
about
ヤクテ
Orco
ル
Pacha and
樹
all
海
that stuff
に
again.
ついてです。
Okay, so first we're going to start off with the two areas that we talked about in Las Vegas, Urcopacha and Yaktel.
こちらも開発が進んでまいりましたので今回は動画で、ウォークスルーご覧いただこうと思います。
And since we talked last, development, of course, has continued, and we are ready to show you some in-game
Oh,
footage.
they would have timed it
Roll it.
They may yet normal. Hey, Octo. Did you have to fly over there from Toledo? from in the game? This is actually already. This is from somewhere in 14 already. Pacha. I like her Pacha. That they're not showing that they're fogging out every time they're fogging out the angle at which you would see the mountains. It's interesting. They're like the further mountains in the background or the like colorful hills. It's interesting that they're only showing the villages. Seems so good, yeah. I know that seems yeah. It looks like it does in step 2. Okay, thanks, Hydra.
これまで以上に環境設定、自然環境にかなり、注力した自然なエリアというのをご覧いただけたかと思います。
Again, what you saw is still under development, but we've worked really hard on these areas, focusing on creating landscapes that feel even more real and natural than ever before.
動画だけだとねどうしても分かりにくいところはありますが皆さん歩いて、いただければそのグラフィックスアップデートによる、密度の高さ、クオリティの高さ感じていただけると思いますので楽しみにしていただければと思います。
I mean, it's a little bit hard to tell in this video, but we've been taking full advantage of that first graphical update coming with Dawntrail that you're really going to be able to notice this when you get in and play the game.
では続いて、ここまでは北米でもお話した情報なのでさらなる新エリアを、アートとスクリーンショットで見ていきたいと思います。
But these two areas we already talked about in Las Vegas. Today, we're going to bring you something new. Some new areas, especially for London.
Cool. Hey, Kozumaku.
こちらコザマルカという首都であるトライオラの南に広がっている密林地帯です。
Okay, so
it is south of Tuliolao.
Is a very dense jungle located to the South Tyrol's capital city of Tuliolao.
ドントレーラーのトレーラーの中にもあの特徴的な、巨大な岩登場していたと思います。岩のある上部とそれから下部2つのエリアに分かれているのがこのエリアの特徴となっています。
Alright, so the unique rock formations that you saw in the trailer are located in this area, and they split the jungle into upper and lower areas through which countless rivers flow.
特に上層と下層の間にある巨大な滝、大幕府も大きな特徴になっています。
And there are a lot of waterfalls in between the upper and lower areas as well.
ここに住まう部族も、多種多様、新たな出会いが皆さんを、待ち構えています。
Several different peoples call this region home, meaning there's much adventure to be had.
ではこちらコザマルカ、開発中のスクリーンショットをご覧いただこうと思います。
Alright, so let's take a look at some in-development
reminiscent of goblins.
今回ご紹介するスクリーンショットはいずれも仮想からの風景になってます。
So the screenshots that we have here are from the area's lower elevations.
今までではちょっと作れなかったような景色、環境よく見えてるんじゃないかなと思います。
They said they're doing a lot with elevation.
We're able to create a new type of area that feels very unique from the areas that we've created in the past.
今回特にですね空気感とかそれから光の表現というものに非常にこだわって開発を進めてます。
And as you can see, special attention has been paid to lighting to create this perfect atmosphere.
そしてこちら、昼間の様子ですね。
And here is the jungle in midday.
大幕府から流れ落ちた水がいくつもの川となり、支流にこうやって注ぎ込んできていると。
And so the waterfalls from the upper elevations feed the countless small rivers that flow out of the jungle to the sea.
右に見えるのが集落ですね。そして中央の木にもよく見ると、上の方に建造物があったりするのがわかると思います。
And so on the right, you can see a small village. And even in that tree in the center, you can see a small building located within the tree.
In Endwalker, they kind of reveal map 5 in the job action trailer, but they didn't reveal map 5.
円形ですね。
And so we've zoomed out a little for this next shot.
見たところあまり危険な雰囲気というのは感じられないと思うんですが、果たしてどういった物語になるのか、いろいろ想像していただけると嬉しいです。
So from here, it doesn't look that dangerous. But you all know what lurks in the shadows, so.
さてちょっと続いてももう1エリア紹介していきましょう。
All right,
まず
so let's move on to our next area.
まずはアートでご覧いただきます。
Yeah, open
Starting
window.
with
Yeah,
some artwork.
Amazon can be dangerous. I mean, in physical space, it's where the Amazon is. So yeah.
Wait.
What? What?
In-game secret?
Oh, it's a mistake. The bug.
It's a bug. Oh no.
まあ先ほどまでご紹介してきたところと随分雰囲気が変わり荒野のような雰囲気だと思います。
So this arid desert-like region is completely different
I wonder
from
if
the
that's supposed to
previous.
be the
まあ
area in
あ
the
そこにある
mountains.
巨大
on the other
な
side of the,
シークレットの文字、もちろんマップオブジェクトではないです。
And
starts with an A.
so we have that big secret. That's not a map object. That's not going to be in the real game if that wasn't obvious.
The
あ
at
の
comma.
エリアにです
The at
ね
comma.
ものすごく重
That's
要
the
な
inspiration for it.
ものがあるんですけど、あまりにもスポイラーが激しすぎるのでシークレットって書いといてくれってお願いをしたのでああなってます。
So yeah, what we have there is something that is very, very pivotal to the story. It's a huge secret, and we didn't want to show it here because we wanted you to experience it in-game, so I made sure that they put secret up there.
なのでこの、まあ、
Desire
基
to
調講演などでお見せしてしまうと、まあ、皆さんの
It's begging
楽しみをね大きく損なってしまう可能性があるのでぜひですね、まあ、皆さんの
Wait, did you just say is that a train? Oh, there is a train. There's a train down here.
Sure that they put
Oh, we're getting
講演
the
などで
Wild
お
West.
見
It
せ
looks like Wild West. I wonder if that's
してしまうと
Aaronville down there.
ruin your game
The
experience.
town
押さ
Aaronville's
せてもら
from.
ってます。
Again, we want to show a lot of information here, but we also don't want to ruin your
Good
game
catch.
experience. And so for this, because it's such a big secret and it's so exciting, and we want you to experience that in.
シャロニだと言います。
All right, so the name of this area is Shaloni.
トラ
Shalom.
ル大陸中央部に広
Central
がる
Tyrol,
荒野
vegetation sparse, the rain starved.
So it is a
plains.
relatively flat, rain-starved region in central Tyrol.
セイリン線が発見されたことによってこのエリア近代化が進んでいます。
But here, civilization is experiencing a boom due to a recent discovery of ceruleum deposits.
まあ
That's where
セイリン線っ
Aaronville
て
is,
ちょっと日本語で言うとね何ってなると思うんですけど
The place, not the
セイリン水の湧き出る泉のことですね。
And so basically, there are these kind of springs where the ceruleum bursts up through the ground.
さあこの大陸での冒険だんだんなんか夏休みなのか本当にっていう感じにちょっとなってきたかなと思う
We realize
しですが
we understand. All right, but let's take a look at some in-development screenshots.
かなり
Oh, I
広が
like
ってますね。
So yes, unlike the dense jungles that we showed before, this area is a lot more open.
このエリアはあれですねバイクのマウントなんかが大変似合いそうですね。
So yeah, it
It
looks like this would be a good
definitely
place
looks
to
like
break out your motorbike mounts.
機械化それから、技術進歩というのが目覚ましく進んできておりさまざまな人や
Trolley
物と
2.0
の出会いが皆さんを待ち
Yeah,
構
I
えてい
agree.
ま
Me
す。
too, yeah.
So yes, you'll see a lot of newer technology and machines, as well as encounter the people that built them.
まあ先ほどの、ね、
I mean,
シークレッ
there's
トの
already
部分がね
literally quest
一番
lines
こ
about
の
that
エ
with
リ
the
アの
blue
特徴なんで
quests.
お見せできなくて残念ではあるんですが
Again, as I said before, this area also hides a very, very big secret, but one that I won't be showing today.
この後の
I mean,
また
it's a
情報
desert
で
that
も
has
ちょっと
train
ずつ
tracks. It doesn't necessarily make
あれ
the same
こんな雰囲気なのかなみたいな
But
情
yeah.
報出てくるので、この後の
I mean, Amarang was
基調講演もちょっと見てってください。
But again, we won't be talking about
Utah.
today,
Yeah,
but
very-
there
it
may
looks a
be
lot like
some
parts of
things,
Utah.
some hints and other things that we have for you today that may give you a better of idea of what is in that secret area.
もちろん荒野ばかりが広がっているわけではなくこのエリアこうした地域もあってですねさまざまな文化の融合というのが、行われてます。
Of course, it's not all empty wastes out there. The area features locations such as this one too, that are populated by a variety of peoples.
かなりの、ドラマ性高い物語用意していますのでストーリー展開にぜひご注目ください。
Right, as for what drama awaits you here, as well as the other areas that we showed today, you'll just have to look forward to it.
ではエリアの紹介これぐらいにして、前回北米でご紹介したペルペル族に続きもう一
Yeah, we got the Pelu Pelu.
ユコ部族ちょっと紹介してみようかなと思います。
So moving on from areas, next up we'd like to talk a little bit about the types of peoples that you'll meet in Tyrol.
皆さんちょっと見たことはあるだろうなと。
So this next one,
I always love the numbers for
some
fun.
of you may recognize them.
こちら名前をモブリン族と言います
And they are called the Moblins.
エオルセア地域ではゴブリンと呼ばれている部族ですが基本的には同一部族ですね
So they
Their outfits are
strongly
based off of
resemble the
the
goblins
Japanese
that reside in
Hanwha.
Eorzean, but they have their own unique characteristics.
ちょっと特徴をご紹介しましょう
Let's take a look at those characteristics.
先ほどご紹介したコザマルカに住む、
Gabi
一つの
tribal is a go!
So these moblins mainly reside in the previously mentioned jungles of Kozamauka.
三大州に住まうゴブリン族はメカが大好きでしたね
So, and unlike the goblins of the three great continents who are expert builders and tinkers,
こちらは調達の達人ということで大きく考え方が異なっているようです
these moblins are experts in gathering and procuring items.
彼らとの協調でですねどんなものづくりが、行われていくのか楽しみなところですプレイヤーの皆さん
So gathering
特にね
tribal quests.
クラフターとかギャザラーとか、絡んでくる可能性が非常に高いんじゃないかなと思います
And so, with these moblins and allies, just think of all the wonderful things that adventurers might create, especially our crafters and gatherers.
Or maybe we're doing craftings and they're doing the gathering.
で
Marvel's
はエリアの
It's
追
interesting
加
their
情
outfit is
報をお
very,
届けしてまいりました
All right, I
Look
think
much
that's
more inspired by
about enough today. That's all we can say regarding Tyrol. Regarding Tyrol.
ではさらに黄金のレガシーのコンテンツ
Oh,
を
I already
含
love
め
my
た
crafters.
全体の内容、北米の基調講
Day
演
one.
をおさらいしつつ新情報を混ぜながら
100.
進めていきたいと思います
Now, I'd like to talk more about the other features and content that await Warriors of Light in Dawn Trail.
Woo! Okay. I need to let go of the high of Gabi.
皆さんのおかげ
Seems like they're the
で
gatherers. Yeah,
つい
great.
に皆さんのレベル
Live in
が
Libita Gabi. Yeah, if you never watched it, we did a Live in Libita Loca and Gabi speak.
As you know, we'll be taking the level
if you
cap
ever
into
watch it.
triple digit territory, level 100, and that's thanks to you.
皆さんレベル最後どれぐらいまで行きたいですか
How far do you want to go? We're at 100 now. How far do you want to go?
I love that paladin gear. I love it so goddamn much.
2000
Who wants them to cap?
ね
Who here
あん
wants
ま
to
り
see them
レ
to cap
ベ
it at
ルの
100?
桁が上がりすぎても
Because I love
ね
that they kind of stop
The
it. It's
UI.
just nice and
Need more space.
Yes yes
Too many numbers. We need to-
EXP
That's right. The XP bar is just.
せっかく一回ね桁下げたの
That's
に
right. We got rid of some of those zeros, so we're gonna have to add.
もちろんクラフターやギャザラーの皆さんもすべてレベルキャップ100に、させていただきます
And of course, this will be for all jobs, including disciples of the land and hand.
Can you imagine if just like out of nowhere, but Ninja won't get 100? Just like
では
what a
続いて
crazy
バトル
announcement.
コンテンツに関してちょっと新情報も交えつつお伝えしていき
Yeah,
た
my
いと思い
problems are
ます
purely
All right, so
aesthetic
next,
for
I
going
want to talk a
higher.
little
No,
bit
like
about some of
good
7.0's
reason.
core battle content. We have some new things to show you as well.
まずフィールドのアクティブタイムイベントやそれからモブハント
As
新
per
しいトレジャーハン
usual,
ト
everything you'd expect.、
これらすべて、いつも通りしっかりたくさん用意させていただいてます
So, active time events, the fates, the hunt, treasure hunts, we're going to have all these.
でもちろん新しいダンジョンというのもたくさんあります
And of course, we're working on many new dungeons as well.
ダンジョン
This is a dungeon. This is a dungeon.
ダンジョンの数もですね
it
これ
looks
まで
futurist. I mean,
以
obviously
上
futuristic, but it doesn't look elegant.
同数しっかり用意させていただいてます制作順調に進んでます
Okay, and we're going to have at least as many dungeons as we had in the past expansions.
今回はいくつかのダンジョンについてスクリーンショットやアートワークでちょっとさらにね追加情報としてお伝えしていこうと思います
Right, so next, let's take a look at some art and screenshots showcasing a few of those dungeons in development.
と言いながら
fourth.
このアートも新情報だよね
But yeah, this art, this is awfully new.
We also don't know how the first or second,
まずスクリーンショット
these
1枚
first,
目
second, fourth
All right, off to our first screenshots.
astral
Dungeon.
areas that they exist.
This is a dungeon.
ダンジョン
This is a dungeon. Dungeon. area?
Dungeon.
Dungeon.
It's a dungeon.
It's a dungeon.
Okay, who wants to bet we go over that
as long as you're
waterfall
sure.
on the ship?
ダンジョンって言うとね、どうして
You
も
get
こ
in the
う
distance and then you
洞
go
窟
over
と
the
イメ
fall
ー
and
ジさ
then
れ
like
が
you
ち
land
な
and
ん
you
ですが、
fight through the rest.
この一見川の普通のフィールドに見えるところ、こちらダンジョンで、なんとジャングルクルーズからスタートします。
So yeah, when people think dungeons, they usually think like caves, but looks like this one will start off as a river cruise.
Start
ま
off.
あね、ちょっと
important
どんな
keyword.
戦闘とかね、
Yeah, like the lab-
キャラクター同
Lapis,
士の掛け合い
yeah,
とか繰り広げられるのか、今からちょっと楽しみですね。
But I'll let you
Wow,
imagine
the
what kind of
Lapis
battles and
Malice
player
dungeon definitely
interactions
right.
are going to go on here.
でもちょっと落ちたくないね。
I don't want to fall in the river though. No, not a good idea.
ね
Like
なんか
crocodiles,
そう
piranhas.
Gonna be like that movie Anaconda.
Yeah.
こちら、
That's good.
まあ、一見するとちょっとアートワークにも見えるかもしれませんが、こちら実機の、画像になります。
So I know this looks a lot like artwork, but this is an actual in-game
There's a
screenshot.
Yeah.
川登りなのか川下りなのか、それらを向かった先がこんな感じです。
So yeah, are we going upriver or downriver? Who knows? But at the end of the cruise, this is what awaits.
いやアートに見えるよね。
It does really look like artwork.
この環境セットアップしている開発者、
Does Tam Tara have
今
palm
回
trees?
ロンドンのファンフェス来てますんで、後ほど開発パネルでもこういったお話ししてくれると思います。
So yeah, the
guy,
team that actually worked,
the guy
one of the
no,
members of
hey,
the
so
team that
pretty,
actually
yeah,
worked on
definitely.
this, and the environment team is here today, and is going to be up here on stage. So looking forward to meeting and hearing what he has to say about this.
Small potato. It's interesting. The futurism and the technology stuff we've seen has been very
雰囲
different.
気一転して全然また変わった。これもダンジョ
Must
ン
be
で
have
す。
been a different
Right, and
empire.
now we're
existing
somewhere
at a different
completely
time.
different. This also is one of the new dungeons.
これもねなんかアートに見えるね。
This is also very, yeah, it looks like art.
こちら外なのか、それか何かの一部なのか、自然地形と人工物の間に何か紫色の新植物、存在してますね。
So is this somewhere outside or inside? Is it a part of something? Are those natural formations or man-made? And what are those purple things growing everywhere?
先ほどのエリアをもう少し上がったところになるんでしょうか。
And here's another look of the same dungeon, but up from a little higher.
明らかに、雰囲気遺跡と思われるものがあるんですが、
They're
ちょっと
purple,
雰
but I
囲
almost
気異様な
reminds me
感
of,
じですね。
So yes, we can see some
Physical
strange
strewn
architecture that
provinces.
resembles ancient ruins.
これまでに光の戦士の皆さんが冒険してきたどのエリアともちょっと違った印象になっているんではないかと思い
Created
ます。
something.
So yes, this is far different from any place the warriors of light have journeyed before.
ではダンジョンのお話、最後にですね、開発中の他のダンジョンの、まだちょっと実機はお見せできないんですが、アートワークを2枚ほど持ってき
I
ま
wonder
した
if
の
this
で、
is
ちょっとご
the
紹介してい
dungeon
こう
for
と思い
Coco
ます。
Pacha.
So finally, we
the
have some
Empire
artwork for
file.
2 more dungeons that we'd like to show you, but you're going to have to use your imaginations to visualize how they're going to turn out in-game.
まず1枚目、
So this is our first.
こち
Interesting.
らまさに It's a dungeon.
It's a dungeon.
It's a dungeon. 古代の遺跡のようですが、しっかりしたこういうね構造を持ってるっていう風にねアート見えますね。
But again, this also has that look of, sturdily built ancient ruins to it.
こちらは
Too
す
bad
で
they
に
used all the,
レベルデザイナーの
Legend
レ
of
ベル
Hidden
デザ
Temple
インが
jokes in
終わり
Ronka.、
そのレベルデザインに合わせた構造をアートチームがこうデザインしてってるからですね。
Okay, but what you see here is not concept art. In fact, the level design for the dungeon is already complete, and this artwork was created to help the modeling team.
本当はですね、こういう端のあたりにですね、アート担当者のこうスタッフからの注意書
actually
き、
will be
モデリングするため
every part
の
of the
注意書きとか設定がものすごい数書き込まれてるんですが、
You reach the
さ
pole
すがにね
stop.
お見せするわけにい
Yeah,
かない
you're
ので
right.
ちょっと消してきました。
So now,
Plasma canyon
artwork
vibes. Yeah,
like
okay,
this
yeah.
usually has a lot of text written in the margins to help the designers. It's
Two
filled
tank
with
poles and
lore
boss
and
are in.
secrets. But we just kind of
Yep.
cut that out
I was
because,
just pointing at my own
to avoid
goddamn
spoilers.
Yeah.
そしてもう一枚。
Boom. Then boss.
Okay, and now for the
This is
surprising
interesting
one.
because it doesn't look elegant.
メカニカル。
The design aesthetics completely
Summer
different.
vacation?
サマーバケーション。
Summer vacation.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe.
Although some of the elements
Cold
do, just not the
costume.
coloring. So
Oh,
maybe.
yeah.
Oh, this looks like the
Maybe.
inside of a computer,
Maybe.
GPU
Okay.
fan and everything.
こちらもダン
I
ジ
mean,
ョ
if Alag had
ンしか
ended
も
up
メイ
in
ン
the
ス
new
トーリー
world,
に
it would
登
make
場す
sense
る
to
ダン
attract
ジ
us
ョ
to this
ンなんです
elements
が
we've seen.
あまりの、ね、機械文明の発展にちょっとびっくりしますね。
So yes, this is a dungeon for the 7.0 main scenario. But again, unlike the nature that we've seen before, this has a lot of mech.
詳細な解説は差し控えますが、やはりこの 7.0 の冒険、単なる光の戦士の夏休みでは終わらなさそうな気配が漂っています。
So yes, it looks like Dawn Trail is going to be a little bit more than your ordinary summer vacation.
Gotta say, just let it be an ordinary summer vacation.
ではこのダンジョンに登場する、強敵、ボスの一体をちょっとご紹介しようかなと思います。
All right, so now that we've seen where you're going to fight, let's find a little bit about more about who you're going to fight.
まあ前回はね、透滅戦の相手を表示しましたが、今回ね透滅戦ではないんですが、
So last time in Las Vegas, we showed one of the raid bosses.
バリガレマンダに続いてもう一体大型のモンスターの紹介となります。
And this one is not a
Did you say
raid boss
raid?
like Valagarmanda that we showed in Las Vegas, but we have a very
You just
important
said
and
raid
large
boss,
enemy
not
to show
trial
you.
boss.
I love it.
名前をですね、今回ご紹介するのはエリミネーターという
The name is called the Eliminator.
Oh, that's got some
どん
13 energy going
どん
on.
どん夏休みから遠ざかっていく。
Yes, we're getting a little bit further away from summer vacation again. Yeah?
Purple energy. Okay, there definitely was a futuristic empire that was situated somewhere in the
伏せておきますが
Yoshi-P,
こういった今まで多分皆さんが
and they created weapons, which
どの
maybe
乗りがついてちょっと
Vecnagun's
想像
not
し
the
てたのと
craziest
だ
thing
んだん
we've
変
come
わっ
up
てきたんじゃ
with.
ない
Maybe
かな
that's
と
actually
思い
gonna
ます
happen.
Now, we can't tell you much about it yet or exactly how you meet, but it's obvious
Agreed,
that
Hydra.
we're going against expectations for Dawn Trail so far.
このエリミネーターね、
10
機械なのか
meets
そもそも
13
生物なのか、ダンジョンのアートワーク
Sin and Vecnagun
続いてね、だんだん謎が深まっていく基調講演になってるかなと思います。
Again, it's hard to tell if this is a machine or if it is alive or something in between. Yeah?
ああじゃあ続いてコンテンツサポーター。まあこちらアップデートは行っていきますが、もちろん今回
Sadly
も
Infinite, I don't think
全
it's
て
that
の
kind of game.
メインストーリーのダンジョン対応させていただいて
Hopefully
ます。
Messiah. 10's my favorite,
Okay, next up
so
we have
I'm
our duty
hoping, but
support feature,
I
and
am
you'll be
not
happy to know
assuming or
that this feature will be
counting on it.
made available for all of the instance dungeons for 7.0's main scenario.
かなり新しく、コン
Alan
テン
was
ツサポータ
worldwide.
ーとして
Well, we
加
don't
わ
know.
る
Well,
キャラ
they
クタ
didn't
ー
end up
も
in Mera City
多い
other
で
than
す。
fighting there to try
And
to
of course,
conquer.
there's going to be a
We
lot
took the 3 great
of
continents.
new characters that are going to be included in this duty support feature.
たくさんの
Their
AI
existence
作ら
in
なきゃ
the
いけ
new
なくて
world
ゲームデ
is
ザイナー
unknown,
た
but
ち
there's
す
some
ごい
hints, for
四角
instance,
しなが
the
ら
existence of
開発進んでます。
models
But that
and
means
systems tower.
our game designers and programmers are having to work a lot on all of the new AI.
It'd be surprising if they
そ
didn't
し
at least
て
have some.
多数の新装備、新クラフト、もちろんギア多数
Well,
用意
those
して
are
おり
some
ま
good
す。
glams.
And with all these new dungeons and enemies, the Warrior of Light will need some proper new gear, and we have a lot of new recipes to make sure that you're properly kitted.
おしゃれがね気になる皆さんもぜひご期待ください。
And of course, we'll be introducing a
I
lot
mean, it
of
basically was
fashionable
just
items as
nihilism
well.
instead.
ではちょっと新しい装備のアートワーク見てみましょう。
Some
So
butt,
let's take
yeah.
a closer
But
look at
I
some artwork for these new
I get what
items.
you mean, Rag.
まずギャザラークラフターもね専用装備当然すべて一新されます。
All right, disciples of the land in hand will, of course, be getting new job-specific gear as well.
モデリング
I
も
mean this the best way possible. 第
第
They all
一次
just
グラフィ
look
ックスアッ
good.
プデー
Like,
トを行った状態で
no one speaks to me in
順
particular,
調に
but
進ん
that's
で
because they just all
い
look
ます
really good.
どのように実機で見られるかご期待ください。
So we're currently in the modeling phase of development with our new graphical update. So for now, you're going to have to imagine how these designs will look when rendered in game.
そしてこちらはジョブ専用装備の一部ですね。
And here we have some job-specific gear for the disciples of war and magic.
まあどれがどのジョブかは言わなくても大丈夫だよね。
We don't need to tell you what jobs these are for, right?
今回もジョブ専
Maybe I
用
need to
装
go
備は
back
です
to
ね
playing Dark
冒険
Knight.
のその地域
Ooh,
の
I love that white mage.
特徴デザインにあまり寄せ
Ooh,
ず
dancers so
その
pretty.
ジョブの
Monkey
イメ
look
ー
good
ジというのをストレートに
Oh.
書き起こすようにというふうにディレクションしてます。
Okay, instead of
Dude, they
designing
basically
the gear
made
to
one of my
match
favorite
more of
lands
the
in the game.
geographical or cultural feel of Tyrol, we decided to take a much more straightforward approach with their design.
では続いて、新たな生活系大規模コンテンツ
So, as I mentioned
definitely
back
see
in
it,
Las
Craig.
Vegas, we are planning some expansive new lifestyle content for Dawntrail.
まあ、7.X シリーズにおいてもですね、イシュガルド復興とか、それから無人島開拓に続く
yes.
新しい、生活系の大規模コンテンツお届けしていく予定です。
This will be new content that will be featured alongside existing content such as the Ishgardian Restoration and Island Sanctuary.
なんとかですね、この場で発表したかったんですが、もう少し企画の詳細を詰めたいということで、残念ながら詳細までは今日お伝えできないんですが、日本のファンフェスでは、内容をお届けできるかと思います。
So the plan was to show you that new content here, but the team in charge didn't think it was quite ready and wanted just a little bit more time. So we're going to be putting off the big reveal until Tokyo. So we have to wait a little bit longer.
One of the things he said kind of implied there might be something like
The
Ishgardian
dev team is hard at work, so please
Restoration.
forgive them.
ありがとうございます。皆さんの拍手でね、今めっちゃ日本で頑張ってくれてると思います。
All right, they just heard your cheering, and so now they're like, oh, gotta get back to work. Gotta get
ありがとうございます。
So thanks.
ただ今回の、生活系の大規模コンテンツ、前回ね無人島開拓は一人で遊ぶものっていう形でしたが、今企画しているのは皆さん多人数で、遊んでいく盛り上がっていくというコンテンツの企画内容になってますので、また詳細の発表をねご期待いただければと思います。
So while Island Sanctuary was more solo content, this new content that we have planned for Dawntrail is going to be something that you can enjoy with a lot of people.
Interesting.
さてでは各種バトルコンテンツもご紹介しましょう。
All right, we mentioned battle content a little earlier, but we have a lot more installed.
Well, it looks like they said
これ
that's
ら
what they're
のバリアント
implying.
ダンジョン、8人レイド、それから
Variant dungeon,
も
sweet.
ちろ
Eight player
ん
raid,
絶
sweet.
シリーズ
Ultimate
も
raid, sweet.
7.X シリーズ頑張って、これらすべて作ってまいります。
So we'll be adding new variant dungeons, a new 8-player raid, and a new ultimate raid that will be just as challenging as those that become before.
そして当
That may
然
just be
な
for
がら
7.0 though.
アライアンスレイ
7.x
ド
may have
も
more.
新シリーズ始まります。
And of course, we can't forget our alliances out there.
今日ここではですね、その次のアライアンスレイドが一体どんなものになるのかご
Ballsing
紹
style.
介したいと
I'm
思い
pretty
ま
sure
す。
they'll do
And
something
so
for
here
it
in
style
London,
like that,
we are
yeah.
excited to finally announce our latest alliance raid series.
Tell me.
Yeah! That's really surprising. And also, I have no idea how they're gonna do that.
Thank you. 次のアライアンスレイドシリーズのタイトルはエコーズ・オブ・バナディールというタイトルでお届けします。
So
Are they
our
gonna
newest
do what they
alliance
did with
raid is
Evilise?
Echoes of Vanadil.
MMORPG として大先輩であるファイナルファンタジー11運営開始からすでに21年、その運営20周年を記念して我々、次なるアライアンスレイドシリーズはそのファイナルファンタジー11の世界を垣間見る冒険をお届けしたいと思い
I
ま
need
す
to do it if I want to see
So
11
to
stream.
celebrate over 20 years of Final Fantasy XI, we are turning to our MMORPG Senpai
Yes.
and stepping into Vanadil to get a glimpse of this wonderful, exciting world.
果たしてどんなストーリーどんなボスが登場するのかぜひご期待ください。
As for what story will feature, who you will meet, what bosses you will fight, we can't tell you that.
もちろんファイナルファンタジ
I'm
ー
curious, will
11
they
か
do an
ら
Evilise or
続
a
く、
Nier?
ね、このファイナルファンタジーシリーズの長い MMO を楽しんで
I
い
hope
た
they
だ
try
い
to
ている
integrate it
そして
into the
今もね
world
フ
floor for
ァ
it
イナル
as
ファン
its
タジ
own
ー
thing.
11遊んでいただいている方にも楽しんでいただける内容に仕上げていこうと思ってます。
But we can guarantee that it will be something that longtime fans of Final Fantasy XI and even players of fans right now will be able to truly enjoy.
さあじゃあちょっと質問していいですか？
So, speaking of which, I have a question for all of you.
11今もやってるんだよなって。
How many people out there are still playing 11?
おおありがとうございます。いやいやもう11はめちゃくちゃやったよ。
Normal. I think more people in America think, like have the negative view like that
People
than.
that, I'm playing 14 right now, so I don't have time for them.
I don't think the negative pushback on that is as widespread as people who just like it feel.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。長らくですね。
And also that
我々
it's
スクエア
much
ニックスの
that kind of
MMO を支えて
integration
いただい
is
て本当にありがとうござ
way
い
more
ます。
normal.
So yes, thank all of you who've been supporting Square Enix.
I'm
through
not
our
saying it's good
MMORPGs
that
for such a
way.
long
I'm not saying I want it
お
that
そら
way.
くですね、配信を見てくださってる、方々も大いに今ね、手を挙げてくださってるんじゃないかなと思います。
And I bet a lot of people watching on the stream as well have been raising their hands.
ぜひぜひご期待ください。
So again, please look forward to it.
Oh, that's nice to me. Yeah, I'm excited for all the people who liked 11 who grew up with 11, or played 11 a lot, getting a chance. The event's gonna be rolling up to FF11 Alliance, right? Yeah, y'all been fighting some of the bosses already.
していきますよというお話をちゃんとしておこうと思います。
And of course, we're going to continue our updates of existing
Oh my God,
contents as well
I have
during the
navigated
7.x
play online.
series.
も
もう一個一個は説明しませんが、
I'm not going to explain each of them here, but you get the idea.
That's funny, Samuel. For me, it's the other way around. Nier has
一
my
個ず
favorite
つ言いませ
mechanics.
ん、引き続き 7.x でも大量のアップデートをお届けしていく予定
Blue
で
Mage
す。
update.
So yes, you can
Yeah,
expect
there's all
updates
stuff
of
new.
all the content you see here.
そして、まあこれだけじゃ
Yeah,
なくて
AC,
です
we're gonna
ね
do that. I actually
久し
created
ぶ
an
り
11
に
account already.
こちらも
I just didn't know a good time to do it, but now we gotta do it.
But we have something even more special. And
Hey! Woo! Beastmaster, Beastmaster, Beastmaster. Let me play Pokemon. Let me play Pokemon.
リミテッドジョブとして登場していますが、その第2弾、新しい次なるリミテッドジョブというものの開発を今進め始めてます。
all right, to go alongside Blue Mage, we are currently working on an all-new second limited job.
Okay,
まあ
good.
実装まで、まあ、ちょっと 7.x シリーズの後半で
These measures make
実
sense
装
as
の
time
予定なの
Oh,
で
that's a
ち
good
ょっと
point,
しば
B.
ら
I didn't
く
even think about that.
お待ちいただくことにはなりますが、
Blitzballer. Nah,
And its
Blitzballer's a real
release
job.
isn't currently planned until the latter
I'll take it
half
as a limited job,
of
too.
the 7.x
Actually,
series.
you know something.
まあ、どんなジョブになるのかちょっと聞いてみようかな。
But, you know, we do hope to tell you more about it soon, but we're going to kind of ask you, what do you think it's going to be?
Yes.
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster!
あービーストマスター、ビーストマスター結構いる。ちょっとコウジ聞いてみてよ、他にどんなのあるか。
Anything else?
I hear.
Fisher?
いやいやいやいや。
We already...
結構ね、からくり師ってさ、英語だとなんていう
Anything
の
that's just got a
can't
fun
remember.
collection
What
aspect
is
is
it?
my thing for me.
からくり師。
Puppet, puppet.
パペットマスター？ああ、なるほどなるほど。
Oh, yeah. Puppet master.
いやそうあんまり言うとさ
They know what we want.
なんかそれっぽくなっちゃうから
Beastmaster.
ビーストマスターなあまあでもやっぱりパーティープレイではなかなか、実現できない、遊びとセットで、新しいリミテッドジョブ開発していきますので、まあ、ぜひどんなものになるか、お待ちいただければと思います。
But yeah, we're really excited. We're working on a lot of different ideas, something that we can do that's separate from party play, similar to how it is with the Blue Mage. So yeah, please look forward to it.
まあそんなに遠くないタイミングで、どんなリミテッドジョブになるかお伝えしていけるんじゃないかなと思ってます。企画は順調に進んでおります。
While we can't say any more here, we do hope to reveal more information very, very soon.
各種コンテンツアップデート、ここまで触れてきましたが、今回もですねグラフィックスアップデートの、進捗についてこの場でちょっとお伝えしたいと思います。
Please show
All right,
us
so
some
now that we've talked about our
more.
content updates, I'd like to move on to the planned first graphical update.
前回のファンフェス途中経過お伝えしてますが、その
That'd be
途中
funny,
経過に対して皆さんからのフィードバック、いただいてます。そこでさらに調整しましたよというのをちょっとお伝えしたいと思って持ってきてます。
Okay, so after showing everyone our progress with the graphical update back in Las Vegas, we got a lot of player feedback. Over the past few months, we've taken that feedback and we've made even further adjustments.
メインキャラクターの種族アウラだよっていう方、
Big thing for me was the eyes
So
were a little
how many
off.
people here have an aura character?
Oh. Hey, Mitsuki will be excited.
持ってきたのはこのアウラの
Hey.
All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the auras, horns, and scales.
でき
I
る
mean,
だけね
Tsutana
皆
isn't
さんの
an asteroid of
イメージ
Yu-Gi-Oh
にとらわ
class.
ないように注意しつつ行っているグラフィックスアップデートなんですが
But no, yeah, but triple try, that'd be
Again,
funny.
we've been tweaking it a lot with our new graphical update.
中でも前回途中経過注目されたのアウラ族の角とかそれから鱗の表現
Yeah,
って
Jess,
い
you're
うものに
excited, yeah.
いろんなフィードバックいただきました
So yes, our main goal was to introduce these fine adjustments that won't feel too drastic and ruin that unique look that we've all gotten used to. And if you recall, this includes tweaks to polishing things like the aura horns and scales.
まず次にお見せするのが前回北米でお見せした途中経過のスクリーンショットです
Okay, so first off, we're going to start by showing you what we showed you back in Las Vegas.
Okay, cool.
これがね前回お伝えしたもの
All right, and this is what we showed you last time.
角の表面とか鱗に結構光の反射があってちょっとエナメルっぽい質感だった自分たちのイメージとちょっと違ったっていうフィードバックも、結構議論として寄せられてました
So back in Las Vegas, the horns and scales that we showed you were very reflective and had a very strong enamel type of feel, and it was not something that a lot of people had expected.
まあこれはこれでやっぱりこう反射があるので、まあ、クオリティとしては比較的高く見えやすい気はするんですが
And with this reflectivity, I mean, it looks very high quality, so it was good for showing off that improved in quality of the horns.
我々が 3.0 で、企画した時のアウラの元のイメージに近づけるようにさらに、継続して調整を続けてきました
But it didn't really match our vision of what we wanted the aura to look like from our original design back at 3.0, so we continued tweaking.
すごい微妙なのでメインキャラクターアウラの人ちょっと一生懸命画面見てください
All right, and so this is where we are. It's a very, very small change, so look very, very closely. Okay? And
Honestly, I hope they just make it a
これが
slider so you can have it more
This is
enamelly
before?
or more.
After
after.
Would it be a fan fest or like a live letter if they didn't have a little bit of a weird moment where they talk about a very specific niche
It wasn't
thing?
even more exciting.
まあ光沢がね強く出ていた質感をちょっと落として本体の色へ近づけてより馴染ませるということをやってます
So we're continuing our work on lowering that reflectivity to be able to get the horn color to something more natural and closer to what we originally intended.
前回お見せした他の種族というのもですね前回のものがフィ
They
ックスで
spent
は
more
な
time on
く
this
皆さ
specific
んの
thing
その
than just
感想フ
showing
ィードバ
off
ック見て
the
どんどん
graphics
ギ
update
リギリ
last
まで
time.
細かくクオリティアップや調整を続けています
So this goes for all of the updates for the other races as well. We've been receiving a lot of feedback, and what we showed you in Las Vegas wasn't the final product, but a work in progress.
ちなみに
To
なん
try
で
to
すけど
emphasize over and
Yep.
over again.
このスクリーンショットのこのアウラの女性のね首にちょっとライン入ってるんですけど
And so some of you with some very good eyes maybe notice a little line on the neck
これ
of
ちょ
the
っと
female aura.
急いで首くっつけたんでちょっと
And so basically when creating this, we had to rush and like we just took a head and popped it on a body.
これは大丈夫治るんで
We'll fix this. Don't worry.
次なんですが、さらに細かいお話をちょっとさせてください。
So we talked about something very detailed, and so for next we're going to talk about something even more detailed.
ファイナルファンタジー14、9番と呼ばれているオリジナルのファイナルファンタジー14が13年前にリリースされ、まあ、その時から、より快適に遊べるようにという形でレルムリボンが作られてます。
So as many of you know, the original Final Fantasy XIV was released almost 13 years ago. Then a couple years after that, A Realm Reborn was released to improve upon the original.
1.0 から遊んでるよ。
How many people here have been playing since 1.0?
Oh.
Legacy.
Thank you. でその新生版を作るにあたってですねやはりこうできるだけ短い期間で作り上げていくということで Q14 のそのモデリングっていうのをうまくアレンジしてここまでやってきたという歴史が実はあります。
So when making the move from 1.0 to A Realm Reborn, we didn't have a lot of time. So we ended up having to repurpose some of the original character models for A Realm Reborn.
今回グラフィックスアップデートでは それらの調整を行う際にこの9番から使っていたモデルというのにも改めて全てに手を入れて完全に新しいものへと進化させることにしました。
And so now, to coincide with the graphical update, we had to revisit our use of these older 1.0 models.
これこそめちゃくちゃ細かいのでちょっとよく見てください。
Okay, this is going to get really, really detailed, so...
Yes, give me this shit. Give me this nitty-gritty shit.
ララフェルですね。
Okay, so we have our Lalafell.
これ現在のララフェルです。
This is the Lalafell that's in-game right now.
まあ可愛いですね。
And of course, cute as ever.
ちょっとですね、ここに注目してください。
So I want you to focus on this part of the face.
そのあたりです。
So yeah, right there around the chin.
まあできる限りですね、キャラクターモデルを軽くかつ高品質に見せるためにローポリゴンを実はですね、ほっぺたの下にすごい四角いポリゴンを無理やりこう入れてですね、そこでこう顎の影のラインをつけるみたいなすごいこうなんて言ったらいいんだろう、テクニックみたいなことを実はやってます。
So, to ensure character models weren't a burden on the system, but also maintain a high visual quality, we implemented the use of these low polygon shapes. And the remnants of those can kind of be seen today in around the cheek and the jawline, those straight lines.
ただ今回キャラクターの肌の質感を上げてより影がリアルに滑らかに表示されていくためにですね、ノーマルマップと呼んでいる顔の凹凸データみたいなものっていうのも全て改めて
when fucking Yoshi-P's talking about normal maps, I'm
Okay, so with the graphical update, however, we went back and we retooled and recreated what is called our normal map data, which in other words is basically this data that's meant to represent the bumps and dips and irregularities of those textures.
そのためですね、その新しいグラフィックスの状態に、この旧の状態のモデルをそのテクニックを残したままにしてしまうと、逆にその非常に小さいポリゴンが不自然な影を作ってしまうみたいなことが出てきました。
Okay, however, by doing that, it caused some conflicts with the existing low polygon data that we'd been using since 1.0, creating even these more mysterious bumps and dips in shadows.
わかるかな？
Can you tell?
わかる？
pretty.
So there, and that's what happened.
ここにね、すごい微妙に外側に尖ったポリゴンが
Still not great.
影の邪魔をしてるんです。
So you can see kind of there's these bumps on the chin that are kind of affecting the shadows.
いや、わかんねえよっていう反応だなこれ。
And everybody's like, I don't know, what?
ただこれララフェル使ってる方どれぐらいいます？
How many people are using Lalafells?
Okay, so who's gonna edit the meme of like the Chad picture in here
And
afterwards?
so of course you think your Lalafell is the cutest, right?
I'm definitely after stream doing
まあ
that.
なのでだからこそこういう細かいその違いっていうのをまあなくさないようにできればしていきたい。ただこれからのクオリティアップデートを考えていくとどうしてもその味として残していたそのローポリゴンのテクニックみたいなものを取っていかないとさらに綺麗にはならないので、まあそういう細かいところまで調整させてもらってますっていうのが今回の
I mean, with a name like Small Potato.
And so I know that some people may look at these kind of imperfections born from these old techniques as something that makes Lalafells Lalafells. And you know, we didn't want to get rid of them all because we know that that's what makes the Lalafell special. But moving with this graphical update and having something that matches that, we decided it was time to at least touch them up.
これが最新です。
And so this is the new version.
影がめっちゃ自然になったの分かります？
So you can tell that like the shadow is now much more natural.
すごい細かいんですけど。
Very, very. You have to look very, very
I love
closely.
that they're talking about this.
いやまあまあ。
Polishing those popotos.
内容なのかって思わなくもないんですけど。
I mean, you're probably all wondering, it's like, could we have not done this like at a different panel? Did it have to be at the keynote?
すべてのプレイヤーの皆さんのキャラクターを何としても今皆さんが思っているキャラクターイメージのままよりクオリティアップをさせていくために 担当のアーティストたちも僕もこう目を皿にして今と前をこう比較してほんのちょっとでもポリゴンの顔があったら何なんだこのポリゴンはって言って
screenshot people who will definitely tell, but I think most people, yeah, normally right. Think about the cutscenes though too, right? All the cutscenes with wall players where you see your on
But
their
again,
head,
we wanted to show
or
you
even
this
not even
especially
that.
because we wanted to show you just how hard we are working on this graphical update. We understand that you all love your characters, and we don't want to change your characters, but we do want to make them look a lot better, and so we're working on these tiniest of issues to improve it. I'm there looking at everything. If I see even a hint of a polygon, I'm like, no polygon! And so, again, this is the extent of the work that we're doing, and we wanted to show that with you here today.
まあでもこれだけだとね、
Ray, you went through
い
the
く
archive
ら
link
で
up there?
もちょっと細かすぎるだろうということですごい
Went
分かり
here
や
and
すい
rough
スクリーンショット
drafts.
1個持っ
Truly
てき
the
ました
question.
All right, that was enough talk about the super tiny technical issues. Let's talk about something easy.
グラフィックスアップデートで、帽子と頭装備とですねメガネが同時に装備できるようになるキャラクター集めてみました
And so,
Glasses,
the glasses.
glasses everywhere.
Helmets, glasses. What's easier than that?
You guys
とい
haven't
うわけ
checked
で
it out.
第一次グラフィックスアップデート順調に作業進んでます
All right, so development on that first graphical update is proceeding smoothly.
これまでの13年にわたる膨大なセットアーティストたちがですね必死に調整をしてくれてます
Our artists are working tirelessly to improve all of our 13 years of graphical assets.
このグラフィックスアップデートやファイナルファンタジー14のグラフィックスがどんなテクニックを使って作られているのか、このファンフェスの開発パネルでも実際にツールの映像などを交えて、お見せしていこうと思います
So for those of you who want to know more about this topic of graphical update, as well as the kind of techniques that the team uses to create Final Fantasy XIV, we have this great development panel coming up a little bit later that will show you all about how we do this and show you even some of the tools that we use.
かなり面白い内容になっていますのでぜひ開発パネルの方にもご注目ください
It's going to be really interesting, so we hope you look forward to it and are
Yeah, the
here to
Eorzean
watch
have
it with
really
us.
strong noses.
ではどうしてもねスペック上がっちゃうので改めてちょっとおさらいしておきます
All right, while we're here, we want to remind you one more time about the new minimum and recommended requirements.
もう準備したよっていう人
How many people are ready to go?
Remember, recommended isn't what you
Alright.
need necessarily to
半分ぐらいは大丈夫です
About half, that's good.
to play at all. It's just
そこまで
if you
め
want
ちゃ
like
く
a
ちゃ
solid
高く
60.
しないようにしてますのでぜひすいませんがよ
You
ろしく
also
お願いし
got
ま
We
す
haven't
8
raised it
plus
too
months.
much, but please understand. Thank you.
The idea that the prior
では
recommended was
残
not
りの時間
1080p is
この
insane.
先 7.0 までにアップデートしていく内容の追加情報をお届けしていければと思います
All right, so finally today, I want to talk a little bit about the content we have planned
You got time, Flat.
before the release of 7.0.
Hey, yes.
まずは、北米で発表させていただいた Xbox バージョンに関してです
All right, first off, we have the
That'll be
open
really
beta
interesting to
test
see how
for
that
the
adds a whole bunch
Xbox
of
version.
fresh.
はい
Fresh blood to
Xbox バージョンはですね、来年1月
Yes,
中旬から
5
2月にかけて、スタートさせていただきます
And our test is scheduled to begin
Yeah,
in
Fancy.
mid-January.
Remember, you
and
guys have
continue
almost a
through
whole
February.
year before it
こ
becomes
のオ
even
ープン
any
ベータ
kind of
でしっか
issue.
り問題点洗い出してですね 7.0、黄金のレガシーより前に Xbox バージョンも正式サービスへ、移行させていただきます
This is again to find problems before the release of 7.0 and smooth all of those out so that we have a smooth launch.
どういう時間も
ぜひですね、オープンベータプレイをしていただきつつ 7.0 の冒険に、Xbox ファンの皆さん、備えていただければと思います
So all of our Xbox users out there, we welcome you to join the test and help us make the game great.
では続いて、新しい 7.0、7.0 じゃないや
I feel like there's a lot more people who
実装
play
さ
on
れる
only
コンテンツ
consoles and
動
are
画
on
を
Xbox
ご
than
用意
people
してき
think
ましたので
about.
まずそちらをご覧いただこうと
Like
思います
just the
And
amount
so
of
now
people
for our
I've
next announcement
like or who I
of
never thought would be
6.5x
interested
content,
in,
we have this special
like
video.
my
Roll it.
stepbrothers and cousins and nephew. Hey, Fall Guys. Yo, Jimbo just standing in the Fall Guys thing looks like a freaking player mod. I love the cactars and the Moogle stuff. Okay, the little added elements from the elements in the background I think do a lot for me. Like help it feel a little more integrated. The first time around, the vibrance, the colors seem to put me off a little bit. But no, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Okay, who wants to hang out in the gold saucer for days? Maybe we should just start doing streams to like get all the achievements in game or something. Okay, who's looking forward to this? Like, who's actually pretty excited for this? Because at first I was like, really? But now, the actual fun of it, I think, is going to be a good time. Let's take up Fall Guys now. I can take up Fall Guys 14, or you can get really good at it, Timmy, and have incentive to do so. What if the Ninja Speed Boost will fire? Probably not, Terabyte. I would be pretty surprised if there was any of your job actions were applied.
お待たせしました。ファイナルファンタジー14のゴールド操作にいよいよフォールガイズが実装となります。
All right, you've been waiting a long time for this. Fall Guys will finally be available in the gold saucer.
I love the Goobu
パッチ 6.51 ということで、実装日で、
Wait, Glam? Did I must have looked at the chat for like at the last second. Oh, that Glam. Yeah, there's gonna be some Lalafels in those crowns.
As it says here, it's planned for release on October 35th.
October 31st, 6.51, like we said. Okay, so that's 2 weeks from now. Not even. That's 8 days from now.
Yes, in just a week.
Okay, who's gonna spend? Okay, who's forgoing Halloween in order to spend it in Fall Guys in 14? Yeah, also the new minions.
チームにも監修してもらいながら、ファイナルファンタジー14独自の味付けを行ったコラボレーションアトラクションとなっています。
So as you saw in the trailer, this collaboration will maintain that Fall Guys aesthetic. We had people from the Fall Guys dev team help us out, make sure that we followed that. But it will also feature this unique Final Fantasy XIV spin on all the frenetic Fall Guys gameplay we know and love.
こちらのコンテンツ
I wanna know how this came about.
24人まで同時にプレイすることが可能で、もちろんマッチングにも対応させていただいてます。
This content is designed for groups of 24 players, with, of course, random party matching for players who don't arrive with their own alliance.
でこちらのフォールガイズなんですが、ちょっと特徴がありまして、開催が、不定期というか、何ヶ月かおきに開催されてしばらくお休みして、開催されてしばらくお休みしてという数ヶ月おきにオープンとクローズを、繰り返していく予定です。
Jade, how many times have you run
So
BA
one
now?
unique
Like how many times have
characteristic
you run it? It
with
gotta be
this
like.
content is that it's not always going to be open. There will be periods of time
wanna
where
join one of your
it
nights.
is available, and then period of times when it's not available, and we'll be repeating that over a cycle.
Okay, so it is going to be available, not available. That's
一気にねやったらまた人が他のところ行っちゃってみたいなことになるので、定期的にやっていきますので、あまりね焦らずに皆さんの時間のある時に開催と合わせてやってってくれればと思います。
Again, we want to keep the balance between the two games and keep that fair. So we're going to have again times on and times off. So you
I want to
can
join one of
enjoy,
your PvP
the Fall
nights.
Guys
Do you ever
content
run
and then go
those,
back to your
Jade?
other
Because
content.
that sounds like fun.
もちろん多数のオリジナル報酬ご用意しておりますので、ぜひプレイしてそれらのギアも手に入れてみてください。
And of course, there will be a great deal of unique prizes for those who participate and win. So please look forward to it all.
ではもう
I'm
一つ。
sad that it's going to be off and on. Like I understand.
6.5X シリーズで実装となる、特別なクエストについてお伝えしようと思います。
And next, we have one final big announcement for a special quest that's going to be appearing in the 6.5X series.
こちらも動画でまずはご紹介したいと思います。
We have a video to introduce this big announcement as well, so roll it.
Oh. Yeah! 60 collab! And fucking Ifrit summoning. Yeah! Oh, they're doing it like we did 15, yes! Oh yeah. Give me the glam. Torgal Mount, yes. Solo duty. Hey, Torgal Mount! Buddy, where's Deadpool when you need him? Oh, he's probably sleeping. Torgal minion. Use the glam! They knew what they wanted. They knew what we wanted.
というわけでですね、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズ最新作16とのクロスオーバークエストのお知らせです。
That's right, we can finally announce our Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XVI crossover event.
ファイナルファンタジー16のプロデューサーの吉田さんから OK が出ましたんで。
So yeah,
They've
I
always
asked,
done the protagonist. So
producer
like they
on
did
Final
Lightning.
Fantasy 16 right now,
They did
Yoshida. He said it was okay. So here we go.
Lightning outfit. They did
頑張って作りますと。
Noctis outfit for the quest.
この
I wouldn't put it past. It's still possible that it'll be
物語
in
ファイ
somehow
ナルファ
or
ンタジ
some
ー
way.
16の主人公であるク
Maybe not
ライ
in
ブ
the quest,
ローズフィールドと光の戦士の出会いの物語となってます。
All right, it's called The Path Infernal, and of course, will feature 16's protagonist, Clive Rosfield, fighting alongside the Warriors of Light.
Hell yeah.
もちろんまだまだ
Yeah, exactly, 'cause we got the other 13
未プレイド
outfits
という方もいらっしゃると思いますし、PS5 版今年の冬に買うよと、PC 版出たら買うよというふうに待ってらっしゃる方もいると思いますので、あまり過剰な16のネタバレにならないよう仕上げておきました。
Again, we've written the story so that it doesn't spoil too much of 16 for those players who have yet to play Final Fantasy 16, are looking to buy a PlayStation 5 this Christmas, or maybe waiting for the PC version. But there's enough in it so that everyone should have a lot of fun.
先ほど動画でご覧いただいた通り、16で大人気であるトル
If you
ガ
haven't
とい
played
う
16, you should. And if you're not going to, you can always watch it. We have a
報酬な
playthrough
ど
over on the channel.
多数ギアご用意しております。
And I bet you all saw the Torgal goodies in that teaser trailer. Yeah. Rest assured, there'll be a lot of unique loot for this collab, including gear.
Hey guys, okay, there's hope yet for the gel outfit.
オートコンボくれ確かにね、オートコンボコラボレーションで出てきたらちょっと面白い。
That would be great. That's a good idea. Have those auto combos in there?
でもそのリングつけるとアイテムレベル下がるよ。
Oh yeah, but if you do put on the rings of the timely rings, then your item level is going to go down. So I don't know.
ぜひですね、ある意味物語の導入に近い、それほどね、壮大な物語というよりは16の世界を垣間見るような冒険になっています。ぜひ、それらをプレイしてですね。
Remember in the
PC 版
15 you
だ
have
った
the
り
ability to
それから
teleport with
ファイナルファンタジー
Noctis'
16の
sword. So there's usually
DLC な
special
どにも
abilities
ご
for
期
the
待しつ
solo
つ、
duties.
両方14も16も楽しんでいただければ嬉しいですと、ファイナルファンタジー16のプロデューサーの吉田さんからコメントを預かってきております。
So again, we'd like you to think of this collaboration as kind of an introduction to the world of Final Fantasy 16 for all of our Final Fantasy 14 players. We can't wait for you to get your hands on this new content, and we're currently developing alongside Final Fantasy 16 DLC and the PC version. And of course, we got the okay from the producer, and he told us that it was okay to go. So we're gonna do it.
The DLC, see, this is exactly what I said. 6 months after a game roughly would come out, they would want to do a second wave, and they'd use 14 crossover as promo, especially in line with the DLC or
ちょっとここでお知らせを最後基調講演ではあるんですがさせてください。
Okay. So next up, we have a final announcement.
クラウドデータセンターというもののテスト、我々進めております。
All right, as I talked about recently, we have a cloud server, cloud data center stress test coming up.
今まで
I want to point out that
皆
they
さんがプレイ
dropped
し
that
て
they're
くださっ
making
ている
DLC
データセン
in
ターというのは物理で
Fanfest as like
出
an
来上がってるんです
authentic
が
comment
今
and
回
spent
クラウドというた
10
くさんの
minutes on
マシンをつなぎ合わせてちょっとね動的
10
に
polygons.
大きくしたり小さくしたりできる、それをクラウドってよく呼ぶんですけど、それによってサーバーの拡張性が柔軟になるっていうクラウドデータセンターでプレイヤーの皆さんにぜひテストをお願いしたいです。
All right. Basically, up until now, all of our data centers have been using physical servers. And we want to do this test with the cloud servers to make it easier to expand these. And so, to help do this, we need your help with the test.
5年前から検証スタートして 特にこの3年かなり、一生懸命いろんな企業さんと組んで構築してきたんですけど、クラウドデータセンターでプレイした時、実際にはどんな負荷がかかるのか、どんな問題が出るのか、ぜひ洗い出しをさせてください。
So we have spent the past several years exploring this possibility of expanding our data centers via the cloud servers, and we're at a point now that we need your help to help us with, find out any kind of things and issues that
Stress
may
the
occur.
servers.
これからもファイナルファンタジー14どんどん拡張していくために、ぜひ皆さんのお手伝い、お力をお貸しいただきたいです。
Again, we would deeply appreciate your participation.
They said that was
and
going to
will
be a
help us
7.0
continue to
feature
expand our
tracing,
game
so
and our community.
presumably.
その概要こちらになります。
So we're going to talk a little bit about what this test entails.
東海岸で、実際にクラウドデータセンターを
it's gonna be a
行
fresh
うんです
server. Oh,
が、
that-
アメリカのただ
weird shenanigans
ヨーロッパ側
we'll get
からの
up to.
テストもぜひお願いしたいです。
So the test will be conducted via our North American East Coast data center. That said, we encourage players from all over the world near Japan to join the test.
そうですね、もちろん日本の方もぜひよろしくお願いします。
That's right. Players from Japan
When's
as well,
that
you're
50
welcome
million
to
deal?
join.
新規キャラクターのみ、作成可能で、テスト終了時に申し訳ありません、データは一旦ワイプさせていただきます。
All right, so we're going to be asking players to create new characters for the test, but unfortunately we're going to have to wipe those characters after the test is over.
その他いくつかちょっと制約はあるんですが、
Okay, so do we just try to get everyone to go to one map and see how badly we can stress
冒険
the
録、この
instance?
キャラクターにプレゼントさ
I
せ
mean, I
て
guess
いただきます。
there's probably a
As you can
player
see, there are
threshold, for
several other
instance.
restrictions, but to help players jump right into the test right away, we will be offering Tales of Adventure for all the main scenario and all the main jobs.
ギルも5000万ギルお渡しします。
I'm also going to give you 50 million gil.
ぜひ皆さんでですね、皆さんは自由にいろんなコンテンツを
Yeah, no
して
Teal,
プレイ
no
して
Frem
いた
Crossbar.
だ
They're
ければ
going to
いい
do
だ
at
けです。
Japanese Fanfest.
Again, we won't be asking players to
Although
play
we'll
a certain
probably see
way.
one
We
in
just need to
6.55,
have you come in
with our
and
mysterious
enjoy
stranger
as
who
much
just arrived.
content as possible.
はい、ぜひ皆さんでさまざまなコンテンツプレイしていただけると大変助かります。
And again, we hope that you all join us
All
in this
50
test.
million on the Gil mount.
どうか皆さんのお力、ぜひ14のためにお貸しください。
Again, this is for 14, this is for our future, and we hope to see you join the test.
$50 million, holy crap. I mean, it's just for the server until the character's wiped. Just so people
僕
can
の
buy and
基
test
調講演
and do
も
all the
いよ
stuff.
いよ終わろうとしておりますので、今回
The
この
21st
コン
and
トレ
the
ール
27th.
黄金のレガシ
November.
ー、もちろん、ファイナルファンタジー
So
シ
about
リ
a
ー
month
ズ
from now.
イメージアート数
Actually,
々、ね、
exactly.
お書きいただいている天野先生にも今回ドントレーラーイメージイラストを描いていただいてます。
All right, so before we wrap things up this morning, there's one last slide I'd like to show you. All new Dawn Trail artwork by the one, the only Yoshitaka Amano.
Yes, Amano art. Oh, I love that.
Final Fantasy 3をね、ちょっと彷彿とさせるような。
Yeah, it definitely does look
Something
like.
about this artwork reminds me a lot of the original Final Fantasy III artwork.
Yeah, if you don't know, that's very similar posing.
天野先生も、非常にノリノリでいつもファイナルファンタジー14イメージイラスト描いていただいておりますので、今回もものすごいスピードで仕上げていただきました。
Again, Amano-san really enjoys making artwork for Final Fantasy XIV, and he created this in a short amount of time.
さて、欧州ファンフェスティバル、
That's
スター
the
トを
Japanese cover for
飾る
FF3.
基調講演として、僕の、
I know one of you pointed out
トークセッショ
Furion
ンでしたが、今日お話しできるのはここまで
which
となりま
Furion
す。
would be too, though.
All right, that's all for today's keynote. I can't say any more.
この先の最後のいろいろ隠された情報をすべてぶちまけていくのは、日本のファンフェスで行わせていただきたいと思います。
January
But I
seventh.
will be able to talk
Set your
more
calendars.
when we see you again next at our keynote at Tokyo Fan Festival.
About 2.5 months from now. That is when we will get full trailer. Well, actually, we may already have.
ありがとう
No,
ございました。
Thank you.
では
I don't-
このまま
this might, probably not.
オープニングセレモニーの方に移っていきたいと思います。
All right, so now it's time to move
Yeah, we'll get
into
full
our
trailer.
opening ceremony.
Cool.
そのオープニングに際してですね、
You need both swords for the
Yeah.
opening ceremony.
いやもうクリッカーいらないからさ。
Ah, okay. Weapon change.
今回ロンドンのファンフェスここから開幕していきますが、とてもスペシャルなゲストにお越しいただいております。
All right, but before we move to the opening ceremony, I first need to
we'll get the
summon
other job
a
at
very important guest here with us for Fanfest.
ファイナルファンタジーシリーズの生みの親、
The father of Final Fantasy.
Yep,
Sakaguchi. Sakaguchi.
I'm surprised the Alliance raid wasn't like a Sakaguchi-led affair. That would have been really interesting. Although he did say he wanted to avoid it, like, hands-on. Hey, there's Ivy with her ears.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
いやーもう14プレイ始めてくださって2年以上ですよね。
もうガチで。
So it's been about 2 years since you started Final Fantasy 14?
Oh yeah,
こ
hardcore.
こみんな非化線なんですよね。
So everybody here is a warrior of light?
Warrior of Light?
すみません、仲間です。
Yeah.
Yeah, I am one of
仲間です。
you.
まだ2年のちょっと新人ですけど仲間です。
Although I've only been playing for 2 years, so I'm rather new to the scene.
もう毎日
I don't think game's old enough that
ほ
that's
ぼ
new.
インして、14が僕の生活の 30% ぐらいを占めている。もう本当に14万歳。
So I've been logging in every day, and I think it takes up about a third of my life, basically. So I just love 14.
いや
まあぜひ今日から2日間皆さんとのミート&グリートもありますし、今日明日ステージにも、特別コーナ
ー、はい
ーご用意してますので、ぜひですね最後までプレイヤーのもう本当光の戦士として来たっておっしゃってましたんで。
Sakaguchi-san will be here with us for the next 2 days for stages, for signing sessions. So if you see him, please, sir, to make you say hello because he's one of us.
あ、今日はね。
It depends on what you mean, Dwight. Announce not exactly, but there will be other panels
Oh,
and
there's one thing
information
I
that
wanted
comes
to
out of them.
mention.
That
I
would be
wanted
very
to show my
interesting.
gratitude to you, Yoshida-san.
カッパありがとうござ
That
いま
was,
す。
that was
Thank you for
Legend
that
and
in
Tester.
costume.
もうカッパ最高でございます。
I love that outfit. Thank you so much for that.
カッパのコスプレ作りましょうか。
So do we need to make some cosplay for you for that?
やりましょうか。
Yes, please.
Make him like a Warrior of Light, like a Litibus
じゃあ
Warrior of Light
改めまし
outfit.
て
Like, that would be
光の
great.
戦士の皆さん、放送見てる皆さんにも一言何かご挨拶お願いしますか。
So do you have a message for us here as well as everyone watching on the stream?
もう本当に世界中の方が見てらっしゃる。
見てらっしゃいます。はい。
Everybody around the world is watching, huh?
Yeah.
カッパありがとう。
Thank you for the kappa imp outfit.
まあ本当にこれだけ大勢の人でもちろん見てる方、まあそういうみんなとその14の中で出会えて一緒に冒険できるっていう本当にこの素晴らしい場所だと思うので14は本当になんだろう心から感謝したいと思います。本当にこれからもみんなで冒険しましょう。本当にありがとうございます。
And so there's so many people watching here as well as on the live stream, and it's just amazing to think how we can meet with each other in Final Fantasy XIV and go on our adventure together. It's such a wonderful place, this Final Fantasy XIV, so I really want to show my gratitude from the bottom of my heart. I would love to continue on this journey with you all.
さあではこれから2日間皆さん盛り上がっていきますので、ここからは開発チーム運営チームのみんなも登場してオープニングセレモニーに移っていきたいと思います。
All right, so let's have a great 2 days. And to help us, let us welcome to the stage our development and operations team.
ありがとうございます。
Spirits would just raise.
Welcome to Fan Festival 2023 in London!
Soken trying to get a photo.
My name is Tasha. Some of you might recognize me as Kiwi Kopo from EU Community Team, and I will be your host for this event. This is actually my first time on stage at Fan Festival, so I'm super excited and honored to be here, and I look forward to spending the next 2 days with you all.
Well, I don't know if you ever followed, but he did a whole Twitter thread about
that's enough from
going
me,
through 14.
because please give
it was
a
both
very
hilarious and
warm
amazing.
FanFest welcome to our lovely folks coming in all the way from Japan, our dev team.
皆さん、はじめまして、テクニカルアーティストの岡下と申します。
Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you. I am Tatsuya Okahisa, a technical artist.
本日はこの後の開発パネルに参加する予定です。
So today's plan for me is to speak at the developers panel later today.
テクニカルアーティストって何だろうって思われた方はぜひこの後の開発パネルをご覧ください。
Oh, I
If you're wondering what
would
a
have more
technical
hope than that,
artist
Jay, but maybe
is,
I'm just
I hope
coping.
you watch the developers
Have a good
panel
night, Jay.
later.
グラフィックスアップデートの内容も盛りだくさんでお届けしたいと思います。
We'll be talking about some of the elements that are going into the graphical updates as well.
2日間楽しんでいきましょう。よろしくお願いいたします。
Let's have fun this next 2 days. Thank you so much.
Have a good one, Hydra.
はい、
Yep, the
皆
vibe
さん
will be
こん
going
に
up
ち
after.
は
Yep, Hydra.
バックグラウンドアーティストの志田正人と申します。
Hello, everyone. My name is Masato Shida. I am a background artist.
皆さん楽しんでますか？
Is everybody having fun so far?
私は、時差ボケで正直眠いです。
Me, I'm suffering from jet lag, so I'm quite sleepy right now.
今回はですね、岡久さんと一緒に開発パネルをやります。
So I'm here with Mr. Okahisa to do the development panel.
ステージ上で眠らないように気をつけますので。
I'll be very careful not to fall asleep while I'm on stage.
またすぐお会いしましょう。よろしくお願いします。
I will see you very soon. Thank you again.
Hey everybody, I spent so much time prepping for the keynote, I kind of forgot to make a speech for the opening ceremony. But I'm really excited to be back in London. I love being a part of all of this, meeting all of you. We have some great interpreters that are going to be handling the stuff on stage. That means I get to spend a lot of time down on the floor. If you see me, want to take a selfie, want to hug me, let's do it. I'm here for you.
Oh, I wish I had seen him or had that chance in Vegas. Downside of the game being as popular as it is, a lot harder to get to the devs now. Hey, so good. Oh, I just saw the shirt. Yeah, I want that shirt, the Gilgamesh shirt.
ファイナルファンタジー14サウンドディレクター Please welcome Fan Festival 2023 in London それさっき俺言ったやつ
That's what I already said. I already said that.
ですね、ここから日本語でいきます
Pardon me for starting in Japanese from here.
新しいトレーラーの音楽はいかがでしたか
I wanted to ask,
Yeah.
what did you think of the new music in the music in the new trailer?
Thank you, thank you
Yeah, I mean,
本日
yeah,
のファン
right.
フェスティバルいらっしゃった皆さん、本日はなんとピアノコンサートがございます
So, for those attending today's Fan Festival sessions, we will be having a piano concert later today.
That will almost
そして
certainly not be
明
streamed.
日はプライマル
As
ズ
well
の
as
ロ
the
ック
Primal's
コンサー
concert
トが
will
あり
not
ま
be
す
streamed.
And then tomorrow, we will have the Primals perform in a rock concert.
Let's have a fun!
I do hope they release the versions of Scream and some of the newer songs that they did that they performed at Vegas because those are awesome. Hey,
My name is
Foxconn.
Toshio Morochi, your global community processor here, also known as a Fox.
Oh my god, Clash on the big bridge and just freaking love the bridge.
コミュニティチームモルボ
Yeah,
ルこと
all
モ
kinds
ロ
of
チです。お久しぶりです。So actually, the London is personally a very special place for me personally because back in 2004, I was actually living in London to bring up the European service of Final Fantasy XI, and after around 20 years, I finally revealed a new alliance with the Echoes of Valdir. So now I'm very feeling old officially. 個人的にはですね、ロンドンすごい思い出深い年でして、2004年頃ロンドンに住んでまして、ヨーロッパのファイナルファンタジー11のサービスを立ち上げるために住んでたんですけど、まさか20年経ったらここでね、14で新しい11のアライアンスレードが発表されるとは、まあそれは年も取ったなと思うところでございます。So yeah, so anyway, I will be wandering around all around the venue for next 2 days. So let's have fun together. Thank you very much.
Hello, 11 players about to rise from the grid. Hopefully it bumps up 11's numbers.
My name is Heather, and I will be interpreting for some of the stages at the London Fanfest.
Oh, he's new.
It is my first time on stage at a Fanfest, and I'm super excited. I hope you enjoy the show. Thank you.
I wonder if that's partly because of
quick
getting
hello to everyone on the stream as well. 配信をご覧になっている皆さん、こんにちは。ヘダルと言います。今回のロンドンファンフェスで一部のステージの通訳をさせていただきます。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
They also try to train people
Hello,
up.
everyone. I'm
So-
here from the Los Angeles office of Square Enix. I'll also be helping translate some of the stage panels. I hope we all have fun the next 2 days. Thank you so much.
Man, I hope they, more than ever, I hope they fold the 11 subscription
そ
into
れ
the
で
14
は2日
subscription.
間盛り上がってまいりましょ
All right, let's have a great 2 days.
う Let's enjoy Fun Festival!
I guess part of the problem is that they do that themselves. I think 11 becomes even harder. Okay, guys. How are you feeling after some of the reveal of that information? I know plenty of you guys are tired. Plenty of you are, it is either 2 a.m., 3 a.m., well, actually, 6:40 a.m. here. For you, some of you guys, it's 5 or 4.
Thank you so much for the warm FanFest welcome.
Okay, let's pull up the schedule real quick.
So, who here is excited for Dawn Trail?
Nope, not at all. Not even a little bit.
Oh, hello.
Oh, give me a sec. Okay, now it's working. Hello, Warriors of Light, online and in our audience. Sorry for the short delay, Tasha. I'm Julia from the EU community team. You might know me as Vistenya from the German community streams, and I'll be co-hosting with Tasha today.
Yes. Hello, Yulia. Now that I think about it, it's actually already been almost 5 years since the last physical FanFest in Europe, right?
That's right. Paris FanFest was in 2019. So it really
Turn
has
at
been
5.
a
Okay,
long
so we have
time.
the
We're so
development
excited to be
panel
back here with you.
should be in about
Yes, so now before we forget, let's just
45
quickly go over what's going to be on stage today.
Sounds
So
great.
We'll
first
probably be
off,
covering
we're going
that.
to have a dev panel
I might take
with
a break
3
around the
members
time
of
if
our
he wants
dev
to be
team
Hydaelyn
talking
and then
about
hop back
all
in for
things
now.
environmental in Final Fantasy XIV. Then after that, we'll have
Yeah,
our
so we
game
got
show, Who Wants
about
to Be a
45
Gillionaire, with 8 super amazing
Until
content
the
creators.
That's right. The two of us are actually hosting that one, so I'm really excited for it. But after that, it gets even better with Welcome to
Yeah,
Naki's
45
Room
minutes.
with Yoshi-P himself, of course, and our special guest, the founding father of
Some boy
Final
was slated to be the
Fantasy,
most content-rich
Hironobu
expansion, unlike
Sakaguchi.
Endwalker.
It's going to be a great
I
one.
mean, I feel
Make
like
sure you
that's
don't
only
miss
true
it.
of Endwalker if you
And after
ignore
that, we're going
Variant
to end the
Dungeons, Island
evening on a relaxing note with
Sanctuary,
a beautiful piano performance by
the like
Keiko.
various quests, the amount of role quests, the fact
That's
that we got
right.
Hildebrand, like
I hope you
Shadowbringers
look
from
forward
that
to it, and
Hildebrand.
make
Like
sure
it,
you check your event
Endwalker
guide
is
for a
only
full
light,
list
like is
of descriptions
slightly
of the
light
events
content, but it's
today.
more that it's light in content, I think,
That's
in
right.
comparison to what
And
people,
one last
some of the
thing.
things people
We would like to give a
like, it actually
huge
has a
shout-out
lot
to
of
our
things that
wonderful
Shadowbringers,
sponsors
or
for
it
this
has, like,
event.
you know, Eureka
First of all,
Orthos.
thank you
Shadowbringers
to
didn't have it done.
PlayStation
Shadowbringers didn't
for
have,
providing the gaming area with PlayStation 5
it
consoles.
didn't have Hildebrand, it didn't have it.
We'd
Variant Dungeon
also
Black
like to
Substance,
thank Alienware for not
wild
only
to me.
powering our
Variant
battle
Dungeon has not
challenge,
only
but also
multiple
our
paths and
stage
multiple ways to play it with
events
multiple
with their PCs
rewards,
and
but also like all the lore and story and the whole quest
but
behind
certainly
it,
not
unlike
least,
some
we would
dungeons.
also like to thank Secret
But it
Lab
also
for
has
providing us
the
with their Secret Labs
Sav-
Titan
it also
Evo
has,
gaming chairs, which you will be
Criterion
seeing both
Savage.
on stage and in the gaming areas.
I mean, happy
Thank
for all
you
the people
so
that have
much
sub,
for
the
your
one thing I
support.
sub
We
for
truly
hasn't been
appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
our team
Jade, so like I think
all
of you when I think of the fact it doesn't have
worked
4
hard
it doesn't have
on
anything
setting
you
up all of
like.
the
I totally
stage
agree.
events
Like,
and, like,
I'm
all
not
the,
saying Endwalker had
special,
everything. I
games
just
in
think
the
saying
back
it was
so
like
hard that we
particularly
actually
lighter
got locked in
on like
accidentally
overall
in
total
the venue
content
last night. She's
is
not joking.
odd
I
when it
saw
has a lot
message
more
in our,
things. It has a lot of
group
things that
chat at
Shadowbringers
1
doesn't have.
a.m. It was wild.
It was fine. I got out
Doesn't tie its
eventually.
content
so.
together in any way that keeps
Anyway,
doing it.
so.
I mean, I don't know why
wander too far,
Shadowbringers was
though, by the
particularly,
way.
or any of the other,
Even
like,
though, like, okay, I
like
forgot
all
to
of
say
them have
this,
been
but
sectioned
now
off
the
forever.
events are officially open in the back.
Can't hear me over the
That's
stream.
right. You'll find
That's weird.
our beautiful city-states in the back here. You can make your way
Why
there
is the why
slowly,
is the
no
audio
pushing, no
so
panicking.
loud?
You have 2 full days to explore. And please mind your belongings. You do not want to lose that goodie bag. If you've already had a look inside, you'll find a couple of gold
I'm
coins.
gonna
You
fix
can
my
use
volume
these to
right
get crafting materials. In the crafting
It's
corner,
like for some reason I can't bring down my volume.
That's right. Now, we're going
Okay.
to go into a short break, but at 12:30, I believe.
Tell me if that's
yes,
better.
We'll have our dev panel, like I
Yeah,
said,
they were definitely busy with Dawn Trail to make another new zone like Eureka or Bosnia. Yeah, like I'm not defending the fact that they didn't have a 4A zone, like that they didn't have like a Bosnia or Eureka as like better. But I just think that saying they didn't have content really ignores the fact that they had that there was content that they did have that did not exist in prior expansions. The MSQ is the best part of Endwalker. I mean, it was for me. But then again, the MSQ has almost always been the best part. Instead of playing tomes... Yeah, for my life and for my time, I much preferred the tome system, but I understand why people didn't like it. Being forced to grind in a specific way as opposed to being able to play whatever I want is not necessarily enjoyable. I think Grow Up and Grind used to force people to do more of the side content. I mean, not always. Shadowbringers did, but a lot of them were just as siloed. I mean, tomes, I mean, it didn't really force you to do side content. Kind of tomes, just like not tomes, books and the Realm Reborn stuff used to be, you know, it's like super siphoned off and it was kind of miserable to farm Atma. It's still far miserable to farm Atma. Heaven's Word, you just use tomes now. Stormblood, if you don't like Eureka, you're just boned. You just don't get them. Tome system 2 for my community, yeah. There's more to come in Tokyo. Yes, tons more to come. Viper art reminded me of Mikasa from Attack on Titan. Yeah, definitely see it. I prefer to stuff by choice rather than being forced to do it. I understand. I think it comes down to more like, do you want direction or do you want to have your own direction? Maybe I'm overgeneralizing, oversimplifying. But if you want the game to give you a sense of like specifically telling you to go do something and that's how you get your reward, as opposed to being able to go choose what you want to do to get your reward, yeah. The difference is I'll maybe have one relic every other expansion. Endwalker, I'm getting all the relics, yeah. And it also, the relics have never been particularly a feat to get. Like, they've never, like, maybe a Realm Reborn because they're tedious. But so, it's not like it was any crazy achievement. I feel like they don't want to do those styles of zones anymore. I don't know. I don't think, there's no implication that they don't want to do styles of zone like Bosnia or Eureka. They didn't. The reason that they didn't during Endwalker, I think, mainly had to do with the fact that you had not only COVID and it takes a lot of effort and work to do those zones, but also, the trade-off was doing. I think for them was that they wanted to try and get out. They had people's feedback on things like Hildebrand, Island Sanctuary, wanting to do duty support. I think they just put their, finite amount of points in specific branches. My thing with tomes, yeah, I know you're not a big fan on that. Isn't even the fact it's tomes, it's that it's tomes and the new stuff they made didn't even get enough tomes to justify doing it for relics. The new stuff they made didn't even give enough tomes to justify. Oh, like Eureka Orthos and Island Sanctuary and variant dungeons and the like, Jade. Yeah, that's fair. I just finished the anime quest for Paladin. It was not enjoyable. I like it from a lore standpoint, but it's not crazy. Okay, we're getting an Alienware ad. Is the audio better now, by the way? It seems like the problem is that like you may be able to see it. I can bump up my volume with this slider, but I don't think it actually affects it for you guys. IV Prelude. If they're not gonna play the Prelude, I will play the Prelude. Oh, no. Ooh, Whitestone Black? Hell yes. I hope they do more music videos. But there are no captions this stream. Okay, I'm gonna lower that back. Okay, let's continue back to that conversation because I think it's interesting and I know there's very wildly different opinions on it. I totally understand that, but as a person who has little to zero time most time, but also wants a shiny stick, I'm okay with new approach to weapons. The old way takes just too much time. Yeah. Yeah, the difference is Denwalker relics feel much more like Heaven's Word. I like it much more than Eureka and Boss. Yeah. I prefer to do stuff by choice rather than being forced to do it. I prefer Tome System. It'd be doing Variant Dungeon a lot more if they gave specific resources I needed for something else. I don't, yeah, I guess for me, I like when I can double up. So like, for instance, if I can work on the variant reward, but I'm also getting tomestones to work on my weapon, right? I like when I can double up in that way, but I don't want to do variant dungeon because that's the only way. Like, I didn't like having I have to do Palace of the Dead if I want Time Worm artifacts. And obviously you can do Deliver and Regenerate too, but like, I like that there's multiple, that they gave multiple choices, but I don't want to be forced to do one type of content that I don't want to do just to get the reward. Now, to be fair, I understand that there's also a value to saying, hey, if you want this reward, you have to do this content. Like, if you want the Eureka, if you want the Baldestine Arsenal mount, you got to do Baldestine Arsenal, right? So it's not an all or nothing there. I just what did it normally say? I actually love 6.x content, but I can understand where the criticism is coming from. People need more carrots on sticks than I do. Yeah, I totally normal. That's the thing, is it's why I'm empathetic, but I'm also, my frustration isn't people's frustration. It's the way in which the criticism of 6.x feels like it's bandied about as an absolute, like this is just objectively worse rather than a trade-off. And it's like, I think it ignores that there are a lot of people who have been benefiting from this, especially I think lower key players. Yeah. Yoshi-P is one guy you can only wear so many hats. Bozzy and Eureka bosses are a lot of work. Yeah. Well, and I mean, the thing is, we have the benefit is we have great things like Jade and her crew running Baldesian Annex and the Lumergene Savage thing. So like, there's obviously community stuff where you can get people together. But some people don't use Discord or don't do that, and they kind of just have no hope of being able to engage with certain things. Hell, like while you can clear, oh my god, Castrum Blackus Latori with like 4 people. It can be frustrating that you're time gated, and hopefully you have enough time to make sure it pops, and then you have to, that there are enough people in instance who can actually do it. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with there being trade-offs that they come at cost, you know. Is that interview that they did want to do, which is the only reason I'm still coping. Right. I thought, last I read, they wanted to do more zones like Bozja and Zadnor and Eureka. It's just that they're developmentally very expensive. Because think about all the fights that they have to build and all the zone and the instancing and just everything. By comparison, the Lux weapons are some of the best looking, but I find them so tedious. Just getting one was a massive pain. I'm still working on the second compared to Ballsy or Manderville. Well, it's interesting because with the Lux weapons, you can earn the vast majority of the required resources through tomes, through just poetics. But yeah, they are, but it's not as simple as like Manderville where you can just get everything through tomes. It's kind of what I mean, that it's kind of a low reward zone in terms of player traffic and work it takes to make them, yeah. They updated the site with new job art. Ooh, let's go look at that, shall we? And I'm gonna turn on XIV. Is it the Dawn Trail site? Oh, there's the teaser site. And we can also watch the trailer in a bit here. Oh man, I don't know why this threw me for a loop just now, but like I remember when the Endwalker site was brand new. It's so weird seeing this now. Artwork. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, that's a new render. Oh no, that's the one they showed. Okay. Valley Garmonda, some mounts. I would expect we get those mounts. Those are the blimps. Actually, I want to finish this conversation with you because I think it's very interesting. And I also, it's very easy to get in your own hand of like, I like this content, so I like hearing. No beast puppet. Yeah. Limited job is going to be a master. Weird that there were official lyrics ones. Also, Infinite, do you have a link? Can you pass me a link? For some reason, I couldn't find the link to the Whitestone Black lyrics, the official ones anywhere. Criterion gives almost nothing. Eureka Orthos gives almost nothing. I feel like Eureka Orthos, maybe it's because I was only doing like the low level stuff. I feel like it gave a decent amount of tomestones of comedy. Or astronomy? I can't remember. It gives literally nothing, almost nothing. Island Sanctuary gives them nothing tome-wise. Yeah, it's supposed to be very removed, which is part of why I think they should have made Criterion and give a ton of tomes. Yeah, I think that's an interesting point, Jade, and I think that would have, I think that would be a very that would be a good, especially because there's no Criterion roulette to incentivize people to go in. Yeah. Jagoan Factor, which I'm perfectly fine with. Yeah, Island Sanctuary being removed is good because it's supposed to be slow life, and I think, so that one I'm okay with being very sectioned off. Venture Foray content isn't my fave content, but it's content that focuses a bunch of people to hang out in one area and do stuff together. Yeah, which is a good thing. I get that. That's why I respect the opinion, but there's people who have no time. Yeah, so we got that. Ballsy isn't my favorite place, but I can just go in and group and go. Yeah. Crystal literally does 2 to 3 Baldosian runs a day. Other DCs also have fairly active, especially in terms of JP also does BA very regularly. No organization. It's not the difficulty. So I'm just gonna say, as a player, like I could not find those places if I wasn't tapped in and looking into the Discord. Like, it's all well and good that they're happening, but I can just tell you, like, as a player who like spent a lot of time playing alone, I was not able to find those things, and I was like, when I first started the game, I went through all of Eureka, like trying to like play with some people and found some people, but I didn't do the Baldosian Annex until 4 years later, because. And I had to do the Discord thing through you guys, and I'm lucky that I, was able to do that with you guys. And also, hey, there's the defense to be said that, hey, if community working together to create those resources is good. I'm just saying that there are players who will miss out because they just, not even willfully, but just don't engage with those. And sometimes it's because it's younger players, sometimes it's older players. And this is like a very old example, but I never got to raid or do even dungeons in World of Warcraft when I was playing because I didn't have a community around me, and this was like TeamSpeak era, so this was like, there wasn't Discord and stuff like that now, so the resources were different. But just to say that, my point's more about the way in which people can miss out, and there being a difference between accessing that stuff, like being able to do it because like an ultimate, versus readily engaging with it. Gotta say, the whole everything is bad and stuff, this expansion feels like a bad route for the community to take. We ended up being one of the happiest gaming communities due to how happy we always was. Yeah, and it's true, Reg. I think it's inevitable. So like, Shadowbringers was a high time. It's just a slump afterward. Like, it's the post Shadowbringers going into Endwalker, there was a lot of verve, a lot of enthusiasm. Endwalker was coming out. There was a lot of excitement for like the conclusion of the story. You had the benefit of a bunch of influx of a lot of people. I think this is just like the inevitable post excitement depression. to an extent. I mean, maybe I'm oversimplifying and people think I'm dismissing legit criticism, and I don't mean to be. But I just do think that, I think that's part of it. I think it plays into definitely part of it. Would it be cool if the overworld was more dynamic like in Guild Wars 2? Yeah, the problem is so as I played Guild Wars 2 from beta to through Path of Fire, and the problem is Guild Wars 2 is built from that from the inception, right? I definitely would love that for 14. Fates, you know, are not like same thing as world events. I wish there were more world bosses like in Guild Wars 2. I want a lot of those things, and I would love a lot of those things for 14. It's just, for the most part, not that kind of game and built for it, and the closest we're ever going to get are things like Bajja and those foray zones. Also, Jade, thank you for introducing me to that term, because I had never heard that term for them to get, and it's a great way to, like, just refer to all of them. Team zones are just cosmetic at this point. I mean, it's not really at this point, though. It kind of always has been. Because of the way in which zones are really kept slim in scope. The closest you could argue that it wasn't was during A Realm Reborn, or during the early days of a new expansion when people don't have flight. Before 5.3, when A Realm Reborn you couldn't fly in the A Realm Reborn maps. But I can tell you, it's much better being able to fly in the A Realm Reborn maps. Yeah. We're able to turn 14 community negative. I think the main thing is you just focus on the positive and enjoy your time. And, you know, sometimes you can only sway that so much. CLL, so much guild wasted just to class change from White Mage to Dragoon continues. Yeah. Instead of making a new adventure foray zone, they should just make Fates do more in-game and introduce new Fates over time. So the thing is that there's already a lot of Fates per map in each map, and you're just gonna crowd out the zone at a certain point. I think what would be, I think the easier thing is, make Fates more enjoyable by making them drop. Dude, I don't think they drop tomes currently, or at least not like current tomes of any kind. Make bi-color gemstones in A Realm Reborn. Update bi-color gemstone rewards potentially. I think there's things you can do to incentivize and increase them, but I think just the thing is, a lot of people, I think a foray, I will just say, actually, let me rephrase that. For me, I enjoy Fates. I would in no way prefer to have more Fates over having an exploration zone. I would rather have a zone that is dedicated and designed to specific types of, like, there are lots of things I don't like about Bajja and Zadnor, but I do really appreciate the crap out of Bajja and Zadnor. Yeah. I don't think everything this expansion is bad. Yeah, oh, definitely. I think Criterion fight design is some of the most fun they've added. Totally agree. And Island Sanctuary is my thing, but it's optional people. I just get nothing for doing Criterion. Yeah, and Jade, you've been really consistent in terms of like what your problem was, right? When we've talked about it. Captions of the music video has lyrics. Yeah, but I'm assuming that's the video, not the stream, right? Because we were on a stream. Question, is this the complete trailer? Almost certainly not, because if I'm not mistaken, there were a couple shots in it that were in the prior one, but not in this one. At least one or two shots in the Ghoul Jaja fight. So I'm almost certain that they're going to release an even longer one hopefully with Cryo and her new job. Hopefully. Devs are damned if they try new content, damned if they don't. Yeah, and I think that's really worth remembering in a way that I think it's... We're all looking expansion to expansion, but think about the just in the T community alone, we have had, like, a number of people who are playing now, who are playing long-term, who are even doing, like, Savage raiding, started playing, and we're afraid to play and started playing because of duty support. The announcement of duty support not only brought in new life, but it brought in people who were afraid of MMOs, and is going to continue to be a tool to bring in new life and to ease people into learning the game. And you can't undervalue that. And that was something that, yes, took resources that they might have been able to put elsewhere, but the value that adds, I don't know. I think of this game not in terms of its long-term health. And maybe my problem is I'm thinking on too long a timeline, and so I don't necessarily think in terms of the short term, and the short term matters because it has to be fun now. It can't just be fun eventually. But I just see a lot of the good that was done. I have a friend who started playing because they love Animal Crossing. I told them about Island Sanctuary, and now they're doing Ultimates, you know, and they'd never played an MMO before. And so it's I just see a lot of that value personally. I found a Lady Demetrius player in Eureka last time I checked. That was their username, and they were dressed like her. Yeah, I've seen people like that around Crystal. Elio, this trailer, the final trailer for Dawn Trail. Yeah, no, I don't think so. So Viper, VPR. Ooh! I like VIP because VPR is just too close to Reaper, but VPR also seems like more natural to me. I'm gonna go with VIP because also the Vipers. Also, we all agreed that there's gonna be a lot of viping. Oh, like you guys remember, for those who are here during Endwalker's launch, the amount of Reapers, like the amount of parties and trials you go into and people would wipe either on Reaper or wipe the group on Reaper. Oh boy, is Viper gonna do that too. The budget topic is part of the 14 dying discourse. People are arguing that the lack of zone grind is a negative for holding people farmed. I disagree. People opting to miss out. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, there's a lot to, and this doesn't help people who are vets who've been playing a long time, but there's a lot of people who haven't even done Bosnia or Eureka, and so, you know, there's a lot. Dude, I cannot tell you how fucking excited I am for the period between 6.55 and 7.0. Like, no lie. Here, I should loop this. Actually, as an audio test, can you guys hear the prelude at all? I am so excited for the roughly 6-ish months. We don't know exactly. We just know summer, early summer probably. 6-ish months where there's going to be not new content, because so much cool shit happens because people have to make their own time. People go back and do old content. Bosnia gets huge. People start doing Baldesian Annex and Eureka. People go back and replay the MSQ and see cool new things. People take breaks and go play other games and then feel refreshed. Like, it is a cool time. Ironically, because nothing's coming out. I find it very fun. And maybe it's also because I make videos and stuff, so it gives me downtime to just focus on videos. But yeah. As an 11 player, I'm concerned. Is 11 going to ask the 14 to kill it like last 24 hour story? I don't think so. I don't think... the 12 story at its culmination makes sense for that part. I think this is more of a cherishing celebration of the past. Although it's going to be interesting. Are they going to do Echoes of Vana'diel? Are they going to make it like Nier, where it's connected to its own universe and it is just Vana'diel people coming into this universe? Or are they going to do it like Ivalice? I personally hope it's like Ivalice. I love Nier. I love Nier Automata. And I love the combat in those alliance raids. I love the fights. I don't like that it's basically tied into Nier lore, which creates so many headaches for 14. And the answer is basically, don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about how it ties in. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. So I kind of hope that they don't do that for Vana'diel, because honestly, the more things that the game does that like connects all the 4 Final Fantasy universes, which it doesn't have a lot, really only tenuous stuff, the less interesting it is. And also, for anyone who wants to say, well, they're connected because of the events. Events are effectively non-canon. But obviously you have a Gilgamesh. But Gilgamesh is also a joke, so it's hard to know. And also the Timeless Expanse and how the interdimensional rift functions in 14 means that all things everywhere all at once exists, maybe? So, anyways, back to you guys' points. If I want to do Savage Raid or Criterion or Eureka Orthos run, I would have to go to Disco. Eureka Orthos? No, Eureka, one of those things is not like the other. Eureka Orthos is not like Criterion or Savage Raiding. People that are trying to organize a game would be impossible. You can get people to run Eureka Orthos with you. Literally, I mean, there's literally not even a party finder, but like you can actually go in with the like forum group function. As a level player, I'm concerned. I mean, I can directly speak to the fact that a lack of 4A stopped a lot of people from subbing. Yeah, since 6.5, I'm not surprised, came out, there's been a big boost in people doing Eureka and BS specifically. Yeah, which is just like what happened with Shadowbringers. When Shadowbringers, and obviously Bosnia was new at the time, but I remember Eureka popped off towards the end of Shadowbringers. So, gaming with some older people, I'm glad they can play, but I'm going to be struggling getting them through Endsinger with the sync. We would have preferred that they just give her an invuln at the an invuln. Do you mean like for the second phase of Endsinger, make people invuln, like basically have auto life? Yeah, there's a lot of people on oh yeah, I got that. I really can't emphasize this enough, but even though I don't like Bosnia very much, in the lead up to Endwalker, there was always people doing their stuff and made money in ground relics. Yeah. It'd be awesome if we had more interactive content regularly pulling people into overworld zones. I just don't know what the content would look like in 14. And then I think that's 14's weakness. I mean, 14 has weaknesses. Its overworld are beautiful, but the fact that they're isolated and don't have evergreen stuff to do in them can be sad. the problem is that one, the game hasn't been designed from the inception, and two, it's against the designer's ethos. They want you to be able to stop, which necessitates you being able to stop, which necessitates people not necessarily being ever present in the overworld. People do hunt trains. There's people doing that go in the overworld. People grind fates for bicolor gemstones. If you do if you're doing a Realm Reborn relics, you can farm Atma, which sucks, but it is the thing. Heaven's Word, you don't, I mean, people do farm light by unsinking, so that's really not a great example. But Bosnia, you can do, obviously the Fates is one of the way to get the things, which I understand people's defense of wanting to, like, my thing is, what I would say it would have been better, I think, for the Endwalker relics, and I think actually to the people's point is, if it had been tomes, if you do these fates, you get, I don't know, points towards being able to buy the Mandarite. Maybe if they had made the Mandarite cheaper, and it's like and it had been like 50 tomestones, and then you got one Mandarite every couple of fates as a random drop. Something like that. That could have, synergistic, I think, would have, making more synergy in that way, I think definitely works. So I guess I would be supportive of that. I guess my thing is just, the and is better than the or. It would be awesome if we had more interactive. I'm 74 and go through Endsinger with no problem. Okay, I died a couple times with no problem. Yeah, Tracy's an old hat, and it's very interesting to see also the breadth of the ages that play 14 as well. So who wants to be there when we're going to end up with FF7 reference at some point here in the new content? Probably with Tural being not Tural, maybe in North. Yeah, it'll be interesting because we've had a lot of 7. We've had a lot of 4. The references that we're going to see in 5 are going to be fast, or in whether we get a lot of 5 or not will be. Valley Garmonda was what, 6? So yeah, it's not complete. Cryle will definitely be in the full trailer. Yeah, I found myself having a newfound appreciation for character with the variant dungeon like Hancock with Mount Rokan. Yeah, I definitely the amount that the variant dungeons can add appreciation for the world. And we're going to the Alola Isles. Oh boy, Alo Isles. I keep saying Alola, it's Pokemon. Which are going to be South Sea Isles, baby. Isn't the new job a limited one? No. The Viper is a full job. It's a melee DPS, and then we're going to have a caster. The fact that Endwalker gave no reason to do side content has been what I've thought even before I started doing forays. It's just that since forays have been the only reason I've stayed subbed. Yeah, that's fair. Just can't stop thinking that the other theme of the expansion will be natural destruction by industry. Oh, it can't not be, right, Adoran? Like, that's been, Adian, that's been, like, one of the fundamental ideas that throughout the Blue Quest and Aaronville, and actually, let's pull up. Oh, is the image not in here? It's not. So I'll scroll back in a second through the stream to find it. If we look back at was it before or after the Viper that they showed off? I think it was after the Viper, right? Yeah, it was after. Little ways in. Let's find. There we go. This. So you can see a train down here, which I was hoping that they would do. It makes me sad that the Warrior of Light's job isn't machinist, because you imagine if it was machinist and like cowboy glam machinist on riding the rails. That'd be great. But I suspect that this down here is Aaronville. Or at least somewhat. Aaronville is going to be a place like this. It's going to be a pop-up town. I wouldn't be, I'd be surprised. Because that name's not like Turarian. It's like, it sounds very Eorzean. If you enjoyed the stream, I remember of Discord. Why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Quick, I'm going to do the thing. If you haven't liked this video, like it quick. Also, you can go find our other videos at eorzeanarchive.com, where we do all sorts of, eorzeanarchive.com, but also on the YouTube channel, where we do all sorts of lore videos. Also, you can, by going on our Patreon and giving us a couple dollars, you can get your name in the banner above my head as well at the end of videos. It goes a long way towards supporting the channel. We appreciate it very much. I'm going to stop doing this now, and I'm going to go back to talking to you. Yeah. Duty support was 100% worth it, and I will die on that hill. I'll defend you on that hill. Duty support is one of the reasons I came back. I quit in Heavenward. Yeah, but that cool. Don't understand people just because they're older. Yeah. Levi was just trying to farm Ballsy a few months before Endwalker, and it would get constantly failure attempts by not getting enough people to clear some of the raid content, even in prime time. Yeah. I was just being honest here. What appealed to me was the fact that this game was easy to enter. I did not need to grind like hell like in WoW. And the thing is that, yeah. Yeah. I think Jade's point too goes a long way to Jade, your point could benefit easy. What I don't want is the sacrifice of mid and low core players for people who want to be able to grind, or be able to grind all the time, or be able to, or things to go heavy and hard. There needs to be the breadth of players, otherwise the MMO does not feel healthy. An MMO does not feel healthy, my personal opinion. But Jade's point about there being things and synergistic in that way, I think, with side content, I think is fair. And I think it's also fair to say that variant dungeons could definitely use more rewards. Or at the very least, and I think that's a great idea, making them more tome efficient. Yes, immediately started Reaper, yeah. Decoy, I'm on Primal, except for maybe the last month. It was usually pretty good. Cashroom was problem some of the time, but never delivered Imaginator Zed, nor interesting. Watch out for viping, it's not good for your lungs. I hear them called Reapists. I assume Vipers will become Veepists. It's going to be a ton of theory crafting too. Yeah. Imagine the Orlando Bloom comparison for the Orlando Bloom. Yes. The Orlando. Yeah. Will we see Tataru? Probably. Maybe Nier's another shard surge. I would firmly. I'm not. Look, my guesses are as wrong as often as they're right. I doubt that from a writing and nightmare standpoint around that. I would doubt that from the metaphysics issues that would involve, and the I mean, maybe, but I really doubt it personally. 14 runs based off of many worlds theory to begin with, no problem. It doesn't. It kind of, yeah. Oh, hi, Deadpool. Who wants to see the boy? Deadpool, come here. Oh, 1, 2, oh. Are we gonna have gobbies, buddy? Are we gonna have gobbies? Are we gonna have tribal group gobbies? Excitement for the trailer. Okay, there you go. We're gonna have mobbies, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. And then I will be right back because I'd be fascinated to continue the conversation. Oh, actually, if any of you have any other questions or things along this line, definitely now's a good time. And we're back. Okay, let me pop you guys back up. Where were we? Yeah, the thing is about the way that the interdimensional rift and the endless sea of stars exists and how it works is kind of interesting, because there's multiple ways it implies that time is fixed but also variable in how it interconnects with each other. And possibly everything that is possible exists all at once. But the other thing is also don't worry about it. What if Vana'diel is placed in another reflection? I don't think so for a couple reasons. One of which is that the physical shape of the reflections match each other, as far as we know. So for instance, if you pull up, let's pull up a map of Eorzea, right? You look at this map of Eorzea, and then you pull up a map of Norvrend. They're literally one-to-one the exact same. And there are implications that the 13th might have been the same as well. Like literally, Mordona, like Silvertier's like Silvertier, Calusia's, Calusia and Linosia, or I guess Vilbrand more. Then you've got, so it's literally one-to-one geographically, and Vana'diel doesn't match that. Also, Vana'diel's magical system is fundamentally different. Like its metaphysics are fundamentally different in a way that I think prevents them from being a reflection, but so I wouldn't be surprised if they took Vana'diel as if they created, took kind of like the idea of Vana'diel and made it a reflection, like how what they did for 4 and the 13th-ish, or Ivalice and how it exists in the 14th world. Like taking Vana'diel as a concept, like as a starting point, and then like making a version of it into a reflection, I think would be awesome. I just don't think it's going to be the Vana'diel from 11, but... Night, Tracy! Yeah. What if Vana'diel is placed in another reflection? Would it be possible for the FF11 world to be one of the other shards? Yeah, so I just explained that. Nothing about the 11 lore, but I know it's cast, it can't work. In the event quest, Vana'diel is another world. Yes. Also, the problem is event quests are like effectively non-canon as of now. So whether or not its canonicity in any way to the the story to the actual world is like, for instance, Dragon Quest is not like isn't canon. I'm trying to remember. Dragon Quest, they specifically like they said like stories like Dragon Quest weren't canon, but there was something else too. If you want to run in Eureka Orthos over 30, it's kind of hard. I mean, if you build up your light, it shouldn't be. And also, like, you can solo Eureka. You can solo Heaven on High, Palace of the Dead, and Eureka Orthos, and it's not like it's fun. Like it's a challenge, but like the thing is, you can't solo Deribum Regine Savage. You cannot solo. Well, I'm sure maybe someone has. Jade, inform me if I'm wrong. You can't solo Baldesian Arsenal. Really hope they never go multiverse. That's the ultimate cop-out shark jump for any IP. So 4MB, I agree with what you're saying. However, I will say that I think the problem is execution more often than anything. A good example for me, and maybe you will disagree, maybe someone will disagree, but 14 uses time travel, but it has used it very sparingly to specific effects and to execution that does not undermine the losses and human cost incurred and relevancy to that, and the character's awareness of how things will play out. So for instance, Vanaz does not know if the future that we told her of will come to pass, and has to believe and hope and have faith in that it will, and to stay the course. The same way Graha, by altering the Aether Calamity timeline, does not necessarily know what will happen, but knows that the people of that timeline want to fight for a better world regardless. So to me, execution is 9/10 of the law there, and I think I'm with you. I don't want it to go multiversal, and I don't think it will in any way that's not kind of really restrained to events or something like a Nier. Like in the MSQ, I don't think they will. I think they also have the benefit of the reflections and also the Sea of Stars. There's plenty of things for them to do already. However, I think what they have done has been really, when they've done it, they've proven that the issues often not execution rather than concept. They also could have brought back books from Manderville Relics. No! No! Oh my god, I have so much PTSD from A Realm Reborn books. Yeah, to be honest, I kind of hate the data travel as what is going to be deemed the fix for content like this. Is it? And also, I guess, like, to me, that's a better fix than... I mean, having the fix of people being able to, like, hey, press a couple buttons and go do it. I mean, I think that's a good thing, right? I mean, I guess what's the pitch other than that? Where did you get the art? The art is on the trailer website. This art is just from the stream, but it wasn't in the trailer website. Also, what do you guys think is back here? Like, what do you think could be such a spoiler? And why? Do you think it's like a giant machine? Man, if it was like Sin or Vegnagun, that'd be something, or like not literally Sin or Vegnagun. That's like just crazy talk. But if it was something like that, boy howdy. I've said it before too, like for me, Sin, like if I want Sin in 14, but I would love it for another reflection or somewhere else, and I don't need it to be like literally the same thing that Sin was in 10, but just the relationship between Sin and Spira and that like kind of concept, that cycle and that stuckness, that is the sort of thing that I would love. And what form that takes could be incredibly variable. I get such X2 vibes from this expansion. Yeah, well, I mean the Pelu Pelu, right, Levi? I'm feeling it, but I'm still very tentative about assuming that there will be much. I think data travel has hurt things, maybe. I vehemently disagree. Data travel has made the game so much more fun for me and has allowed me to play with a lot of people from other places. But, I mean, when you say hurt, like, Crystal, like, I don't think data travel particularly exacerbated, particularly worsened, like, identity. Like, Crystal was not a vibrant raiding place before data travel. And now people go to Aether or Primal, go to like to do raiding in particular, but it hasn't really, in my experience, noticeably dropped Crystal that much. But it has also made it so that there is a location people can go that's a mecca, you know. How much is this stream lag? There's no lag for MB. There's just a lot of chat. I can see there's like right now I'm gonna clap. Dynamis was never really alive. Clapping, boom. There. So that's where I'm at, but I'm just trying to catch up on you guys, and there's just a lot to talk about. And we have a time to kill, so I'm gonna... Yeah, no, we still got plenty of time. Yeah, I think I said as much as I can about 4A. See y'all in January next time someone says Eureka 3 times in front of a mirror. Well, Jade, I gotta do Deep Philippine Regine Savage. So, when do you guys run those? I'm gonna throw up a limit. Oh, that's pretty. I like that. You can get a chunk of XP from doing challenge logs on server up, and then the best way for 70-80 was Bosnia, but you can also do that at daily roulettes. Yeah. The Sundered Atheris isn't really a many worlds thing so much. No, it's just it's a fractured world. Yeah. Running level daily is for me. Well, she has heterochromia. No, they didn't actually give the fucking her edge. Oh my god, wait, did they give her edgelord have heterochromia? Ah, come on. Let me zoom in. Or did they just or is it just the shadows? No, they fucking did. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, he's catching much. Yeah. Question: how did people grind Reaper so fast during Walker Man's Q? You guys got to that. I need to go. Try to night Tracy. Wait, is that keynote over? The keynote is over. Super, but it will be. There will be more in a little bit. Yeah, I think given the big complex metaverse that is Drakengard Nier, this has to be some sort of weird second tier multiverse thing going on. Yeah, that's why don't worry about Nier and how it connects, because if you include its canonicity in 14, the way in which Drakengard, Nier Automata, Nier Reincarnation, and all of that jazz is, yeah, don't worry about it. They could do something with Evilly to suggest Vanadil for 14. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming they'll do, hoping they'll do, but we'll see. Given that it's called Echoes of Vanadil, I imagine we will literally be using the Echo to explore some kind of past world of somewhere. That's a really cool idea, Levi. So, I mean, if you think about it, it could make sense that Vanadil existed in the... Maybe not first, because the first didn't have a lot of advanced stuff. But maybe Vanadil existed on the... maybe in 14, there was a place called Vanadil that existed on the New World, let's say, sometime during... the second astral era, or I mean maybe even the third astral era, and they were able to keep Allag off. Maybe in the fourth astral era, we know so little about that time after the fall of Allag, and basically how most of the three great continents became Luddites. We don't really know what was going on the continent during that. I mean, hell, they could exist during the fifth astral era, seeing as we don't know really at all what was going on in the New World during that time. There's plenty of points in time that you could imagine a place like that could exist, especially if you add in the New World as an option. Given that it's called the world minimum for BA is currently 8 on EU, 14 on NA. For DR, it's recalled it's like 12. Is it really that high? I thought it would have been lower for Regine Savage. Yeah, DR normal is very simple. I knew, yeah, that just takes a long time. It isn't worth it outside of flexing, but doing it with 5 is super fast. Yeah, DR. I'm happier with DR than like Castrum for like low counts. I'm trying to think about why that is. Probably because you have a lot more control over time and the polls. So is Vanadil an Arch Dimension thing? We know the other dimension places exist. Yeah, so we just talked about that a little bit earlier, AC. I don't hate the idea of books. Oh god, please not books. Please no more books. There's nothing less fun than them because you're stuck in a rigid thing. I would love, you want to say, okay, hey, you can get it by, you can do fates, you can do dungeons, you can do tomes, you can like, by a bunch of different ways, sure. But don't fucking put books in as a mandatory option. That would literally, I have not completed, Realm Reborn relics are the only relics I think, well, no, I think I'm missing a couple of Eureka, but like, are the only relics that I don't care to finish because I hate books so goddamn much, personally. Ironically, AR books are great outside of the fact you can only do one at a time. I believe you. I believe that's true for you. I cannot fathom that. I hate AR books. It might be my least favorite grind in the entire game. Yeah, no, it is my least favorite grind in the entire game. Far and away. It's just so boring to do. Okay, you can go do 3 guys. I can't even zone out because like I have to like go through different stuff. I can't even like just do fates all around a map on repeat and loop. I just like you have to be somewhat engaged because you're constantly like popping in. Okay, I gotta go kill these 3 guys. Okay, now I need to teleport over to this map and I need to go kill this guy and then this guy and this guy. Okay, now I need to go do dungeon. Like it's just so boring. And not even boring where it's like I can pop on a podcast boring. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm the wrong one. Data center travel is great that you can go somewhere else, but it also means less people organizing stuff on your local data center. I guess how I would frame it is that for more often than not, my experience is that it was people not organizing and now more people doing it and being able to get into it. So it's more vibrant. And also the thing is, it's so easy to pop over to other places that effectively your data, there's no reason to like have like a hyper fixation on like curl as my home data center to only raid there. Like, and still data centers create their own cultures, right? Like Crystal for RP or whatever, that kind of thing. Yeah, DC travel is great except it killed Dynamis. Yeah, Dynamis, that's the one problem. Although I'll be fascinated to see what happened to Dynamis, what happens to Dynamis after because the thing is, Dynamis also got killed partly just because it didn't, it's more space than we needed, but it was solving the problem of what happened in Endwalker. And so they're just, that was part of the problem. What I'll be curious to see is what happens during Dawn Trail if Dynamis becomes very, very vibrant for a period of time, and if that falls off or that sticks around because of new bodies. We'll see. What is Sin? I'm fine with spoilers. To avoid specific spoilers, Sin is a giant monster from Final Fantasy X. I will pull up Sin. And is central to the plot. This is Sin. And this is an airship over here. He's like those are your player characters. That's Sin. Literally has ruins on top of his head. This is towards the one of the final fights in 10 when you're on an airship fighting him. But it's very interesting where he goes. Elio, if you don't want to do DRS, I host that on CM. Okay, cool. And there's also Fresh Cycle starting in Cafe tonight. Sweet. I will try to grab that then. Dev panel starting. Thank you. Let's get that going.
I'd like to start the dev panel.
Okay, let me know if audio needs to be bumped.
So to start, I'm producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV, Naoki Yoshida.
じゃあ皆さんに一言ずつご挨拶自己紹介がてらお願いします。
はい、ファイナルファンタジー14でテクニカルアーティストやっております岡下達也と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。
Yes.
Okay, so could I ask for you to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Tatsuya
Audio good, guys?
Okahisa. I'm a technical artist.
Just talking for a little bit to see if my audio is too low or their audio is too low.
I'd appreciate if you could please be patient and be nice with them.
So.
今日この開発パネルでは、ファイナルファンタジー14がどういったグラフィックスアップデートを行っていったり、どういったテクノロジーでグラフィックスが出来上がっていくのか、7.0 の少し情報なんかも出つつお届けしていければと思ってます。Please talk more about that.
Yes,
So
yes, yes,
in
yes.
this
I want to know
panel,
more
I'd
about
like
this.
we'd like to give you a little bit of a glimpse into what type of work goes into the graphics in Final Fantasy XIV, and also introducing some of the specific roles as well.
で前半はリードテクニカルアーティストの岡久君の方がメインで、主にキャラクターがどう作られていってるのか、テクニカじゃないや、グラフィックスアップデートでどんな効果が見られるのか、よりちょっと詳細に、明かしていければと思ってます。
So in the first half, Okahisa-kun will be in charge here of introducing a little bit about what a technical artist does and also covering specific examples of his work as well.
そして後半は志田さんに代わって今度はバックグラウンド、いろんな映像も出てきますのでぜひご注目ください。
And Shida-san will be talking more about what goes into creating background work as well. So I hope you'll be interested and watch that as well.
さあでは早速岡下君始めてってもらいましょうか。
Thanks, Jade.
Okay, so without further ado,
Also, thank you,
let's
Normal,
get
for calling
started.
this out.
はい、テクニカルアーティストの岡下
Rune,
で
good to
す。
see you. Glad to
初
have
め
you.
ての舞台がこのような大きな会場で今、
Oh, and thank you, Dio,
とて
for
も
calling
緊
it.
張していて胃がなくなってしまいそうなんですけども、まあ、なくなったら助けてく
Oh,
だ
he's
さい。
measuring a Carby
So once
and
again, my
weighing
name
it
is
too.
Tatsuya Okahisa. I'm a technical artist. This is my first stage ever, and it's such a large venue. My stomach is hurting quite a lot from the nervousness, but I would like to have fun. Thank you.
Oh.
はい、では私の自己紹介からさせていただきます。ゲーム開発歴は今年で10年になります。参加タイトルはファイナルファンタジー14です。
Okay, so just
I love
a
it. Wait.
little bit about myself. My career in game development is now about 10 years now, and my title that I've been working on has always been Final Fantasy
And
XIV.
Final Fantasy.
新設
That's
する直前の
wild.
2013年新卒として14チームに加入し、14一筋でここまで開発を続けてまいりました。
So I joined the team right before we relaunched as A Realm Reborn. I was straight out of college and joined the Final Fantasy XIV team, and I've been on the team since then.
そのため14ないしはユーザーの皆様に育てていただいたと感じております。本日このような場でお話しさせていただける機会を持てて大変嬉しく思っております。
And so
No, Yukio,
Final
it is not the
Fantasy
final trailer.
14, as well as the players out there, were the ones that grew me in my career. And so I'm very happy to have this honor to speak with you on stage.
まあ書いてる通り、岡久君は新卒で2013年入社して、もうなんとそこからもうひたすら10年間14を支え続けてくれてます。
Well, as explained, Okahisa-kun joined the team 10 years ago, just as the timing when the game was relaunching as A Realm Reborn. So his whole career has been devoted to Final Fantasy XIV.
そんな岡下君のちょっと人となりのエピソードを1個だけ紹介したいんですけど、
I want to introduce a funny little anecdote about you, Okahisa-kun.
岡下君ちょっと困った子でしてとにかく仕事が大好きというかゲーム作るのが大好きすぎてなかなか家に帰ってくれないんですよね。
You're a bit of a troublesome little member of the staff, Okahisa-kun. You love your job so much that you enjoy creating games so much that you just don't go home.
Mood.
だから当時は土曜日曜もちょっと隠れて会社に来て会社の環境でもうとにかくいろいろや
They
り
try to make them have
当時のね
specific work schedules
プ
for
ロジェクトマ
health,
ネージャーたちが岡久君が
which makes his job very
来
hard.
てくれないどうしましょうみたいな。
I remember back in the day, you would even go to the office on Saturday and Sunday, and you would be hiding out in the office doing your work. And I remember the project managers were so worried. They came to me and they were like, Okahisa-kun, what should we do about him?
まあ僕も似たような性格なんでね、あんまりこうやりたいっていう子はあんまり止めずに、でも体調だけは気をつけるようにねって言って生温かく見守ってきた10年でした。
Well, you know, I myself am quite similar in that respect, so I think it's not a bad thing, just as long as you don't go so far as to work so much that it's detrimental to your health. So I enjoy just watching from the distance and seeing you develop.
ちょっと遊び感覚でやっていて、裏でそんなことになってとは思ってなかったんですけども、その経験が今に生きてるのかなというふうに思ってます。
Yeah, I was just having so much
do they do
fun
job
with
actions
my
at every
job, and
EU
so I didn't
Fanfest?
realize such a thing was happening in the background.
I don't think
but
so,
yeah, I feel
Techno.
that
It would have
the
probably during the
experience
keynote.
really pays off.
じゃあ早速代表的な仕事ちょっとね紹介してってもらいましょう。
Okay, so without further ado, let's see some specific examples of your work.
Because job action usually came with
今表示されているスクリーンショットがこれまで担当してきた仕事の一部になります。
So you will see some of the screenshots of the different projects that I've done.
グラフィックス関連でアーティストのこれやりたいを実現するために必要な仕組みの整理やレギュレーションの見直しなどを行っていました。
Because don't the job action
So what I
trailers usually
do
come out
is
like
I
later?
listen to
in
the
lead up?
graphics artists, and if there are any specific new things or a desire for them to try out something in the graphics, I would help with them to come up with systems or a way to kind of organize and make that a reality.
例えば
Cool.
仲間同士の演習
Oh,
時
like the
に
bar-
オーブと採点が合体するアイディアをゲームで再現するための仕組みを考えたり
For example, when the red mage casts their spell, the artist wanted to have an effect where the orb and the rapier kind of comes together, and so I tried to help with coming up with a system that would allow that to be shown in game.
遅延なども考慮しつつモーションがきれいに再生されるような処理の流れを考えたり
As well as come up with a way that the graphics would be processed properly so that despite any sort of lags or the delay that it may cause, the motion would be properly displayed.
新種族や泳ぎモーション召喚獣などのメモリのレギュレーションを決めてたりしていました。
And lastly, I would also come up with the different regulations that surround the new races, any action and motion related to swimming, summons, and things like that.
最近だとパンデモ
And
ニ
the
ウム
hula hoop of fire.
本格的に実装されたエフェクト付き装備の実装に関わっております。
And then more recently, I helped with coming up with a system to allow for an effect to be displayed in some of the Pandemonium raid gear.
まずはアーティストからかっこいい設定化が
I wish you could make it
行われています
smaller.
So let us take a look at the process that goes into this. First,
Oh,
the
I mean, no.
artist would send over a very cool-looking design document.
そして
Or at least
エフェクト
toggle it
と
on
オー
and
ブが
off.
一体となった新しいデザインを実装させたいですというオーダーがありました。
And then the request here was to have the effect kind of together in the gear, and it's a new design that we want to make a reality.
さらにこの装備は後ろのリングのようなエフェクトも防具のデザインの
They're a little
一つ
too
なので
quiet.
常にエフェク
Popping
ト
it
が
up.
表示させてくださいというオーダーもありました。
And on top of that, there was a request, because this ring in the back was part of the design of the armor, we want that effect to be constantly displayed.
防具にこのような大きなエフェクトがつくことは初めてで、こういった初めてやるような試みの際に仕様をまとめてゲームに落とし込んでいくところを担当しています。
So it was a first that we had this kind of effect, a large effect show on a piece of armor. So we had to come up with a way to specify and to design it so that it properly displays in game.
例えばいつも通りキャラやエフェクトのアーティストに実際に実装してもらうとこんな感じです。ほぼ完成に見えますが実はいろいろと問題がありました。
So of course, this is what we would be looking at in our process. If we just just put it in as we would regularly do it, the character and the effect would display it on the screen. It looks pretty complete at this point, but there were some issues.
マウントを呼びます。
Ooh,
Okay,
please,
let's
please show me
try to
something
summon a
funny.
mount.
マウントオメガに起乗しました。こちらは大丈夫そうですね。
Okay, and we are on board the Omega mount. It seems fine right now.
When you go inside, does it? Yep, yep.
That said, once it takes flight, you may see that there's a little bit of protrusion going on.
こちらも気持ちよさそうにマウントしていますが、
Oh my god,
Next, we
please tell
have
me it's
another
like
mount.
on the
Looks very
underside of the
comfy,
bed.
huh?
やっぱりはみ出てしまっています。
That said, we see a little protrusion here as well.
でこちらはどうでしょうか。
Let's look at these.
Yeah, I'm with you, Samuel.
エフェクトだけミニマムがかからず大きなままになってしまいました。
So you can see when the enfeeblement
When you minimize, it
minimum
stayed the
comes
same
on,
size.
the ring stays the same size, so it still stays very large.
Oh, that's
こ
funny.
のように14ではできることが多
So
い
many
分
edge cases.
新しいことを実装するとなると既存の仕様とぶつかってしまうことがよくあります。
So because there's a lot of things that can be done in Final Fantasy XIV, whenever we try something new, it kind of collides and sometimes there's a conflict with existing systems.
Kind of love this, actually. Although interesting, it's still there on the character plus the mount. Interesting. Yeah, the double halo, yeah.
So what I do is to help with the artists and get their image, what they're envisioning in-game, and to make sure that it's displaying properly within. And so I would have to write different new rules or expand on some of the existing systems and things like that.
ただ難しいことはやっていなくて、例えばマウント時にエフェクトが干渉してしまう問題に対しては、指定部位のエフェクトをオンオフする機能を新たに導入して回避しました。
That said, it's not all too complicated. For example, here we had an issue where the effects kind of interrupted with the mounts. So we would have a grid of which areas we would have turned on and off, and so we were able to mitigate the situation in that way.
例えばこんな感じのシートを用意して全パターンの組み合わせを調整できるような仕組みをプログラマーさんと協力して実装を行いました。
Company Chocobo is number 1, Guru, Legacy Chocobo. Those are the first 3 mounts. This is the order of mounts from beginning to
combinations
end.
of how we would have our effects and mounts, and then I would work with the programmer to make sure that it's implemented correctly.
Because Curl was the pre-order or something bonus for
Yeah, it's pretty hands-on, I think. A lot of manual work that goes into it. Scaling as well was an issue, so we had to review some of the formulas that were utilized in the calculation. After we had reviewed it, we were able to solve the problem where the enfeeblement will also be reflected on the effects as well.
まあだからまあ法のようなね仕組みを考えたりっていうところももちろんそうなんですけど、こういうシートを使ってね地道にフラグをチェック。
Most of the first tribal quest?
こいつの場合は消すってね。Can someone look up what the first tribal quest was? っていうのも合わせてやってますと。はい。
Yeah, of course, there are these mechanisms involved in this, but this process of using the sheet, and you'd be going one by one, checking, flagging certain points, so delete this one here, delete this one there. It's it requires steady efforts.
単純な実装ですが、10年以上データを作り続けた上で、
yeah, okay, Mulligan
やると
Silver
思いの
1
ほ
and
か
2.
大変だったりします。すでに組み上がった過去のデータに影響が出ないように、いろいろ仕様を加味しつつ実装を行っております。
For sure, it seems simple, but over 10 years I've been creating these kinds of data and spreadsheet, and this adjustment is rather a large undertaking sometimes. So we do have to make sure that we're not interfering with some of the existing past data and information. And so we would always try to come up with creative ways to mitigate and implement.
また多人数が集まった時のメモリー使用量や負荷などの問題がないかも確認してレギュレーションの再整理を行っています。
And of course, because we have a lot of characters displayed on screen, I also have to be mindful of how much memory we're consuming and making sure that the load is not causing any issues. And I would have to look at some of the regulations that surround that as well.
こちらはエフェクトがついた状態で100体表示できるかを検証しています。この辺もプログラマーさんと密に連携を取りながら慎重に調整を行っています。
So what you're seeing here on the screen is where we're testing these effect being shown for, let's see, there's over 100 characters with the same effect. I would work together with the programmers to make sure that this is carefully being considered.
こんな感じで新規実装を行う際のレギュレーションや仕様の拡張を行い、安全に新しいルールを追加するサポートを主に行っておりました。
So yeah, that's what I've been doing. Whenever we do something new, I would work on how to sort of expand on existing regulations and design specifications so that we can provide a safe and new rule and to support some of these new items.
実際のところね、この今のそのエフェクト付き防具の仕事にね、1年1人で当たってるわけじゃなくて。 ものすごい数の新仕様を並行しながら動いてるものを短い期間でこう実現していくっていうのが、まあ、岡下君のやってる仕事。
Seeing you're so used to seeing the game as a whole subject, seeing it out of
with these, the example of this gear with this effect on, it's not just the case that you've taken 1 year and doing this all by yourself. You've been going over a process of covering many small things over a period of time, covering multiple factors as well, yeah.
では改めてね、テクニカルアーティストってそもそも何なのっていう説明をちょっとしてってもらいましょう。はい。
But I think at this point we should jump back to the issue. Just what exactly is technical artistry?
Yeah, I think a lot of
テク
people
ニ
would
カル
benefit
アー
from
ティ
this
ストって何と思われる方
explanation.
がほとんどだと思いますが、ゲーム業界の中でもここ10年くらいにできた新しい業種になります。
So yeah, I'm sure there are people who are wondering what exactly is a technical artist. It is a rather new sort of specialty in the game industry. I think it's just recently, or it's been about 10 years since it has been recently established.
特徴としては名前の通りテクニカルなアーティストです。プログラムの知識も持ちつつアセット制作も詳しいプログラマーとアーティストの間のような存在になります。
So the biggest characteristic is, as the name states, it's a technical artist. So I would have knowledge of programming as well as knowledge in asset creation as well. So I'm kind of like in between a programmer and an artist.
14では主にアーティストの作業効率を上げるさまざまなサポートを行っております。
So in Final Fantasy XIV, I would help with different support systems that would allow for more efficient work for our artists.
昨今のゲーム開発ではアーティストとプログラマーにはそれぞれ高度な専門知識が求められます。
Yeah, recently with game development, artists and programmers each would be required to have a high level of very technical knowledge.
プログラマーにはクライアントとサーバーなどプログラムの知識が。
So for programmers, we would need knowledge on different clients and servers, various programming knowledge.
アーティストにはツールを駆使した 2D、3D の制作方法などアートの知識が双方高いレベルで要求されます。
And for artists, they would require to utilize tools and to create 2D, 3D artwork. And so both sides would require very high levels of each of these skills.
そのためアーティストとプログラマーの間に知識の差が出てきてしまいます。
Because of that, sometimes there is a disparity between what the artists and the programmers have knowledge of.
効率的な開発や挑戦的な開発を行うにはアーティストとプログラマーが密にコミュニケーションを取る必要があります。ただ年々ゲーム開発の専門性がありコミュニケーションが難しくなってきています。
So of course, to be efficient in our development and try to take on new challenges, the artists and the programmers would always have to constantly communicate and have a very tight sort of communication between them. That said, game development has become very specific. There's a lot of specialized needs that are required, and so sometimes communication can get a little difficult.
そこでこうした双方の分野の知識差を補うような形でテクニカルアーティストという職業が登場しました。
That's why a technical artist sort of was created to bridge that gap.
こうすることでそれぞれの専門分野に集中することができ、安全かつ効率的な開発ができるようになります。
So by having a technical artist in between, each section are able to concentrate on their respective professional departments, and then they are able to develop safely as well as very efficiently.
It's all
well and good to like create the most beautiful concept art you've ever made, but if it's not implementable, it doesn't really matter.
So in Final Fantasy XIV, just as I explained earlier, a technical artist would help with the different regulations that surround some of the graphic elements that are inside so that we can help the artist kind of realize what they want to do in-game.
この他にも14のテクニカルアーティストはアーティストの開発効率や品質を上げるためのさまざまなサポートを行っています。
And in addition to that, the Final Fantasy XIV technical artists would help the artists become more efficient and to be able to improve on their quality of the work.
イメージしやすいように制作に例えると、このララフェルが他の開発者、アーティストになります。
So if I were to give an example in a crafting situation, let us look at our crafter here. Lalafell is going to be the artist, the other developer.
そして私たちテクニカルアーティストがこれです。
And then technical
What's the
artists
voice of
are
a
these.
Moblin?
つまりアーティストがフルに活躍するためのバフのような存在になります。
In other words, we're sort of like a buff that we can apply to our crafter so that the artist can be able to unleash their abilities to their fullest.
皆さんもちろんバフの大切さを分かっていただけると思います。なくてもなんとかなるけど、あるとはるかに効率の良い、特にエンドコンテンツに挑戦するようなケースには必要不可欠な存在です。
So I'm sure everybody knows and appreciate how much these buffs are. Of course, you can still craft without these buffs, but having these will allow for a much more effective crafting situation. If you are trying to build crafted gear for end game content, I'm sure it's quite required to have some of these buffs.
実は僕がねゲーム業界に入った頃、当然まだこのテクニカルアーティストっていう職種は存在してませんでした。
Well, of course, back when I joined the gaming industry, there wasn't this role, technical artist.
大体本当10年前ぐらいから、もうちょっと前ぐらいから大量のアニメーション、例えばサッカーゲームのように、もう5000とか6000
That's another way of putting it, Samuel. Although I guess if they're the buffer, then
メモリ
basically
に収めて、その効率よくそれぞれのサッカー選手のその癖というか動きを再現するかみたいなところからアニメーションベースでだんだんこうテクニカルにこう 寄ってったっていうのがスタートだったように思ってます。
So I think it started about 10 years ago, or maybe just a little more. But back at that time, it was used to simplify the process of having many, for example, games that typically have a lot of different animations. So if you were to take a soccer game, for example, it might have 5,000 to 6,000 motions, and those motions would be there to represent those peculiar characteristics that certain soccer players would have. So to cover that all on an animation basis would be a lot of work.
いやなので、さっきまさに言ってた通り、プログラマーの知識とアーティスト、実際ものも作ることがあるぐらい、両方の知識を持っていて、かつ最新のテクノロジー大好きっていうのがテクニカルアーティストですね。
So, as you mentioned, it kind of combines the expertise of a programmer, so having the knowledge of a programmer, but also knowing what the artists want, and combining that to create something which realizes the vision.
OK かな、進めて。はい。
Because like the older
もう少し分かりやすい例をお見せしたいと思います。
Okay, so I wanted to delve into some more examples.
Yeah!
This might be also hopefully easy to follow along.
This is what your character looks like without textures.
Okay, so this is some of the images that the character section created for gear.
防具はこのようなルールで作りましょうと仕様が決まった後、そのルールに基づいてアセットを最大限効率的に作る必要があります。
So of course, once the design specification for a particular
See, I feel like artists are
gear has
the leading
been established,
vanguard
then they would need to create
in terms of like the front man, where people like look at that their
and
work
be
first
able
and
to
foremost. But
maximize
maybe
their sort of effectiveness.
なるべく1パッチに高品質なものをたくさん提供したいんですけれども、ヒューラン、ララフェル、ルガディンなど体型が大きく違いすぎて必要がありと仕様が
So of course, once the design specification for a particular set of armor or gear has been established, then they would need to create assets based on that and be able to maximize their sort of effectiveness. Way. We want to deliver high quality work in a very efficient way, and many of those at that. So that said, we have different races in the game. We've got the Hure, the Lalafell, the Rogadins, and they all have very varying body sizes. So unfortunately, it does take up a little bit of bandwidth to accommodate for all of them.
だから皆さんから見てね、一つのデ
It's
ザ
not
イン
just
の
make the
装
armor
備
and throw it
だ
on
と、
everything and it automatically adjusts.
装備は1種類。その気持ちは分かるんではないですけど、やっぱここを作っていかないと本当にやっぱそこら辺をどう効率
So maybe from the perspective of players, when you look at the gear, you think, okay, it's one design, so one piece of gear. But as you can see in the game, there's many different types of shapes of the races. So I wouldn't go so far as to say that it's completely different, but unless we address the shapes one by one, then we wouldn't be able to reach the quality. So we do appreciate that players are always asking us to implement many gear in the game for each patch. it is quite a lot of work, and we need some sort of process to make it more efficient.
そこでワークフローの中で時間のかかっている作業を探して整理していきます。
So yeah, I would come in here to organize some of the work that goes into production, and we would take note of some of the tasks that would take more time within the workflow.
はい、動画を持ってきたのでご覧ください。
Keel Hall, I feel like it's definitely more comfy than his rear outfit.
はい、これが普段使っている 3D ツ
A lot
ー
of
ルを
portions are probably the hardest to work
ヒューアンの装備をルガディンやララフェルなど多種族に変形するような機能を作りました。
So right here you are looking at, we are using our 3D tool, so as we expanded on some of the functionalities of this 3D tool so that your equipment can be morphed so that it would fit the Rogaden body type or Lalafell body type.
So they do have a system to morph it quickly. I wonder if they have to go in hand.
I don't typically show this outside, so I'm a little bit embarrassed.
今のツールをポチってするとヒューランで作ったやつがバーって計算されてルガディンとララフェルにこう変形するっていうね、そういうツールでしたね。
So simply put, this tool, with a simple press of a button, the data that was there for the Hyur is transferred, well, calculations are made, and then the changes are addressed for Rogadin and Lalafell.
この後キャラハンの方でブラッシュアップしたものがこちらの今出ている画像になります。
And then you will see that after that calculation has been done, the character team will polish and brush up the figures, as you can see.
先ほどのツールだけではまだまだ製品クオリティではありませんので、キャラハンのブラッシュアップは必須です。
Of course, the tool is very convenient, but that doesn't give us the final product quality. So we do require the character team to help us polish this.
ただ、単純作業の部分をツールで簡略化することで、アーティストがクリエイティブな部分に時間を割けるように、効率面とクオリティ面の向上をサポートしております。
But that said, we try to automate some of the more simple tasks so that the artists can concentrate more of their time in the creative aspects of production so that we will have more efficiency and then allow for higher quality to be produced.
だから先ほどのツールである程度機械的にそのボディサイズに合わせたポリゴンの変形っていうのはやるんですけど、そこからはやっぱりそのままリリースするといろんなところがこう刺さったりねしている状態なので、そこからはアーティスト、今度はキャラクターアーティストたちが本当に細かいところを手で直し、伸びてるテクスチャーを縮めみたいなことをやってって皆さんにお届けするっていう流れになってます。
So as you could see in the previous example, the tool basically goes through a mechanical process to adapt to the body size of the race and changes the polygons accordingly. However, if we were just to release this in the game as is, we would experience various issues. So that's when it's the job of the character artist to jump in and, for example, maybe there are some textures which are elongated here and there, so they would go through the process of shortening them. So they'll be basically in charge of brushing it up so that it is fit for release.
このような作業をアーティストのワークフロー全般にわたって行っているのがテクニカルアーティストセクションになります。
Yes, so the technical artist section goes through these different tasks that the artists would go through in their workflow to make sure that we are providing support for all of that.
はい、先ほどの基調講演ではグラフィックスアップデートの進捗紹介がありました。あれらの作業は 6.x と並行した開発を行う必要があるため、テクニカルアーティストセクションの方ではこのような形で作業環境をゴリゴリ拡張してアーティストが効率よく作業できるための開発環境を提供しております。
So you may have seen some of the graphical update progress that we've made, but that is being done at the same time as developing 6.x series as well. So the technical artist section would help with some of the production environment, making sure that we are properly expanding it.
Oh my god, a
and
T-pose
making
post
sure
remote would be
that the
hilarious.
artists can efficiently work.
はい、ということでここからは第一次グラフィックスアップデートのお話をしていきたいと思います。
So I would like to touch upon some of the things that are in the first graphical update.
はい、本日はグラフィックスアップデートに関わる方々を代表して皆さんにアップデートの内容を楽しくお伝えできたらと思います。
So I am here on behalf of all of the people that are working on this first graphical update so that I can show you some of the updates that we are applying.
はい、改めてコンセプトのおさらいです。第一次グラフィックスアップデートでは画面全体の美しさを重視し、総合的な美しさを向上させる方針で進めています。
So we are looking here at the key aims of the graphical update. Once again, we are making sure that we are putting emphasis on enhancing the screen-wide aesthetic appeal and making sure that, these are being all enhanced.
特に効果が顕著な改善点としてテクスチャーや影の解像度を高解像度化するというものがあります。あと見た目への影響が大きいシェーダーの更新をメインに大小さまざまな要素をアップデートしていきます。
And then some of the more significantly visible aspects would be the different textures and shadows and making sure that we are enhancing the resolutions on those and then the shaders that have a really large impact on how a character looks on screen. That is also going to be updated. But we'll be doing various updates, big and small.
しかし、重要なポイントはこれまで築いてきた14のイメージを壊さないことです。
So fucking excited for
A
grass.
very important point that we keep in mind is that we don't want to destroy any sort of image that the players have built of Final Fantasy XIV in their minds.
ただこのイメージを維持するっていうのが一番大変で、各担当者がプレッシャーですと常に言っています。
That said, this image is very subjective, so it is quite a challenge for us to making sure
confirmed
that these are
100%
being
they will
maintained
kill Hall.
and also being updated
Well, maybe not
as
animals,
well. So
but
a
everything
lot
else.
of the people who are working on the teams have told me that this is a lot of pressure.
これはね僕も直接やりますね。イメージを皆さんのイメージを大事にしていきますって吉田さんが言うたびに心臓がギュッてなるって。
Yeah, I do this directly quite a lot. It's mentioned, oh yeah, we'll make great importance on the image, and then everyone kind of feels their heart tense up.
はい、コンセプト自体は簡潔でシンプルなものなのですが、実は細かいものを含めると100以上の項目になっております。
Of course, we think of the concept being very simple and straightforward, but looking at the different elements that we had to update, there's over 100 different elements that we had to go in.
Not like, textures,
を上げると
fundamental
メモリの圧迫や計算の処理負荷が上がるため、普段であれば絶対にできない調整になります。
So whenever we try to tweak the resolution of the textures or shadows, it does affect the memory that is being consumed, or some of the calculations might take more of a load. And so it's something that we typically cannot touch.
今回はグラフィックスプログラマーが参戦する本格的なアップデートのため、やるなら今しかないという気持ちで各セクション改善案を持ち出したところ、このような大量の項目になってしまいました。
And so this time when we were given the opportunity to do such a large undertaking, the graphics programmer were going to be involved in this large update. So we were all in the mindset of this is the only time we can take advantage of this. And so each section brought their proposals forward, and this is what happened.
また現段階でも14はグラフィックスをよく見せるための仕組みがいっぱいありまして、ここからさらに一段クオリティを上げるためには一個二個の大きな改修を行うだけではとても変わったなっていう感じにはならなかったので、細かいところも含めた総合的なアプローチを取る必要がありました。
And of course, even now, we have many systems that are in place that would enhance the graphics and how it looks on screen in Final Fantasy XIV. So for us to step that up even further is not going to be taken care of in just one or two significant changes. So I think it was a good opportunity to look at it from a holistic perspective, making sure that we are looking at some of the minute details as well.
はい、全ての項目をご紹介することはできませんが、前回ファンフェスの基調講演でお見せした内容から、具体的にどこが良くなっているのかをご紹介していけたらなと思います。
Of course, we won't go into every single detail of our over 100 updates. That said, we would like to touch upon some of the elements that we have covered in previous Fan Festival announcements of our graphical update.
まず自分の方からはキャラクターのどこがアップデートされているかを紹介いたします。
So from me, I would like to show you some of the updates that were made to the character figures.
はい。最初は肌などの質感についてご紹介したいと思います。前回の基調講演でもキャラクターの肌質が良くなったことはお分かりいただけたと思います。
So first of all, I would like to touch upon the texture of the skin of these characters. I'm sure you were able to see in the previous keynote that the textures on the characters' skin, the face and their skin has become a lot better.
こちらは現在のエレゼン男性です。
Okay, what you're looking at now, of course, is our male Eorzean.
そしてこちらがグラフィックスアップデート後のエレゼンになります。
And then this is an after.
Okay, I know we're supposed to be looking at the face and like, holy shit, how much better that is. But like, wait for it to go down. Look at the collar. Look at the paladin armor collar real quick. Wait for the... Oh, come on, go away. I'm gonna go back. Like, look at the difference in between like that and the like the material looking like cloth. Yeah, it's interesting. The eyes here, like, look at how like effervescent, like the eyes are like almost have a glow to them, and how much more dull they are here. That's the only thing that I'm thrown off by. Oh, the shadows are so much better too. Oh. Yeah, like the texture on the cloth parts is just a world of difference.
Of the same Eorzean. And then this is an after of the same Eorzean.
Hey, Lolly.
I hope you can tell that the texture of the skin, as well as that sort of, I don't know.
Is it really a waste though, Bruno?
More lively, I guess.
But yeah,
the blood
definitely.
flow on the face is a lot more apparent in this version. The blood of, I hope you can tell that texture is our...
Sorry, I just want to... I'll catch up in a second. Yeah, you can like the texturing, the shadows, the like it's much more humanistic. Hair is huge bump up. Honestly, the like
that sort
outfit.
Of, I don't know, the makes it look more lively, I guess. The blood flow on the face is a lot more apparent in this version. Here's a comparison.
右側はテクスチャーの解像度とポリゴン数の上限を増やしつつシェーダーの更新を行います。
Interesting is some of the outfits, like I already feel like the game is a little bit too desaturated, but the outfit, like the color is much less strong. I mean, obviously because they changed it, which I'm okay with. I don't need it to be as bright, but I do think that like I'm kind of torn because the game already can feel desaturated. If its aesthetic is also a little bit more desaturated as well, I do think something's lost in that.
So on the right side, you see that we have raised the resolution of the polygons, or the textures, pardon me, and then we have increased the number of polygons, plus we have updated the shaders.
特にノーマルマップと呼ばれる凹凸表現に使われるテクスチャーの解像度を上げたことで今までに出せなかったディティールを出せるようになりました。
So especially here,
like for
we've worked
clothing
on the texture map, the normal map.
Like even just the stitches, in the collar.
Where it would have that sort of protrusions and what is it like? It's the surface. Making sure that we are raising the resolution of the textures that are utilized in the different bumps and in concave areas, and we were able to bring out a lot of details.
担当者に伺ったところ、肌の角質の表現を入れつつもリアルになりすぎないような調整にこだわったとのことでした。
So I asked the person working on this particular aspect, and so what they told me was that they tried to make sure they gave that sort of texture of the skin, where you would see like skin flakes almost, but didn't want to make it too realistic.
ノーマルマップの微小な凹凸が入ることでハイライトがより細かく計算されパッと見の艶やかさが増していると思います。
So we tried to tweak the different protrusions and whatnot on the normal maps so that the highlights are more finely calculated, so that the skin feels more dewy.
そう今回ね肌の角質ちょっとちゃんと入ってる
It was mentioned just right now, the skin flakes almost. We put a lot of hard work into that, so you can almost see the details in each race. So I would like you, but I said don't go too far, but I would like players to definitely check out each race and see the work that we've done on that.
Oh, that's good, because like Rogan and shit. Hey, the normal map. Welcome, guys. This is what it looks like.
Let me show you a normal map example here. You might see it in a development panel.
このノーマルマップを貼るとこんな感じになります。
So when we place the texture onto this normal map, it looks kind of like this.
このノーマルマップっていうのはこの凹凸のデータを貼っておいてそれにライトが当たった時に影の計算をするための内側に貼られているものだと思ってくれれば分かりやすいと思います。
So I think a simple way of thinking of normal maps is basically data, all the bumps on the texture surface is made into data, and it's basically calculating when light is cast upon that data, it calculates the shade, so which parts would develop a shade, as it were.
ただ単純に凹凸を足すだけだと
I'm sure a lot of like I bet some people are like what the frick is going on if they have no layers like my
raising and decreasing the emboss and deboss of the surface will not allow for a realistic depiction of skin.
今回はテクスチャの高解像度化に加えてサブサーフェススキャッタリングという手法をプログラマーに組み込んでもらいより透明感のある肌を目指しました。
So in addition to raising the resolution of the textures, we had the programmer built in this subsurface scattering so that the skin feels very, very youthful.
ちょっと学術的になりますよ。
This is going to be a bit technical.
サブサーフェススキャッタリングとは何かっていうテク
Explanation on what subsurface scattering is that so the current shaders would only just bounce off the color that is pasted on the surface of a particular polygon.
今回導入したサブサーフェススキャッタリングはポリゴンの表面のテクスチャーの色
So I'm just gonna so real quick, just for the subsurface scattering is basically the difference between if your skin was perfectly reflective and light just bounced off of it versus light gets absorbed partially into your skin and then bounces around and then gets reflected back out. For instance, if you like shine a flashlight through your like finger, right? It's not just reflecting off your skin. It's it can be it can bounce. It can go through your skin.
そのまま返すのではなく実際の肌と同じように一部の光が肌の
One of the things that stops like 3D models looking plastic good subsurface
So with subsurface scattering, the polygon would have the surface, and then of course light would hit it, and then you will see the colors that are reflected simply off of the surface. But also it goes subsurface, so it goes underneath the skin and kind of scatters around the light so that it gives a more realistic impression.
はい、こちらがノーマルマップを高解像度化しただけ
Oh,
の
look at
画
that
像です。
texture.
サーフェススキャッタリングは適用していません。
Oh,
Here's
yes!
now an image where the normal map has a higher resolution. There's no subsurface scattering just yet.
I know it's such a stupid thing to be
凹凸が
excited
入りディ
about.
ティールは細かくなったものの先ほどのような肌の透明感を感じませんよね。
So you can see the different bumps on the skin right now, but then we still don't see that sort of realistic skin kind of feeling.
はい、少し微妙な変化なのでよく見ていてください。
Fucking see the goddamn.
はい、先ほどの強い陰影が拡散して肌に柔らかさと血色が出たと思います。
So once the light kind of scatters inside, like beneath the surface of the skin, you see that it feels a lot more realistic. It's not just a bumpy surface, but then it does feel like real skin.
ちょっと説明しようか。
Shall I explain a bit?
It's also one of those things where like also sometimes you can compare to 1-to-1. You're like, well, I don't know, maybe it's, but like once you start seeing it in motion, it also becomes way more.
辺りの影を見ててほしいんですけど。
I want you to look at the shadow cast around the nose.
単純に、シンプルに影が落ちてるところと落ちてないところの
Tell the distinction.
くっきりなのが分かると思うんですね。
I think you'll be able to clearly tell the distinction between the areas where the shadow is clearly falling on the surface and not so much.
ところがサブサーフェイスでいくと
Light is dispersed beneath the skin.
すごくフラットというかナチュラルな陰影に変わったのが分かると思います。
Also, some of this may not be coming through not only through my stream
shadow
but their
cast
stream.
on the nose has become a lot more natural.
はい、またバックスキャッタリングという手法も導入し、耳の先っぽが赤く透けているような表現にもこだわりました。
Ah, see, this is a great
We
example. The way the light
also
shines through
implemented,
ears.
Backscattering. So the tips of the ears, you will see that the
Oh, it's
light kind of
pretty
passes
relevant.
through the tips and it kind of looks red.
まあ人間の耳もね、実際皮膚の薄いところは光が透過してで血管が薄く見えたりすると思うんですけど、まあそういうところまで今回こだわってると。
So you can also take a real life example. If even in the human ear, there's a very thin part of the skin. And
Yeah, that's
when
actually a good
when
point,
the
Samuel. It
light
is how
passes
pulse
through
oximeters
that,
work.
it's so thin that you can even see the veins.
はい、ちなみにララフェルだとこのような感じです。
And as a side note, Lalafell would look like this.
はい、担当者曰くララフェルはリアルさよりも人形っぽい可愛さが失われない点を意識したそうです。
Oh my god, the
So in
glassy
terms of the
Dunesfolk
Lalafell,
eyes.
the person who was handling this aspect of it didn't want to make it too realistic. They wanted to pursue a more doll-like look.
はい、あとは渋いキャラクターだとこのような感じになります。
And then some of the other more stern-looking characters.
Oh, look at the folds in that rose skin.
Having that texture more realistic, I think it gives off an even better or even more enhanced kind of look to it.
You know, all the eyes are more dull, but I understand why they're making that
今回
choice.
キャラクターでノーマルマップを含めた肌のテクスチャをすべて作り直しています。
And by the way, this time the character section went into the different normal maps as well as the texture material for the skin, and they have revamped it. They remade it for this time.
今の段階で顔のノーマルマップだけで300枚くらい修正しています。
And just looking at the face parts of these different races, we have about 300 different maps that they had to update.
あとは肌と少し違いますが、
Yeah, the hair
ロス
texture
ガ
is
ルには
definitely
ファ
a
ーシェ
leap
ーダー
jump
という
up.
別のシェーダー
Oh
を
my
導
god,
入
look
し、
at
毛
the
並みを良くしており
fur
ます。
texture on
And
the...
then slightly different from skin depiction, but also we have the Rothgar race where we are going to be implementing a fur shader.
まあついにね、14チームキャラクターセクション待望のファーシェーダー、毛並みを毛をレンダリングするための仕組みがついに14にも入ったので、みんな喜んでました。
Finally, for the Final Fantasy XIV development team, it's been a long time coming. The dev team really wanted to implement a fur shader, and we finally have it.
That were made to the character skin.
はい、続いては瞳についてです。
Eyes. Okay, I'm curious to see their philosophy.
はい、こちらは現在の瞳です。
Morning, Hunter.
Okay, what you are looking at right now is a
Missed
current
quite a bit. We
character
can get
and
into it later.
his eyes.
はい、目元にご注目ください。
If you could take a closer look at his eyes,
こちらがグラフィックスアップデート後の瞳です。
you will see that his pupils will be updated after the graphics update.
比べるとこんな感じです。
Here's a comparison.
今回アップデートではハイライトの計算を見直しました。
So what we did in the graphical update here.
I can also tell there's some artifacting, like because they're streaming it, that like some of the detail, I think just because it's also very minor, like small, and especially in the pores, it just isn't coming through. So I think it's
Is
gonna be
to
a bit
review
better.
the calculations that were made for the highlight in the eye.
以前は固定位置にテクスチャーで丸いハイライトを描いていましたが、この方式は狙った絵を作りやすいという利点もありましたが、今回アップデートではこの固定ハイライトをやめてもう少し自然になるような調整を行っています。
So previously we would have that highlight kind of drawn into the iris, and of course
Literally
this
just
allows
as soon
for
as
us
extra.
to have a an expected like finished product, finished image. But with the graphical update that we will be applying, we wanted to kind of move on from the fixed highlight and then allow for a more natural looking highlight.
I'm waiting for the first time someone is playing the game looking like it's going to look like after the graphics update. It's like, oh, I don't know if it's that much better, and then some like go back to footage or something of how the game looks now, and there's like, oh, okay, maybe
we've
not.
Also added a refraction method or formula so that the eyes would look even more realistic.
静止画も良いのですが、時間変化での移り変わりもご覧。
Where the highlight would fall depending on what time of the day it is and where the sun is.
So actually, as you can see, this is painted on white on the side of the Derplander, whereas like the light actually.
左は固定されているのが分かってしまいました。
And so now you can tell that right now it's kind of fixed in that left part.
This is a funny thing, but so there's a little bit of reflection, something going on with this like dot that you see crossing over Derplander's eyes, but it literally crosses over the pupil, which makes no sense. Like that's like it's just crossing over the pupil as if like the pupil's not like a gaping hole.
だから実際には今の皆さんがプレイされてる14は瞳にこうハイライトが書いてあるんですけど。
So, in other words, right now, the character that you're playing with in 14 has that highlight drawn into the eye.
まあ今回からは光の拡散計算してハイライトがちゃんと、演算処理として描かれるようになってます。
But now, finally, we've introduced this method so that the refraction is calculated.
Are they?
So that the position.
I feel like I've seen more negativity than overhypeness. I'm just excited for it. I don't know. Have you seen a lot of overhypeness? Oh, the eyes are so much better.
Other updates
Holy moly.
In the aura, the rings on the outside part of that sort of pupil iris is going to be switched over to a shader. Up until this point, we had used polygon, so you can see that it's a little bit. It has like a little. It's more angled.
まあアウラの特徴的な目の交際リングなんですけど、今まではもうテクスチャーでなんとか少ない容量サイズのテクスチャーで描いてたのでちょっとカクカクしてるんですけど、もう今回は計算でその綺麗にその丸を後から描くっていう処理に変えたので、かなり綺麗に出るようになったので、まあ交際のねちょっと調整なんかをしてもらえるとすごく皆さんの望んだ印象っていうのをまた作れるんじゃないかなと思います。
Oh,
so yeah, one of the characteristics of the aura is this colored iris in the eye, and originally what we had was we used a low texture which was drawn in, and because of that the curves is actually not really a proper curve, but it's kind of jagged around the edges.
Like octagon,
but by changing this to a calculation, we've been able to produce a more smooth, round contour, and then we have a process of drawing in later. So with this new introduction
vectors versus polygons,
technique, I think we'll be able to make advancements more to the kind of vision that everyone has for their characters.
はい、以上が瞳のアップデートについてでした。
So that was it for the eyes.
続けてキャラクターの髪の毛についてです。
Next is regarding the character's hair.
はい、こちらが現在の髪の毛です。
Okay, so right now we are looking at the current version.
そしてこちらがグラフィックスアップデート後になります。
And after the graphical update,
髪はテクスチャの解像度を上げることでより
material textures across the board are just
so for
getting
the
such
hair,
a bump,
we have
man.
raised the resolution for the texture so that it looks a lot more smooth.
はい、比べるとこんな感じです。
A comparison here.
テクスチャの解像度を上げてハイライトを調整することで自然な髪
Dude,
の
I'm
毛
gonna have to replay the entire MSQ.
So by adjusting the highlights,
so
raising the resolution of the textures, we are able to make a more realistic looking smooth hair.
そして髪の毛にはもう一つこだわりの機能を入れています。
One more element that we have
Yeah, one free
implemented in
Fantasia
the
for everyone when they
hair.
do it.
はい、こちらの動画をご覧ください。
If we could look at the
I've been
video.
hoping for the same. I don't know that I'd use it, but they definitely should give a Fantasia to everyone when they do it.
はい、カメラ視点の角度によって色が変わる特殊な設定を行っています。
So you can see that there are different color sections within the hair that you can see depending on the position of the camera.
この設定で何を行っているかというと、髪の毛の流れる方向を指定しています。
So what we're doing with these different colored sections is we're defining which direction the hair flows.
画像のような髪の流れが複雑な髪型でも流れに沿った自然なハイライ
Yeah,
ト
but I
が
think
入るように
they'll
なり
make
ます。
plenty of money on Fantasia
So by
whether
having
or
these
not they do it.
guidelines in
You know what I'm saying?
the character model, even if they have a very complicated
Hot damn,
or
Hunter.
complex hairstyle like this character does, it will allow for the lighting to hit properly so that we have natural looking highlights in the hair.
はい、こちらも動画をご覧ください。
Let us look at another video.
はい、いかがでしょう。ちゃんと髪の流れに沿ってハイライトが動くのを確認できます。
As you can see, you are able to follow the highlights moving depending on where the light source is.
あの設定をやらないと全体が単純にハイライトが降りてくる上がってくるっていうだけなんですけど、ヘアスタイルの髪の流れに沿ってハイライトが別々に動いてるかのようにね、かかってるかのように見えるっていう流れに
沿ってハイライトの
basic direction, but by applying this setting, it actually accommodates for the hairstyle so that the shadow is cast down in the different directions, and that's a very kind of strong technique which we used in this case, and we are very particular about these points in our development.
以上が髪のアップデートについてでした。
Yep, so that was the hair.
はい、続いては装備についてのご紹介です。
Yes, this is the one. I'm
前回の基調講演で
kind of maybe most excited about gear just because of the amount of like material textures that are just upgraded, like the difference between the inside of
Next are updates to the gear.
Ian's castle.
You may have seen the
Go my castle.
Paladin gear in the previous keynote presentation, and you might have been surprised by how much improvements that were made.
Super.
So for gear, we tried to focus on trying to improve upon the detail and how that's depicted, as well as allowing for more variation in the textures.
はい、シェーダーの素の状態のものを持ってきました。
Okay, so here we have the shaders that are in its sort of regular application.
左が今までのもので、右がグラフィックスアップデート後のシェーダーを適用したものになります。
So the graphics on the left shows what we currently have, and then the images on the right shows what will happen if we utilize the shaders after the graphical update.
I also feel like this doesn't necessarily convey the level of difference. I think there's some other better examples of that show, I'm pretty sure.
Lift the upper restrictions of how much memory we're consuming so that we can have pre-calculated sort of reflections and raise the resolution of the reflection, or sometimes we're able to apply color if needs be.
また今回のアップデートでは物理ベースレンダリングと言われる手法を導入し、ハイライトの表現力を上げています。
And then in this update, we will be implementing a system that is physics-based rendering, and so we will allow for a better depiction of highlights here as well.
はい、夜だとこんな感じになります。こちらの方が違いが分かりやすいかもしれないですね。
Here's an example of nighttime lighting. This might help with seeing what the difference would look like.
空の黒さがしっかりと出ているようになったり、ハイライトの表現がより正確に出るようになっております。
You can see that the sky looks very dark and it's reflected off of the surface, and then the highlights are also very accurate.
ただ14が目指す表現はフォトリアルを追求するものではないので、物理ベースの手法はあくまで手段の一つとして捉えており、かっこよければ今までと変わらず物理的に正しくないこともやっていくと思います。
Of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, we are not trying to pursue a very photorealistic depiction of our graphics. So this physics-based rendering is just a tool
These certainly are
Thal's
balls.
In our application.
I mean, they're reflective and shiny. I'm sure they trade for a lot.
Sometimes we might kind of go beyond the boundaries of like real-life physics.
実はこれも嘘ついてるところあるよね。
はい、これもすでに嘘をついてます。
Well, even right now, there is something which isn't quite realistic. We're kind of manipulating here and there, as it were to say, aren't we?
Exactly, yes.
単純な本当に物理ベースの計算、現実の光の反射とかっていうのを本当に正確にレンダリングするっていうことはまあ可能だし、まあスペックかければどんどん現実に近づけていけるんですけど、まあ目指してるのって僕らそこじゃなくて、ファンタジーを感じられるそのニュアンスなので、あえて計算精度を落としたりとか。
Oh, physical based rendering. That's why. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I just didn't know the acronym. Yes. I just not used to how you. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we were to simply apply calculations for a realistic reflection of the light, that is perfectly possible, but that's not exactly what we're aiming for with 14. So we're aiming more for like we want to have that kind of fantasy feel, that fantasy vibe. There's a certain nuance that we're aiming for. So we don't use the calculations just as they are. Sometimes we might drop the precision of the calculations, or we might change the calculation so that we can achieve what we have in our vision.
こちらは今のナイト AF ですが、ここに先ほどの新しいシェーダーを適用してテクスチャーを調整すると
Yes, so we're looking at the
this is I just want you all to like look very closely at the before and watch the after, because I've stared at the before and after on this armor so much.
Paladin artifact gear, and so when we apply the new shader here,
look at like the gems.
Oh, this is what it will look like. Shader here.
Oh, yes.
You
can see some of the color of the sky being reflected, or the ground is also impacting how the armor looks. And so I think we're able to see a much more complex, rich kind of color in here. And I think the highlights are also
Glorious.
quite natural looking here.
他のエリアでも撮影をしてきたので画像をご覧ください。
So we have the same piece of gear shot in a different location.
So much more full of life.
This is the current
And the crunchy, low texture and aliasing issues are so much lesser.
And then this is with the updated graphical graphics.
周りの環境の映り込みを取り込んでいて、
Oh my God,
取り
look
込ん
at
でい
it
るの
there.
がお分かりいただけると思います。
As you can see, it reflects a lot of the environmental elements in the piece of gear.
まあ今までだとね、単なる反射とかだったんですけど、周りの環境の色をちゃんと反映するようになったみたいなところがすごい大きな変化かなと思います。
Yeah, so far we just had a simple reflection of the light, but by implementing this improvement, we now get the color of the environment also having an impact on the reflection. And I think that's an amazing change that we've been able to produce.
はい、さらにより細かいディティールを出せるように、今回テクスチャーの構成も大きく変更しました。
And of course, so that we can show more detail, we have greatly updated how the textures are set up as well.
こちらは汚れや錆の侵食具合、微妙な濃淡の差などを出す、トップ14特有のテクスチャーになります。
So here you can see some of the dirt and grime, the weathering, rusting, and you see some of the subtle sort of darkness and lightness on the surface.
はい、元のテクスチャーがこちらです。もう全然ディティールが違います。
You can see before and after of the different texture maps that we used here. I think it's pretty significant.
これまでメモリとデータ構成の関係で込める情報量を制限している状態でした。メモリの上限アップに伴いテクスチャーの構成を大きく変えて、キャラクターセクションが好きなだけ書き込めるようにした結果がこちらになります。
So up until this point, we did have to work around some of the memory and data structure limitations, and so we had to be mindful of how much information we're putting down in a texture map. But now that we have a little bit more capacity in the memory that we're utilizing, we are able to update significantly the data structure of these different texture maps. So the character team were able to put in as much detail as they want.
I'm so excited to see Hydaelyn's outfit. Like there's some crunch on that, and I'm so excited to see it.
あれしかない情報量で 逆に今の装備の汚し具合とかそのいわゆる経年劣化した具合とかっていうのを本当に職人技でどこにどれだけこう汚しを出すかどこに出せばそれっぽく見えるのかっていうのを本当にすごいよね。
そうですね。
But yeah, I think one part that I particularly want to praise the character team about is, as you can appreciate by looking at the before image, they had such limitations with the data that they could use, but they were able to really implement their knowledge almost as that you could think of them as artisans in their craft. They worked with those limitations, but they were able to implement things such as dirt or degradation of the gear over time, and they worked on those.
It's really impressive. The level, there were things with like early PS3 era level textures, effective the restrictions that they were operating with and what they pulled off with them is insane.
One by one, just building over time that knowledge and expertise, and I think that's really commendable.
Yeah, 100%. Like the fact that the original Paladin armor looks as good as it does.
I think the whole character team are probably so happy to hear that right now. Thank you so much.
Shocking with how
このテクスチャー改善により今まで以上に傷や汚れなど細かなディティールが出せるようになりました。
But yeah, with this update, we are able to explore and depict more weathering and the damage that is done to the pieces of armor.
はい、比べるとこのような感じになります。改めて映り込みの影響やハイライトのリアリティ、汚れや傷のディティールを
I wish they showed the shields too, because like this is a small thing, but like look at the difference between the gems and the like opal. And like you can't get a good shot of it. And the crystal here, it's like yes, the color's not as vibrant but it's because it's in right here because it's in shadow. Like the material texture of actually looking like a stone rather than kind of looking like, yeah, I can tell it's a stone because it's the texture, but like kind of like it just looks the same. It's not that differentiated.
Yeah,
from
so
metal.
here's a before and after once again. So yeah, if you want to take a look at how much reflection is implemented, how it impacts the way the armor looks, the realistic highlights, some of the details such as the weathering and the dirt can all be seen in here.
はい、さて次は質感のバリエーションを紹介していきます。これは先ほどの物理ベースのマテリアルにテクスチャーで質感をつけてパラメータを調整したものです。
Next, I'd like to talk about some of the variations that we would have in the textures that we're depicting. First, we are looking at the physics-based rendering materials, and then we have added the texture onto those so that we would see like the different varying surfaces, and then adjusted the parameters.
Remember, this comes out at the same time as dual die channels as well.
So being able to adjust these different textures and parameters, we are able to depict various textures.
スペキュラーがより正確に表現できるようになったので、ザラザラした質感や鋭くハイライトが入るような素材をうまく表現できるようになりました。
Because the specular are more accurately depicted, we can see the different textures. If it's a rough surface or like a very sharp sort of highlights, a very shiny surface where a highlight would come in very sharply.
さらに金属だけでなく石材やプラスチックなど非金属もパラメータを変えることで表現できます。
And in addition to that, not
Neri just sent me a message saying we need to
we
try
can
to stop
apply
guessing
the same
glasses. We're
kind
bad at it.
Parameters to different stone materials or plastic materials that are not metal as well.
特に右下の木材の素材は、素材以外はテクスチャーは先ほどのものと同じものを使っていて、ハイライトと映り込みの強さだけが変わっております。
Especially looking at the different objects here, everything except for the wooden material that's on the bottom right corner, we've used the same textures as the previous slide, and then we just differentiated the highlight and how the environment is being reflected onto the surface.
布系の素材も設定できるようになっております。
Oh, cloth.
And then we can also change the parameters on cloth-based materials as well.
2段目のものは特に輪郭部分にふわっと明るいハイライトが入り、布特有の柔らかさを表現できていると思います。また毛布みたいなものにはファーの機能も組み合わせて作成をしております。
Cheers, Samuel.
So you can see the second row here. It has a very sort of fluffy kind
I need
of
this update bad, Hunter.
texture because of the highlight that kind of goes in lightly on top of that where the surface is. And then also for those that look like blankets, you can see that we've added some fur-like texture as well.
こちらの質感を組み合わせて 7.0 の装備は作られていき
Oh,
ます。
you can see the fuzz
textures
and the
are
leather. Oh, leather looks like leather.
The
Oh.
outfit that you see in 7.0.
まあ、布と革のね表現は本当にめっちゃ良くなってるので、まあこっちもリアルですけどすごいリアルさは上がっていくのでぜひ注目してください。
Yeah, the textures of the cloth and leather have seen a drastic improvement. Well, here I'm wearing the costume, and this is, of course, real material, but you can also appreciate a similar appearance in the game, so I hope you look forward to it.
Dude, fucking non-tank. Actually, really, all jobs are going to be beaten well because the leather and stuff looks so much better. The metals look so much better.
So
Ooh,
slightly off
reflectivity.
topic, this is not quite physics-based
and
rendering,
opacity.
but we've also enhanced how glass is depicted.
まあここはね、
Oh.
半透明はめちゃめちゃ大変でめちゃめちゃきついんです
Yeah,
け
feed it to
ど
me, feed it to me.
プログラマーがめちゃめちゃ頑張ってます今回。
Oh yeah, for sure. Semi-transparent materials are super, super difficult to work with, but the programmers have put in a lot of hard work on this.
Even more
こ
than
ちらは
everything,
学者
for
の
sure.
絵です布系の表現が向上していると思います。
And then you can see here the scholars' job-specific gear. You can see that the texture depiction of the cloth has really improved.
またメガネや小瓶などの表現もいい感じになっています。
Of
This
course,
giant
I'm
monocle.
really happy to see how the monocle, as well as the little
Also, I feel proven right. If you look, it is the scholar symbol. Like if you imagine this on both sides, it's the scholar symbol. Like that's what the scholar symbol is. the
file
scholar
in the
glasses.
back looks really nice.
はい、キャラクターの紹介の最後はモンスター
えー
です。まだお見せできるものは少ないのですが画像を持ってきました。
Let's get some memo jewel.
So next, we want to show off some monsters, creatures. We don't have very much to show at this point, but I did bring some images.
はい、こちらはマムージャです。そして 7.0 ではこのようになります。
It's pretty good.
Here's a
Let's see
Mamuja.
what about after.
In 7.0, this is how it's going to look like.
はい、透明化でも解像度の質が上がったのがわかると思います。
That actually will be helpful for the Memojon
So
differentiating.
yeah,
the,
even
like,
looking at it from a distance, you can see that the resolution and the texture has been enhanced. But we would also like to take a closer look.
はい、初期に作られているため解像度が少し低めですが、こちらがこう変わります。
So of course, this is still in early stages, and so the resolution is a bit low, but it will change to this.
That's low resolution? Oh, okay.
やっぱり
Before.
テクスチャーの高解像度化とシェーダー対応による質感の向上です。まあ、ちょっと本当に
Man.
収まっているのか疑わしいくらい解像度が上がっています。
Of course, we would like to flag
This game's gonna
that
look so
the
much
texture has, of course, been higher resolution, and then the shaders are put in so that the surface looks much better. And I'm almost suspicious if we really fit into the proper regulations that because the resolution on this is very high.
はい、こちらはポリゴン数のアップはまだ行っておらず、テクスチャーとシェーダー対応のみになっていますので、 7.0 以降のモンスターはもう少しクオリティが高くなると思います。
So for this one, we haven't modified the number of polygons that are being utilized. We just updated the texture as well as the different shaders. But monsters or creatures that are introduced from the new expansion and beyond will have a higher number of polygons. So I believe the quality will be even higher for those.
I was curious if they were going to increase polygon count at all. I was also curious if they were going to affect polygon of anything retroactively, and I doubted it. Seems like that for sure they are, at least for creatures.
This is really nostalgic.
Remember, you got 8 months. It's only like
Memories.
$200
Back at
to get a
the time of
2060.
Realm Reborn,
So
I think it
getting
was
the
a
recommended
PLL,
specs
a
not
live
hard.
letter, and I had my companion Chocobo out, and I just let him out to die. I just ran away.
懐かしいですね。
Well, PLL, a live, really nostalgic.
場所ですねここね
This is really nostalgic, brings back memories. Back at the time of A Realm Reborn, I think it was a PLL, a live letter, and I had my companion Chocobo out, and I just let him out to die. I just ran away.
はい
懐かしいですね。
Nostalgia.
面白い動画が
Character aspect. There was one interesting video that I had on me, so I would like to show that to you as well.
こちらは見た目というより作業効率改善の一環として作られているもの
360 is more than enough.
顔の、ポリゴンを全部統一化しました。
So as you can see here, this is more about work efficiency rather than updating the look of a character. But
Who wants to see Lalafell Nightmare Fuel?
Than updating the look of a character, but we would take the polygons of the different races and we've kind of standardized the numbers.
Oh, guys. That's going to be a big deal. That's going to be a really big deal.
バラバラなデータを持ってたんですけど、ついに変形で各種族がポリゴンの形を統一することで表現できるようになったというね、開発チーム的には凄まじい大歓喜な状態でございました。
Yeah, up until now we had separate data for each of the races, but by using this new technique, we can basically just standardize the polygons, as it were, and this technique is just pretty much amazing for the dev team.
こうすることでデータ流用の幅が広がり、アセット制作の効率アップにつながります。
So yeah, by having this tool in place, we're able to repurpose some of the data that we have so that it allows for us to be more efficient when we're creating assets.
こちらは皆さんが直接ゲームで触れる部分ではありませんが、グラフィックスアップデートでは見た目の改善に加えて開発効率の向上も合わせて行っております。
So this is an element
Oh,
that
big deal.
players may not
Yeah,
necessarily
long-term health.
see,
It's going to help
within the
make
game,
making
but
things
in
for
the
each
graphical
race
update,
faster.
it really helps our designers. In addition to how the characters are depicted, it allows for the developers to work more efficiently.
以上でギャラの紹介は本当に終わりになります。
Things like hats and fixing that long-term problem are easier with that. I know the bigger issue is hair and how hair works, but that it helps simplify that process.
Hey, just what is this?
They've said that they're not making any new races. They could go back. Oh my god, this is adorable.
なんかちょっと乗れそうな蔵がついてますね。
I'll back him out.
Looks like you might be able to mount it.
はい。
ファーシェーダー綺麗ね。
はい。
Oh, that first shader is pretty, isn't it?
はい、というわけでキャラクター紹介は本当に終わりになります。ありがとうございました。
Okay, so that covers the character portion. Thank you again.
People want more character creators to give them the sliders so they can build a Final Fantasy animal of wolf. Sadly, that's not how interbreeding between races is. Primary characteristics of mother with the secondary characteristics of father potentially.
Thanks so much for your explanation. It was so easy to follow. And now, thank you for waiting, Shida-san. It's your turn.
さあじゃあいよいよ続いてはバックグラウンドを見てみましょうか。
Okay,
We have a
so
video on
without
it.
further
Ray, if
ado,
you'd like to
let's
link
move
that video
to
on
the
how what is
backgrounds.
procreation between Final Fantasy characters.
では改めて自己
Or
紹
between
介を
Final
させてくだ
Fantasy
さい。バックグラウンドアーティストの
Minecraft
と申
collab.
します。
So once again, allow me to introduce myself. I am background artist Masato
Yeah,
Shida.
you're not wrong, Fantasy.
私はですね、ありがとうございます。私はですね、今まで環境制作やテクスチャのブラッシュアップを担当してきました。そして現在は背景全体の絵作りに関するクオリティコントロールを主に行っております。
A lot of
So up until
Evilise,
this
time
point,
and Evilise
my
with that.
duties included reviewing background, visuals to ensure quality, environmental design, and brushing up the game's texture. But nowadays, I'm handling more of like quality control of the different background elements that goes into the overall game.
志田さんも業界に入ってから、11、12、14ともうファイナルファンタジー一色って感じですよね。
So after you entered the industry, Shida-san, you've been involved in FF11, 12, 14, so Final Fantasy is pretty much
2 MMOs and a mainline Final Fantasy that was basically an offline MMO.
23年やり続けてきましたね。
Yes, for sure. It's been about 23 years now.
現状何 何か環境で困ったことがあると僕が一番頼りにしてこんな感じに志田さんなんとかしてって最後おります。
And I'm like, hey, Shida-san, just make it work somehow. I mean, I rely on you so much that I would definitely say that if you weren't there, I wouldn't be able to survive.
非常に光栄です。
Oh, thank you. I'm very honored.
はい、それではですね、私が
Okay, so I'd like to show you some of the work that I have done in the past.
Trying to catch up a little bit.
グリダニア、
Here's
I know we're about a
Gridania,
minute behind her, so.
リムサロミンサ、
Limsalominsa,
Oh, it's funny. I've actually been spending a lot of time looking at some of these things lately, like
コ
background
ー
art.
チ、ドラバニア、
Duravania,
ギラバニア辺境地帯、
then Girabania,
Fringes.
ラクシュミ戦、
the Lakshmi battle,
ツクヨミ戦、
the Tsukuyomi battle,
Oh,
レイクランド、
and Lakeland,
そしてアムアレーン。
Arang.
はい、こうしたエリアの環境とテクスチャーを制作してき
No,
ま
they're
し
not
た。
going to show
I
female
worked
cross
on
today.
the
If they were going to, they would have
different
done it at the keynote.
environment and the textures for these areas.
難しいとこばっかりね。
I think they're going
work
to be
on
basically
all the
saving it for
difficult
6.55.
places.
はい、でちなみにですね、このリムサロミンサが見ることができ
Especially for Limsalominsa, I took inspiration from Dover in the UK, as well as Eastbourne,
Fucking
and some
nailed
of the
it.
white
Been
walls
saying that
that you can see in some of the coastal areas.
That's why Calusia also echoes
あり
it.
そう。わかんない。
Do you have any time to go?
いけそう。ですね。
I think I might have time to go sightseeing in Dover.
今回せっかく見に行って写真を撮ろう。
Travel a little bit to see the white cliffs in Dover and take pictures.
すごいよね。
Oh, that's cool, Nick.
いやもう実際リムサでちょっと志田さんとは実は思い出があったりします。
Amazing. But come to think of it, I have a little bit of a memory with you, Shida-san, when it comes to Limsa.
9.4を作り直していい軽いかっていうのをこうモデルケースとして。
So it was back at the time when it was decided to remake the original 14, and I got the approval to basically reproduce the game as a Realm Reborn. And back at that time, I had in my mind to kind of reapproach the environment so that they would be more lighter, as it were, so that it would allow for more efficient movement, and therefore it would be easier for the players to navigate. And as a model case, we looked at Gridania, and we went about remodeling Gridania.
あ、グリダニアじゃない、ごめん、リムサロミンさん。ごめんごめん。
My bad. Not Gridania, Limsa-Lominsa, of course.
で、その時に当然その読み込みを挟まないと街全体が表現できないからどこでローディングしてその移動させるか上層と下層を移動させるかみたいなことを自分でこうチェック
Town in separate areas in order to have a kind of loading process in between. You could think of it, for example, maybe Ishgard. So in Ishgard you have the pillars and you have foundation.
シュガルドじゃないよ。この
Upper decks and lower decks.
area in between where you would be loading.
で
Those two, you would have an area in between where you would be loading.
This is a good example of how much Yoshida actually does know quite a bit of English, is that he can catch when a translator is wrong about one of his
あまりにも
points.
テクスチャーのクオリティと環境が高すぎて逆にどこをどう歩いてるのか分かんなくなったのでとにかくもうじゃあデザイナー全員集まってもらってここにこういうギルドのって言ってもってるんですよね。
Too much stress to navigate, and we were like going through a process of deciding where we would put certain guilds and such. And I think when we went through that process, Limsa-Lominsa had really kind of a special part in my memory because of that.
その時は大変お世話になっております。
Back at that time, you did a great job, and you really helped me through that process.
はい、まあ私はですね、はい、こちらですね、はい、今までにもいろんな場所で
Various photos in the locations that I visit.
今回は良い機会ですので、私が撮影してきました写真の一部をここでお見せしたいと思います。
So, ごめんなさい。
はい、まずフィンランドを旅行したときに
I would like to show you an image that photo that I took when I was visiting Finland.
はい。いかがでしょうか。
So what do you think?
はい。まあ
That
皆様
sure
ご
is
覧
some
の通りも
grass.
いかにもフィンランドらしい写真ですよね。
So doesn't it just exude this sort of Finland feeling?
フィンランドの人
By any chance, anyone from Finland here?
いらっしゃるいらっしゃる。ごめんごめん、これ見ていやこれだよフィンランドって思うのかな。
When you see this photo, do you think, oh yeah, this is Finland?
わかるって言ってる。って言ってる。
Yeah, so I see there's some people who say yes.
まあそしてですね、まあこの砂利と草の混ざり具合のバランスがね、また非常に良いんですよね。
But I really like how the pebbles on the ground kind of mix together with the grass.
まあとはいえ、旅の思い出としてこういった写真を撮る人、じゃあこんな写真を
Said, I'm sure a lot of people, when you visit a new place and you want to document your journey, this might not be necessarily what you would remember your trip by. But allow me to explain the purpose of having a photo like this.
はい。ではですね、まずフォトショップでこの写真を開きまして、
Are they gonna straight use as a texture in this?
ことから
Not as
始
a
めていきま
reference.
しょう。
This is gonna be funny.
So I take
No,
this
it's gotta be a
photo and then I
reference.
import it into Photoshop, and I will begin by removing my feet out of the photo.
はい、足消えました。
There you go. It's gone.
俺いつも思うんだけどさ、なんでこんなに綺麗に足だけ消えるの？
That's actually really
I
impressive
think
keying
this
out.
all the time, but just how can you so cleanly take away the feet?
まあフォトショップって便利ですよね。
Well, Photoshop is very good at that. It's very convenient.
でですね、まあこの画像を
Yeah, oh, you can absolutely use real world. No, sorry, it's not that you can't. It's not that I'm saying you can't. It's that it. There are problems with doing it in like 14.
して隣に配置してみましょう。
And then I shall copy this and place it next to the first image.
はい。
There are downsides to using real world images. But it looks like they might have done it.
So right now, because it's just placed next to each other, you
I mean,
can
these
see
days, most
clear
people, actually,
border
most
between the left and
it's
right
all-
image. So I would like.
Actually, most projects do use real world like photography as source for. It's more like I would be surprised for 14 because of the
To
repeating
blend it
texture
so
issues.
that you can't tell where the graphics are.
No, I don't think so. Like the feet weren't photo. I doubt that. Look here, look, watch. When they removed. I mean, that would be. I mean, maybe you're right. That would be odd to bother doing that.
この2つの画像の端がまあ分かりやすく見えてますよね。まあこの境界が分からなくなるように綺麗につなげていきます。
The left and right image. So I would like to blend it so that you can't tell where the
Yeah,
graphics
it looked like it was
are
just copying
placed
the left-hand
together.
patch and then. Like hell, I have Photoshop up, and we could probably take it in there and then I don't have it on. See what it autofilled.
And there you go.
どういつも俺思うんだけど、なんでこんなになんていうの自然につながるのかね。
Every single time I think this, but just how on earth do you make, like, does it kind of blend so naturally?
So like one of the things you can see like up top here.
How on earth do you make?
So on this side they use this side. On some shots they're using parts of the left and parts of the right, whatever's I think
kind
easier.
of blend so naturally.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
はい。まあこのように加工して端が綺麗につながる1枚の画像を作成します。
Yeah, definitely the
And so I
interesting
continue
is
to
built
modify this image so
manual
that,
blending.
the
What's interesting
edges
about the feet though
will
is I've
blend
used
together
some
cleanly
manual
and
or
prepare this
automatic
as our central image.
stuff like that.
ごめん
and
ごめん
videos.
さらっと言ってるけど、さっきこうつなぎ合わせた 右の面とこの左の面がループするようにつけたのを全方向これもうやって4枚つなぎ目がない状態にしてるってことだよね。
Maybe they are you just using real world textures 100%
You
for the
mentioned kind of very like how you do it very easily, but there's kind of like the right side and the left side where the edges are touching, and you are blending that. But and this process is kind of a loop process, but you're applying that on all directions, right?
そうですね。上下左右がきれいにつながります。
Yep, so we can connect it so that you can add more images to the top, the bottom, left, and right.
はい、さらに9枚並べてみましょう。
Okay, so we will take that same image and we will tile 9 of them now.
I was going to see if I could pull up my
Came together pretty nicely.
getting in the way of the window.
はい、これをテクスチャデータと
Looks like that's how they do it.
ゲーム内の地面に貼り付けてみます。
It
So
may be
we'll
the
take
reason I
this
thought they
image
didn't, may just because it
and,
gets
convert
crunched
it
down
as
so
a
much.
texture data, and then we're going to paste it onto a ground surface in game.
ちょっとね1個
Most modern games are done this way, as
言
far
ってお
as
き
I
たいん
know.
ですけど今これ9枚並べてあるじゃないですか。
I say
でも
modern games.
実
Plenty
際
of
に
like
使
2D
って
games
る
don't
テクスチャーと呼ばれるデータは1個なのでコピーしておいているだけなのでそのいわゆるメモリって呼ばれるものに対しては1枚のテクスチャーでこれだけ広範囲なエリアをきれいにかつ広く見
What
せ
I
て
would
い
say
け
is
るっていう
go
こと
to
なので
Thavnair
さら
right
っとや
now,
った
fly
んです
over
けど
Thavnair and fly all the way up into the
か
sky
な
and
り
look
大事な
down.
ところですね
That's
ゲ
all
ーム
I'm
開
going to
発
say.
において。
I want to mention one thing here, but in this example, you can see that there were 9 panels, but when we apply that in the game, the actual data is just one piece. So basically, it's copied, and then in terms of what we refer to as memory, the texture is applied over a large area. So although it is quite an easy process, at the same time, it's quite important for game development.
さあじゃあゲーム内に貼ったこれね
And so here we have what is applied in the game.
キャラクターとよく馴染んでいるように見えませんか？
But yeah, doesn't it look good with the character in there? Does it look very well blended?
これでフィンランドの地面がゲームのデータになりました。
So the ground from Finland is now in game.
はい、さて、このテクスチャをもう少し大きい地形のモデルデータに貼り付けてみます。
And then now we will place this texture data on a larger surface area.
そして出来上がったのがこちらになります。
And this is the final product.
はい、フィー
Yep,
ル
and
ド
so
の
there's
ラビリン
Labyrinthos.
ソスの地面ですね。
Funny, I should have
As you can see, this is
recognized that.
Labyrinthos.
このエリアはですね、奥に白樺の木が生えていて、ちょっと北欧の雰囲気があります。なのでフィンランドの地面がね、よく馴染んで見えているのではないでしょうか。
Yeah, so in this area, there's a lot of birch trees in the back, and so it does have that sort of Northern European feel to it. So I thought that the ground image that I took in Finland blends in very well.
Here's why I thought they might not be using photo textures is just because of some
いや
repeating
ーこれね
artifacts.
実際コメントとかでもさっき上から見てた9
But
枚並べた
actually,
やつ
I was
さすが
very
に
wrong
ルー
because
プ見え
the
るよ
repeating
ね
artifacts is
こ
part
の
of
ま
the
まで
proof
は
of
使わ
the
ない
point.
でしょってこ
Let's see,
うコ
you
メ
can
ント
see
を
the
出
like
てたんですけ
texture
ど
he made would have been like this, and
Yeah,
it's
so I was
repeating.
looking at the comments and they were remarking about the 9 panels which we had at first, and they were saying, okay, that's looped, but definitely we wouldn't be able to just use that as is, right?
でも実際には地形データに沿わせたりオブジェクトと呼ばれる岩を置いたり木を植えたり草をさらにその上にこう
I
で
really should have been playing
まぶしていくことで実はループをねどうやって感じさせなくするかっていうのはできたりするわけですよね。さらにねテクスチャ同士道を重ねて
Oh yeah, definitely
こ
room.
うそのループをうまく目立たなくしたりとかねやるんですよね。
But yeah, what we do is
Yeah,
go
that's been
through a
around for
process
a
of
long
applying
time.
that terrain
Well over
in the environment.
almost 2 decades
so
now?
we would put rocks here and there, we would have grass,
At
we
least
would
that
have
I've known about
trees, and basically we would add kind of combined textures, add like maybe a path in the environment. So
Our PS3
going through this
was out 2
process,
decades.
we can
Oh, it's
basically
getting
kind of cover or make the loop not stand out, as it were.
地面を歩いてる分にはリピートもね、そこまでは気にならないですよね。
Yeah, for sure. If you're just walking along the path, it might not seem too obvious that these are being looped.
このようにですね、私はその撮影した写真をテクスチャに加工する
Please
こ
tell
と
me
で、
they have a new system to prevent
14の
looping
様々な
for
エリアの地形や
That I take and modify it so that it'll become a texture data and paste it into some of the areas in terms of the terrain as well as buildings.
さて、もう一つ写真をご紹介しましょう。こちらはですね、東京のとある公園を散歩中に撮影した一枚です。
Let me show you another photo. This was taken in Tokyo when I was strolling through a park.
この時間の経過を感じさせる石畳の割れ具合がね、かっこいいですよね。
I really love how some of the stones are kind of deteriorating, and you can see that sort of passage of time and the history behind it.
あとこの石畳の目地のラインがまっすぐではなくて、こうちょっと歪んでるっていうところも最高ですよね。
And I think it's just so great that these are not in like a perfect grid. There's some sort of warping in certain areas, and some of it is not exactly perpendicular.
はい、これもですね、すぐにテクスチャ化しました。
Of course, this image also was turned into a texture as so.
はい。でですね、今度は、この石畳の目地にちょっと雪をまぶしてみました。
In addition to the texture that we have naturally in the stones, I added a little bit of snow.
はい、こうしてできたのが、イシュガルドの石畳ですね。
And that's how the cobblestone areas in Ishgard was created.
That's a good example of what you're talking about, Rune, too. Like where you use with the bump map, you can like add depth, even though the texture is completely 2D.
So that's from
a
park
there you go.
in Tokyo.
Yes, a specific park, a certain park in Tokyo.
はい。またこの石畳の写真はですね、ひび割れを消して、ラビリンソスにも実は使用していたんですね。
And the photo that I used for this area was repurposed. I removed some of the cracks that are in the ground and utilized it in labyrinthos as well.
はい、それがこちら。
You can see that here.
はい、同じ素材写真を使い回して、こんな風に別のテクスチャを作ることもあります。
Sometimes we do repurpose the same photo asset to create a different texture.
このように、ロンドンでもあちこちを撮影して、今後の背景制作に活用したいと考えています。
So I would love to take a lot of photos while I'm here in London so that I can utilize it for production of the environments.
はい、ではですね、背景に関するグラフィックアップデートの話に入る前にですね、
because just like one thing I do really want is like flying around kind of sucks because it reveals how much the textures repeat in areas, even new areas like.
But before we do that, we will be talking about the different graphical updates to the backgrounds. But before we do that, I would like to quickly go over what I do in terms of background design.
バックグラウンドアーティストは街やフィールド、宇宙、そして謎の魔法空間までプレイヤーが行動するすべての
all of the environments player interact with, from towns and landscapes to the boundless sea of stars and worlds beyond the physical realm.
はい、各エリアは企画書を元に作成していきます。ただ、企画書には草が生えているのかというような。
A new area, we are given specification documents, and we kind of come up with a design based on that explanation. That said, of course, they provide some context on what the lore in that particular area is, but they don't go into very minute details like what kind of grass grows in that particular environment, or what kind of bricks or what kind of building materials are used, how the bricks are stacked in some of the buildings. So yeah, that kind of information is rarely ever explained to us.
I wonder if they like that or not, because I feel like if I had their job, I would love being able to fill that in based off of best guesses, but I also, if I was in the other job, I would love to come up with that information to give as much detail as possible to work with.
Are left to the artist and how they As such, the
Okay, so-
details are left to the artist and how they determine is appropriate. And so we would utilize the information that we have. We try to imagine and sort of supplement what we believe is an appropriate depiction of what exists in these different areas.
目指しているのは、ファンタジーとして説得力があり、かつプレイヤーの皆様が感動できる世界の
that is recognized as a fantasy realm, plus the players would appreciate and be moved in these different worlds.
次にですね、私が
Next, I would like to explain what I specifically worked on in environmental design, primarily on lighting.
環境政策は
So as written here, environmental design is vital in creating the atmosphere as the artists control each area's daily lighting cycle and the appearance of its sky.
こちらサベネアの空ですね、こんな風にエリアのイメージに合った、ユニークな空を作成していきます。
What you see here, of course, is the sky in Thavnair. So we try to create the sky that is very appropriate and unique to the area.
サベネアも結構ね、空の色をちょっと緑っぽいとい
Fun
うか。
fact, for a lot of maps, the sky in that is just a texture that as the night they change, it just like tugs and pulls and stretches the texture one way or another. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, the
You see it in
Thavnair
fast
sky,
forward.
I was really particular about the color of the sky, so I said I want some sort of green in there, some blue in there, and Shida-san was very receptive about that.
今まで14の中で作ってきたいろんな空とか空気感あると思うんですけど、昼は僕ここが一番好きです本当に。
Yeah, out of all the skies that we've produced in 14, there's various types of sky or various vibe, but I think the midday sky here is probably my favorite.
ありがとうございます。私もここは
Ooh, what's your favorite sky in 14? I mean,
Oh, thank you for that. I really love the sky here as well.
kind of love Lumen, like the sky in
霧などのね自然現象を加えて様々な天候を作ります。
during the MSQ.
And also,
Kind of
we
gorgeous,
create different climates
terrifying,
as well and
beautiful.
weather. So we add different rain, lightning, fog, other natural occurrences.
ちなみにですね、ゲーム内の雲も撮影した写真を加工してテクスチャを作成しています。
And by the way, the clouds that are depicted in the game as well utilize these different photos that I've taken that I've modified as texture data.
またダンジョンなど屋内に関しても、ライト配置の調
That
整
is
を
a
行う
bit,
こと
that big
で
open sky is killer. That's a
14
good
らし
one.
い印象的な空間を作ることに注力しています。
Sunset in most zones.
And of course, with dungeons as well and indoor situations, what I would do is adjust some of the placement of the lights so that it would stay relevant within the Final Fantasy XIV realms and give that impression of these different areas.
Hey, Toto Rock and
ライティングっていうのはとても
Jolisa Train.
面白い仕事なんですけれども、反面、とても難しい仕事でもあるイメージを
Lighting is a
共有するっていうことが非常に難しいんですね。
So of course, lighting is a lot of fun and it's a very interesting work that I do. But at the same time, it is quite challenging at the same time. What's most challenging for me is being able to, or the challenge is to share the image that we envision in our minds amongst our teammates.
その制作を始めるときにゲームプランナーはライティングのイメージをアーティストに伝える必要があります。ただその光っていう形が見えないものに対するこだわりを分かりやすく言語化するっていうのはかなり難易度が高い行為なんですね。
Whenever we begin production, the game planners or the game designers would convey what kind of lighting they would like in a particular area to the artists, but that issue is lighting is such a difficult concept to convey in words, and so trying to find the right way to explain it to the artist is definitely a challenge.
そのためゲームプランナーからのライティングのオーダーは大体こんな感じになります。
So whenever there is a request for lighting by one of the game designers, it kind of goes something like this.
気持ちいい感じで。
Give it good vibes.
いい感じのバイブスでね、よろしくねっていうこう。
From now on, that's just how I'm gonna ask for things. Either give it good vibes or give it
これ
bad
も
vibes.
多いですね。気持ち悪い感じでってね。
This also comes up often. Give it bad vibes.
あと最後にこれ。
Oh, and finally.
お任せで。
めちゃくちゃわかりやすいっていうね。
I mean, I guess it's easy to understand.
That's
大体
wild
4つ
to
の単語
me.
で仕事の説明が終了するって簡潔ですよね。
I mean, isn't it nice that you only need 4 words to convey what you want to tell them, what you want them to do?
Simple is best. いやでもちょっと
Okay.
笑い話じゃないんですけど。
Yoshi-P was just trying to say simple is best, but just said simp is best.
Tell them what you want them to do.
Simple is best.
Okay, Ray, can you remind me where that spot is? Because I want to cut that audio out and use it for something. Every time someone donates money, just play simp is best from Yoshi-P.
Yeah, but in reality, it's not really a laughing matter. So we can see here we have our players in the audience, and what we can see in the center is a red light, which is dropping on you.
この環境って、まあ、我々今ここに開発者3人いて3人ともおそらく同じ
of the development team
が見えてると思うんですけど
So we have 3 members of the development team here, and I think from each of our perspectives, it all looks the same to us.
そうこの皆さんが映っているこの赤い今のライトの状態が僕にとってはクールだなかっこいいなって感じる人もいれば
T-shirt material.
But when we see that light, we can see this red light in front of us, but I think some people might perceive it as cool.
でちょっと落ち着いていい具合の色だなって感じる人もいる
And some people might perceive it as maybe a calm and kind of relaxed color.
なのでゲームデザイナーの発注も一つのこう気持ちの悪い感じでって言っても多分頭
Order for game design. So when we take a scenario where we're giving an order for game design, maybe someone, what they have in their head, they want something to have something that feels like uneasy. And when they give that request to Shida-san, for example, it would be basically what Shida-san would perceive to be uneasy.
My partner loves me and got me a donut. Huzzah.
And so the end result is do whatever you want.
つまりですね、アーティストに求められているのは、そういう細かいやり取りをしなくても、もう意図を組んで、ではその場所にあった良い雰囲気を作ることなんですね。
But I think, yeah, in other words, that means the artists are required to be able to interpret, and without having to have detailed discussion, we are able to create that nice environment, that nice feeling, atmosphere with what dialogue we have.
なので、私は今回求められているのはこんな感じかなと、想像しながら日々制作を行っています。以上、背景と環境制作について簡単にご説明させていただきました。
So each time a request is made, I would think about, okay, so I think this person wants me to depict an environment in this way, and kind of let my imagination kind of flow when I create these different aspects. So yeah, that kind of sums up what I do in terms of background design as well as elemental designs, environmental designs.
Your favorite maps are in part thanks to him.
どうしてもニュアンスから始まるからこそ作ってもらった環境に対してのフィードバックは僕はもうとにかくできるだけ具体的にするようにって自分ですごい意識してさせてもらってはいますね。
So I think it's precisely because at that starting point, the nuance is there, that when we look at the environment which is created, when I give my feedback, I try to be as specific as possible. So I always try to keep that in mind.
例えばハイデリンのね、マップとかだともっとブルーのクリスタルの反射が強く欲しいから白と青をうまくコントラストつけて暗さは飛ばしつつこう青を強くしたいとかできるだけその志田さんがこっから先はイメージがちゃんとあるならするっていうのが
So maybe, for example, we could look at the Hydaelyn and the Hydaelyn's blue crystal. Maybe I would want more kind of blue contrast, more blue in there, and I would give a contrast, ask for a contrast between the white and the blue to kind of get closer to what the image that Shida-san has in mind. I think it's also part of my job to be able to go through that process to align with the vision that is there.
さあではここからはさらに志田さんに、第一次グラフィックスアップデートの、エンバイロメントのあたりも説明していってもらいましょう。
Okay, so with that in mind, let's take a look at what will happen to the environments with the first graphical update.
背景に関するグラフィックアップデート、今後の変更点についてお話ししたいと思います。
Yes, so I would like to explain what
Been quite a bit
the
to bits,
graphical
Kiko,
update
for sure.
will mean for background elements, especially some of the changes that will be made.
以前から、吉田さんの方からお話ある通り、まず草がきれいになりますね。
Ooh,
So
whoever's
first
talking
of
about
all,
Gridanian
I know
earlier.
Yoshida-san has mentioned this already, but grass is going to become much neater.
はい、こんな風に変わります。
Oh.
This is how it will change.
It's interesting. It looks like the underlying texture beneath it
すべ
didn't
ての
change,
エリアがこ
which
ん
is
な風に
fine,
変わりますので、
especially if it's covered.
楽しみにしていただければと思います。
So yeah, all of the areas will implement this change. So I hope you look forward to the results.
まあこれはねエンジンみたいなもんなんで一気に全エリア変わりますからね。
Yeah, so this is something akin to an engine. So it's just like an immediate application to all the areas.
はい。また、金属表現が改善されることも以前からお伝えしておりました。エーテライトもね、より綺麗な見た目に変わるんですけれども、こちらはぜひ回転しているところを見ていただきたいと思います。
So of course, we also mentioned that metallic surfaces will have an enhanced look as well, and that applies to aetherites as well. Of course, these are going to become much more enhanced. I would love to show you how it looks like as the aetherite turns in this video.
Go. Whoa.
There you go.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh yeah. Look at the light bounce off that metal. Like,
まあでもね、まあ明確に反射とかがあるからグラフィッククオリティ高いなって、まあ一般の人にも伝わりやすくなるんでね、こっちの方が。
But yeah, because the reflections are so clear,
Go
I
back,
think even
go
for
back.
just a regular person, it's easy to see that there is quite an improvement with the graphics update.
スクリーンショットで並べて比べてもこんなに違うもんね。
So you can see such a night and day difference when you compare the screenshots.
金属とクリスタルの質感が向上しているのがわかるかと思いますね。
For sure, yeah, you can see that the metallic surfaces as well as the crystal portion has been enhanced.
Yeah, straight up
他
fantasy.
にもですね、背景に関する変更点はたくさんあるんですけれども、その吉田さんが基調講演の中でこんなに変わりましたどやーねこうで紹介するにはちょっと地味な項目が多いんですね。そこで、今回は私の方から、細かな変更点をいくつかご紹介したいと思います。
So there are other elements in terms of background that has been changed, that are going to be changed in this graphical update, but I don't think it's appropriate for Yoshida-san to cover these in, say, a keynote presentation, like this is the changes that we're going to have, huzzah! So it's rather subtle, so I would like to explain these from me.
はい、まず私が注目してほしい。
Have you look at the fog depiction here? The atmosphere and the air about these certain towns will become a lot more varied and rich in their depiction. For example, this is Old Charlian in the fog.
次に紹介する映画僕一番めっちゃ気に入ってるんで、ちょっと皆さんよく注目してご覧ください。
The next image we're going to show you is actually my favorite one out of all of them, so please pay attention.
Oh, I'm aroused for fog! Oh God!
はい、こんな風に変わります。 フォグのより細かい制御が可能になっていますね。
Oh,
特
look
に
at the
太陽周辺は光が拡散することで、より綺麗にね見えるようになります。
Yeah, as you can see, the fog is a lot more sort of nuanced and has that sort of detailed depiction in there. And if you could see up where the sun is, the light kind of scatters around there, making it much more beautiful, much more realistic.
なんかよりこう奥行きと高さが出たんで、デプス要はものすごく三次元的な絵作りがね、これすごいしやすくなってるというか、相当調整してくれたからこうなってると思うんだけど、これめちゃくちゃ気に入ってるんで、まさにリアルな冒険というか、いろんな地域旅してるなっていう感覚になってもらえるんじゃないかなと。実際作ってはいかなきゃいけないんですけど。
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Show
I
them
think
before and
because of
after.
this,
I wanted like
there's really a sense
side
of
by side
depth
that
and
shit.
height. So we're really able to incorporate a three-directional approach to the image, the overall image that we want to make. And I think that's all down to the various adjustments which you kindly handle. So I think because of that, we can really get a sense of real adventure. But of course, having said that, it's now
going to add
be the
so
tough
much to
job
verticality.
of going forward and creating those
Like
environments.
flying in places.
はい。そしてこ
Nope,
ちらは
releasing at 7.0
ね。より光がね、柔らかい印象になってるかなと思います。
Also, here's Elpis. As you can see, it feels a lot more soft in terms of how the light kind of shines down here.
そしてイルメグですね。
Oh my God,
こんな
Ilmeg's
風にですね、湖に霧が発生することもあるかもしれません。こんな感じで今はですね。
I love winter, but next summer can't come soon enough. Yeah, mood fantasy.
And then here you see
enjoyed the journey too there.
So depending
It'll
on
be
the
a lot of fun.
time, the lake area has like a fog cast over it, and so you will see the depiction here. So right now we are working through the different areas to enhance how the fog is being displayed.
はい。次に影の表現も変更点があります。 この画像ではですね、手前の建物には影が入っているんですけども、中央の奥に見える建物には影が入ってませんね。影の描画っていうのはその処理負荷が高いので、今まではごく近い範囲しか影を表示させることができませんでした。
So next, we're going to be making updates to how shadows are being depicted. So right now you can see that there's a lot of drop shadows or cast shadows in the foreground of the image. But then if you go further into the background, you do not see as much details in terms of shadows being cast. The reason being is rendering shadows take a lot more processing power and load. So we were only able to depict shadows in more detail when it's closer to the foreground.
今後はこのように変わります。奥の建物の屋根付近に注目してみてください。
And so moving forward, we're going to be updating it to this after picture. If you would pay attention to like the top area of the building in the background towards the roof.
はい。めてたかっていうのが結構一目瞭然ですよね。
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think it's pretty obvious to see where we gave up on in order to lessen the load for the rendering. So now you can see how different the shadows make.
見比べるとよくわかりますよね。で、影の描画範囲は約2倍に広がる予定です。より自然な景観になるので、アーティストとしては非常に嬉しい変更になりますね。
For sure, yeah. If you look at it and compare it, I think it is pretty clear the difference it makes. And I believe with this update, we're able to double the area that we can start rendering these shadows. And it will allow for a much more natural depiction of the environment. So from an artist perspective, it's we're really happy with that update.
はい、こうしたビフォーアフターの
I want to point out they're creating all these systems and updating all these textures and stuff while also making
画像を
7.0.
ね、よりじっくり見たい方は、この開発パネルがアーカイブになったらね、アーカイブをぜひご覧になってみてください。
I'm hoping that this video will be up in the archives if you wanted to compare these before and after images in more detail. So yeah, once it does
Ray or
go
anyone
up,
else
we
who's in
would
the
love for you
chat,
to
if you
check
want
it
to also
out.
trade screenshots of some of these points and throw them up in the
また
screenshots
アン
in
ビエ
the
ントオク
Discord.
ルージョンも改
And
善
you
さ
want
れ
to
ま
talk
す。
with us about this in the
こ
Discord?
れ
Come
は
join
で
us
す
at
ね、
discord.gg/CC
部屋の
in
隅ですと
archives.
か、家具の設置面な
Ooh,
どが
hey,
入る
clutter.
陰影表現のことです。
Also, we will be improving upon the ambient occlusion. This is where you see the edges of the rooms and then some of the areas where objects are placed on top of a surface. Some of the shadow that drops there and some of the darkening that's happening towards the edges of the room.
That is one thing the game
今ご
really
覧いただい
needed.
ていますのが、従来の状態ですね。
Of course, right now you're looking at a before image, so this is what we currently see in game.
まあ14はね、まあいわゆるグラフィックスのクオリティを高く見せる上で、まああえて。
Yeah, so talking about 14, we want to have a high graphics quality, but in terms of ambient occlusion, we haven't really enforced it that much because, of course, we want to lower the stress on the system.
それがこうなります。
But now you can see the after image.
見比べてみるとね、かなり物の設置感が
Never will I have to use some
Yeah, I think
things
if you
again
compare
that
the
you're not allowed
before
to
and
use.
after, you can see that the objects are really realistically placed in a certain area or a certain room.
また、ディティールマップという仕様も今回実装されます。カメラをオブジェクトに近づけたときに、質感が以前よりもよく見えるようになります。
And then with the graphical update, we'll also be implementing what's called a detailed map. This is when if a camera goes near an object, you can see the surface and the texture better than you were able to before.
例えば今見えている正面の壁にカメラを近づけてみます。
So for example, we are going to bring the camera closer to the wall that we see here.
現状はこのような見え方ですね。
So this is how it is currently.
手前がちょっとボケてますね。
As you can see, the foreground is kind of blurry.
今後はこのように変わります。
And then moving forward, it will change to.
Yes. Oh, getting shots for videos is going to be so much more.
壁の質感がね、ちょっと鮮明になったのがわかりますよね。微妙な変化ではあるんですけれども、このような実装も追加予定になっています。
So yeah, as you can see, you can clearly see the surface in the wall with the after image. It is very subtle. It's a minute sort of change, but we are planning to implement these kinds of enhancements.
今回ご紹介しました項目
Oh, dude, the golds and stuff like Ulda and Doma Castle are
So yeah, we
definitely
will
where like a lot of
continue
this
to
pops.
add more changes that we have not explained during this panel.
そして今はですね、この新しい仕様に合わせ修正でこれ本当
So right now, we to look at the different data and the assets that we have created over the last 10 years and making the adjustments as we go along. But we need to update about 700 or more than 700 different areas, and so I'm a little apprehensive about will we really be able to finish all of the tasks that are required?
大変ではあるんですけれども。でもやっぱこのタイミングで過去のエリアを調整できるっていうのは、開発者としてはとても嬉しく思ってるんですね。
Every map and every
expansion. It is a very large undertaking, but it's really great that we can revisit some of the previous areas at this time and make adjustments to them. Because as a developer, it's really nice to go back and fix some of the things.
というのもその10年も開発を続けていると10年前の未熟な自分が作ったエリアを見るのがちょっと辛くなってくる時があるんですね。なので、今だったらこう作るんだけどなっていう後悔してるエリアがちょっとあるので、この機会にこっそり直そうと思ってます。
That's because if you've been on a project for 10 years, you will see some of the old work that you've done and kind of be a little embarrassed.
Yeah, right,
by just
Hunter. I want to
how
watch those too.
immature, I was when I created the area at the time, and it it's a little heart-wrenching sometimes to see my past work, and it's like, oh, I would not do it this way if I were to work on it now. So there are quite a few areas that I want to go back in and kind of sneak in some updates and changes.
はい、ただ既存のねエリアの変化も楽しみにしていただきたいんですけれども、今後やはり注目していただきたいのは黄金のレガシーのね新しいエリアになります。
Of course, we will be revisiting the existing areas, and I'm hoping that players will be looking forward to how it's going to change. But of course, we would love to also mention that we are looking forward to the different updates that we're making for the Dawn Trail areas.
新しいエリアは、オブジェクトの数が増えて、画面内の情報量がねだいぶ増える予定です。今回はどのエリアも、遠い異国を旅するような気分が味わえると思いますので、その景観を
I think it's really easy to undervalue the fact that they treat the whole game holistically rather than just valuing the next big expansion.
In the new expansion, we will be able to place more objects on the screen, so you will be able to see a more dense depiction of the areas. And I want to emphasize that with this expansion, you'll be traveling to different lands that you've never been to, and so I hope that everybody will enjoy some of the scenery that you will see in these new places.
はい、以上で私の開発パネルを終了させていただきます。ありがとうございました。
Okay, that wraps up my section for the development.
本当に長時間。
A long time and showing us examples of data, and of course, thank you to our audience as well for tuning in and staying with us.
じゃあ最後に一人ずつ、皆さんにご挨拶をして終わる。
I'd like you to have some closing comments, so we'll start with Okahisa-kun.
はい、本日はありがとうございました。非常に楽しくお話しできました。
I had a lot of fun talking about the stuff that I do. What did everybody think?
Man, I'm so glad to have like some more information about the graphical update. Not just because like I was worried or anything, just because it's so pretty.
グラフィックスアップデートはより細かな調整や可能な限りギリギリ
Yeah, but for 7.0 and the graphical updates that we'll be applying, we will continue to refine the finer details, and we will continue to work to, as long as we can, up to the last minute, to convert many of these assets. And so I hope that everybody will enjoy what's to come.
はい、本日はありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Okay, Shida-san, your turn.
はい、今日はお話を聞いてくださいましてどうもありがとうございました。今回の
So with this development panel, we did see some screenshots of the new areas in the expansion.
それを見てですね、おやおや、もうだいぶできているのではとね思われた方もいるかもしれません。
You may have seen those images and think, oh, they're pretty far along in the development.
しかし、先ほども申し上げた通り、やらなくてはいけないことは山積みなんですね。
But there still is a lot to do.
ただ皆様にできるだけね楽しんでいただけるように、これからも完成を目指して作り続けたいと思っています。
But of course, we would love for the players to enjoy the content that we bring forward. So we will continue to work very hard.
はい、ですので、ファイナルファンタジー14黄金のレガシーどうぞご期待ください。
And so I ask that you support us in the leading up to Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail's release.
今日は本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for today.
開発チームの拍手をお願い。
Dev panels to share further updates, but I'd like to say once again thank you so much for our members for today's panel.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much.
If I'm not mistaken, not only is there quite a while until the next one, also wants to be So maybe either taking a break or calling it. We have welcome to Naoki's room, and that's the only thing that other today was conversation. That's at 6:30 EST. That is 11 a.m. my time, so That is in almost 2 hours from now. Okay, so I'm probably either going to take a break. I may even need to sleep potentially, and then catch that later. And then I'll definitely be on for day 2. One of the things I'm going to throw up real quick is I want to go watch Dawn Trail trailer. I want to watch the new one with you guys again for anyone who hasn't seen it or who just wants to see it again. Yeah, power nap maybe, Jose. They're doing a lot more graphic updates than I thought. From everything I had already seen, this is basically what I had understood and expected, but it's nice to see more of it for sure. Wait, will the update to crystals affect the Exarch's arm? Almost certainly yes. It would kind of necessitate it, just the fact that they're doing subsurface scattering and stuff like that should affect the Exarch's appearance, yes. If you enjoyed the stream and aren't a member of our Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg /Slayers and Archives. Okay, let's see what is precisely different. Because I feel like I know every shot in the original.
Seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities.
The Lava driving the boat.
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Some of these shots are abbreviated by a couple frames or seconds, I think, too, in order to make it fit with the music better. Because this music changes here. This is a different version of music right now. Still, that shot's new. That shot's in the original. That shot's new. That uploaded shot. Yep.
Come now. There's no cause for panic.
There are some weird wipe cuts it's doing, and I feel like it's avoiding something. They just be timing. All of this is new. This guy looks just like Samal Har, I think. But also that's the guy I think we see trapped later. Yeah, captured. Although, yeah. So meat's new. That's the same. There's something different about the shot. I don't know, because the mammal jaw in the corner is the same with the kid, but I feel like there's something different about this render. That's new. Wait, also, why does it? There's some. Us fighting Ghoul Jaja. That's the same. Fire on face. Same. Different. Mammal jaw dropping. Seeing if there's like any femproth or anything in the corners I can see. Sugar apple. This shot is shorter. This shot is a little bit shorter. Yeah, I think it's just cutting faster for time. Fucking nutkin! How did they get there? It's the same.
Might you have a moment to speak further?
New. Yeah, Viper! Look at the warrior, like he's having a blast. Interesting. Both of them have holes in the sword. So my question is, where does the thing that come out that connects them come from?
Last, we are come to the land you call the New World.
Say, hey, we were right. He does have his hand on the sword, and they took it out in the render.
My home.
Oh yeah, totally. I totally see it grow from Soul Calibur 6. The Nutkin. I think Scholar is the only AR job to have not been featured in any cinematic trailer now. Who was featured that was Summoner? Am I getting recommended for my own video? That's kind of wild. Let's see, because Warrior's been in it, Paladin's been in it, Monk's been in it, White Mage. Who was the White Mage? Well, I guess you have White Mage with Flames of Truth. With Lamet, or not Lamet, the actual Aram Reborn Lamet. There's so Scholar hasn't been. Summoner. Who would have done Summoner? I'm just gonna pull up my game real quick because I'll just have it on my thing. Okay, Paladin has been, Warrior's been done, Monk was done, Dragoon's been featured, Bard was featured by what's her face in the 2.0 trailer. Black Mage 2.0 trailer. Summoner? I don't think anyone has. And then White Mage 2.0 trailer. Scholar hasn't. Summoner, Scholar both shouldn't show up at all. I think we only have Arcanist features. I'm not sure I follow on that one, Skiller. What do you mean we only have Arcanist features? Just Academician. Yeah, with... Well, who do we have that's Academician? Does Alvino show up in... He doesn't show up in the Shadowbringers trailer. He doesn't show up in the Stormblood. He doesn't show up in the Heavensward. Unless I'm forgetting something. But when he shows up in Endwalker, it's Sage. From Alfie. Which trailer am I forgetting that he shows up in? Is it something really obvious? This game has been complaining you can't fly higher for like an hour. Yeah, probably. But yeah, so like if you don't, like if you look at the sky, like if you ever fly over the ground and like look at it, the repeating textures from a distance become very, very apparent, let's just say. He was in Heavensward, that's probably the intro cutscene. Well, on the bright side, we can easily check that. Heavensward trailer. All the typos. Memory, us walking. Anima poisoned. Us walking. Okay, actually I need to play this just because of the music. So good. Okay. Sit on the airship. Is he? I'm pretty sure in the Endwalker trailer. Yeah, so he's not in there because I know he's not in anywhere from there. In the Endwalker trailer, the first time he shows up, he's a sage. I don't think he ever shows up as anything else. Because let's skip forward, otherwise I'll be caught in the music. Actually, wait, I need this line.
The final days were upon us. fabric of the star had begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
Great line. This is the first time he shows up, and it's the like new list and everything. The boat scene. But he's a sage. Who knows?
Are you all right?
I can look after my...
Yeah, no, he's just a sage and endwalker. There's no... He's in the intro cutscene, but not the trailer. Yeah. Launch trailer? I don't think he's in the launch trailer. If I'm not mistaken, it's just... oh my god. I mean, if you're talking about the Endwalker launch trailer and stuff like that, yeah, but I'm not... to me, the CG renders, I think, are the... Because the New Beginning, I don't think... When you get to the Scions... Because you got the Scions, you got your Stola... I mean, we were talking about CG. We were talking... I mean, because if you want to say trailers, you could say every single job has been in something, because their trailers would include job trailers and everything else. Scholar, Machinist, and Summoner are the only ones not seeing the trailer, I think. Seen in trailers, I think. Good question. Dark Knight? I don't... if we're talking about CG renders, which I think is the only interesting question, because otherwise everything has been seen because there's trailers for everything. Dark Knight, I don't think has been in anything, unless I'm clearly forgetting something. Monk has, Dragoon has, Ninja, Yugiri, Samurai obviously has, Reaper, Yuzinos, Bard, the 2.0, Machinist. Not that I can think of. Dancer, yes, with not Lynn. Oh my god, Lena. From the Shadowbringers trailer. Black Mage 2.0. Summoner, not in any render. Red Mage, Alice. Blue Mage, no. White Mage, yes. Scholar, no. Ast, yes. With Eorzean, J Sage, yes. The end of thinking about jumping in. Been a while. I have all the expansions. Never made past the base. Work a lot of hours. Yeah, it's hard, Sever. I really recommend it. Take your time and enjoy it. If you want people to play with you or to have some fun and talk about it as you go along, you could join our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. I highly recommend it. Obviously, I've got a strong bias, but now is actually the perfect time to jump in. The best time to always jump in is there's between now and the next patch, there's a couple months, like 2 months, but now after that patch, there's a 6-month gap until the expansion comes out, and it's a perfect time to catch up because you can take your time. New content isn't coming out. There's nothing to do but focus on catching up. DK is the canon job for sure. Oh, duh! I'm a dumbass. I'm such a fucking dumbass. Of course, Dark Knight is the canon job for Shadowbringers. Just went. Okay, everyone, can I get a F's in chat or something to make fun of me? Yeah, Shadowbringers is dark, isn't it? Yeah, it absolutely is. Oh. Yeah, I deserve all of your scorn. I think you're referring to the benchmarks. Damn, Summoner Saw really need better books to bait Square Enix into using them. I think they just need people on that job. The problem is, Summoner's hard, because if you're not the Warrior of Light, being a summoner, you're kind of restricted. The lore of the summoner is kind of really difficult to do. Scholar's kind of also the same. Now, you could be Scholar or Summoner adjacent in some way, but you have to remember, like, the way that Summoner works is you have to have face-down primals, and that, like, slims down the amount of people who could potentially even do that. And the way that Scholar works kind of requires you to have engaged with Nim. Now, that information is spreading, and after the events that have happened with Scholars, that the fate of the Tomberries and stuff, I think it's pretty reasonable that you could have a character doing it. F time for a nap. Definitely Kiko, yeah. Yugiri for Ninja. Think Ninja is like 2-second cameo from yeah, yes, yeah. Yugiri is on top of the house with Gosetsu, or on top of the, I'm forgetting its name, but in Stormblood trailer. If you're a member of a Discord, when I come join us, yes. But yeah, if anyone got any final questions or final things we want to look at, think about before we head out, because if not, I probably am gonna go lay down, and I might even catch the Sakaguchi thing later on. Who's excited for Echoes of Vana'diel, and who kind of wants to go back and play Final Fantasy XI? Now, play online and getting an account working in Final Fantasy XI is an absolute nightmare, and I have been struggling to get into like playing Final Fantasy XI just because it's so user unfriendly, at least for me, in my opinion. But I kind of definitely now super want to play it and have like a closer connection to it with it in about what? It'll be 7.1, so that will be about a year from now when Echoes of Vana'diel will come out, roughly. And who's excited for Viper? Who of you is gonna play a bunch of Viper, and which of you guys is gonna play Viper that's... I'm curious, which of you are gonna play Viper that already play DPS, and which of you are gonna play Viper that don't play DPS? Because, I mean, it's definitely a vibe, and it's definitely a speedy boy for sure. Oh, damn it. I wanted to see how they, like, actually... Maybe it's just Aether that keeps them pulled up together. Those swords are so pretty. Fucking nutkin. It must have hitched a ride on the boat with Anchored and crew. Pacha, and this is Yocta'el. You know what? Actually, I want to go back. One thing I want to... These are the dungeons. So this is this is what I'm mad about. This is the picture I was talking about earlier, where if you look down here, you can see a little dude, and it kind of looks like he has a greatsword, kind of looks like he has a double sword. And I was like, nah, there's no way it's going to be a double sword. And, yeah. That's so pretty. That's what we saw some of the in-game footage of that dungeon. And then there's this, which I can't, it's very futurism, but it's not quite elegant architecture and design in the same way. And so I wonder if it's a different peoples from a different time who created an empire. I mean, we know that Emmett Selk loved his empire crafting, and it makes sense that he sent us to the Golden City. Also, there's literally ships. Like, you can see even ships and stuff. Huh. Huh. Got something captured too. Huh. Yeah, that's fucking exciting. Mysteries to be solved. Oh, ooh, here. This is the region that has some sort of mystery being up in the top, or some mystery something up in the top, I believe, because this looks like the village where there's a railroad somewhere nearby. This is an example of the railroad. I think this kind of looks like Yocta'el. But it looks like someone's been logging. Tuliolal, Urkopacha, where the Pelu Pelu are. I think that's, yeah, supposed to be Yocta'el, because I think that's, yeah, because this is Yocta'el. This is the new map, and I'm forgetting its name already. Like, I'm gonna go back and figure out what the name of that map was, because I'm gonna have to memorize it. Galal. Circle Pacha. Come on. Kozama Mao. Kozamaruka.
という首都であるトライオラの南に広がっている密林地帯です。
Okay, so Kozamauka is a very dense.
Kozamauka is how you say it. Kozamauka. I will get used to that the same way I got used to Tuliolal. Okay, yeah, so that's, this region is Kozamauka, and it's south of photos. Let me pull up my maps real quick. It is south of Tuliolal. Tuliolal is here. which means it's somewhere in here, probably along here. Just because it seems like it's got those basin areas, but also high areas. And then it's possible that unless it's like unless a lot of this stuff is further south, even below the cloud cover, I think where I would think this area is, it could be a lot of places, but one place I think it would be fair speculation is, oh, what am I forgetting it? I keep forgetting its name. South American desert, the Atacama. It could be the Atacama, which the Atacama would be along in here. Because I don't see a lot of other deserty like locales. Like I don't see any place that seems that arid. But because of like how the winds and rains and things get stuck in here because of these mountains, it would make sense that it was kind of like the Atacama. It also would explain like if there was a train that got into there and there was like ceruleum found in there. And then it also explains like Tuliolal, map here, map there, and maybe I'm still convinced that at some point we're definitely going down here and like further in, or even further, or potentially even to northern Tural, but definitely into the southern part of Yaktural. I think this is getting this area over here is fair game during the MSQ. What's interesting is you have the winds kind of like variably covering up over here, and then kind of doing the same for Mericidia, even though you have like heavy cover here and like heavy cover in Ilsabard. It's very like just like wispy down there, which no idea what that's supposed to mean. Totally willing off to move off Bard for Viper. Yeah, I used to play 11. Yeah, Rune, are you excited then for Echoes of Vana'diel? What is Echoes of Vana'diel? That's the new Alliance raid. That's the new basically the Myths of the Realm of 7.0 is Echoes of Vana'diel. All we know about it is, oh, and then here's the picture of the dungeon that we saw earlier. So this purple stuff seems to be like a corruption or something, and I'm wondering if like, and you saw that same purple color with the future tech thing, and I'm wondering if they made something that is breaking free or a corruption or messed with something they shouldn't have, or then this is also one of the dungeons, and I bet you this starts out here like Lapis Manalis, and then you go over that and there's like you go over a waterfall or something. Never played FF11, so happy to see it. Yeah, it's definitely exciting. I'm surprised to see a new job at the get-go for the CG trailer. I mean, that's pretty normal. They reveal one at one FanFest and then one at the next. That kind of thing. They didn't made it to where you just have to be where primals were. Like, you don't face down all the primals. You have the job quest. You just taste the Aether in some places. If I'm not mistaken, though, right, with Bahama and Phoenix, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that potentially allows for some leeway. That's a good point, Decoy. The Kugane Castle, I'm pretty sure. Yes. Never played FF11. Who is the Echoes of Vana'diel? Me. Totally willing to move off Bard for Viper. Viper for sure. I kind of wanted FF11 at some point, and I will play Viper. Yeah. I want to try 11 too. The problem is 11 fights you at playing it, and I have found. I'm hyped, but to be honest, I'm probably going to find 11 lore vids to binge, not actually play it. Yeah, I think that's probably... The problem is there's not really a lot of people who do that, frankly. And I think the problem is trying to go back and do it now there's not as much interest. Hopefully with Echoes of Vana'diel, maybe there will be. Maybe we'll have either Old Souls do it or some of the newer 14 people go back and try to do some of it. Magnetisms, yeah. I prefer easier jobs like Summoner. Viper looks cool, but it may be a monk situation where way too many buttons. I expect it to be fast. Usually, they've said that they're the advanced jobs, the jobs that come out after the core jobs, especially as newer ones come out, are meant to be a little bit more involved. Obviously, if you look at like is Reaper that much harder than Monk? Not necessarily, but that's kind of one of the things they've said in their intent. I main Salmon Gunbreaker. I want to play Viper. Gotta get the swords. I actually like Ninja a lot, and Viper looks kind of fun. Yeah, I play DPS, gonna play it. I love playing tank, and I will play. I play tank main like 98% of the time. I play healer like 4 to 2%. I play DPS so rarely. However, I might try to play some more with Viper, or maybe at least play through the MSQ on it. The sword pommels were half circles. It looks like he turns them into each other. Well, if you look at it though, so like Yoshi-P had the prop, and you could see the prop connected together, like by having one of them had a thing that stuck out. If you look at the video, so you can't see it there. These are holes. Let's pull up. See if I type in Dawn Trailer what happens. Okay, cool. Door pulls out. Okay, you can't see in that shot. You can see in the later shot. So here, they're both holes. So like, even though they're flat, there's nothing, there's no like rod or anything. All we see is an aether surge that binds them. And maybe it's just like aether connects them through the holes and keeps them tight together, which is, that's fine. There's a shot near the end. Oh, you're probably just talking about the same shot. Such a sexy render, yeah. Yeah. He twists them. Well, right, but he twists them, but there's no rod, is my point. Like, it's all well and good to twist them, but if there's nothing that connects them, it doesn't matter. Like, these are both flat surfaces. You know. So my point is just, what is it that connects them together? And I think the best, if you look here, when he connects them together, aether charges through it. So it could be just that there's something that the aether channels through the holes and it stays there and locks them together with like magnetism, I think someone was saying. Yeah. I think Merlib found a stable-ish route. Yes, Merlib did find a route to the across the Indigo Blue to the New World. And there's also Kenton Ram the Blue who traveled there quite a bit ago. And then there's also been trade and travel between Sharlayan and the New World for some period of time. Probably anywhere. Could have been anywhere in the last 1,500 years, but probably sometime within the last 200 years, I would suspect. Maybe even more recent than that. And there's also implications due to some monsters that the Alligans may have at some point have been there, but it's not fully clear. It wouldn't be surprising with their technological advancement ability to go into space. The fact that they wouldn't have at least traveled to the New World would have been weird. Yeah. Also, yeah, like the thing about magnets is like, unless it's really, really strong magnets, that like the second he hits the sword, the leverage will pull them apart. Like I can just tell you, I have made things like this for cosplay for people, and you'd be surprised how much leverage can pull things apart very fast. There's a little creature that lives inside the hole and holds them together. It's the Nutkin. The Nutkin's holding them together. That's why the Nutkin joined us. As someone, can you do a bit of lore piece on the fact that Merlib was attributed to being the first one to find the New World when they're reaching out for Krau's grandpa? Yeah, I can. However, she is not. There's, Ray, if you want to put the Limson Laminson lore talk that me and Niniri did, we have some bit about this, but I can also, there's also Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1. The first person was Kenton Ram the Blue in recorded history, that we know of, and he's in what? He's at least 80 years prior. What, the 1440, 1400s? I always forget the year. It is... come on. It's in the 6th Astral Era. Come on. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Kenton Ram, 1498. Kenton Ram discovers uncharted lands across the western seas. He takes to the shore, making for contact with thriving nation of Mammal Jaw. So that's 1498, which if 1577 would have been the year. So about, literally, basically 80 years ago. Almost exactly 80 years ago, I was right. Yeah. But yeah, we could do a short on something on Kenton Ram the Blue. Actually, have we already done a short on Kenton Ram the Blue? I feel like I've talked about him. He's also in the Rogadin video that I did. He's in. I talk about him in that. He's come up a lot. Been Dragoon main for a while, but I might swap to VIP to Viper if Dragoon rework turns out to be poor. I'd be shocked if it did, but also, at least you have options. It'll become more casual for sure. I feel like that's presumptive, because like the Paladin rework is not more casual. Summoner was streamlined, but that's because Summoner didn't have a way to go. I think there's a very difference between streamlined and casual. I also think that people are undervaluing the level to which Summoner now will have places to go in 7.0, whereas before it had blow up the wall motherfucking zoo. The entry in GGL is that he's a debate on if she's the first, but she was attributed to the route. She's definitely not the first. I mean, she's the first to formalize a route, which is that what you were saying? Like the Merle attributed to be first to find the new world. No, she was not the first to find the new world by a long shot, by over 60 years. Because no one else would be able to find the city she did. Yeah. No, she was the first to chart a course across the Indigo Blue. The entry in GGL? I actually don't know what GGL is, but I'd be happy to look it up. It was a high M during the keynote. Yeah, high APM. Yeah, actions per minute. Plus, Summoner is probably easier now the populace learned some of the primals are friendly. I would love to see how the primals act in future quests. Yeah, that would be interesting. Or at least, less that the primals are friendly and more that the primal summoning technique was the problem more than anything. But yeah. I wonder if they don't attach via some piece like Yoshi's version, but some form of magic brings them together. I think that's what's going on. Also, the ridges are alternating here too. I don't think it matters though. I doubt all Viper weapons will be that way, but neat detail. Yeah. The real Viper was the mechanics we learned along. Limps a video. Thank you, Ray Ray. Really love Summoner. Don't think would have liked it as it used to be, but after starting it, Post-time Walker loved it. Yeah, Summoner's a really good entry job now. I understand it was majorly streamlined, but what I'm really excited for is 7.0 Summoner because now they have places to go with it. Because I can tell you, as someone who played a lot of Summoner during Stormblood and on, it was, yeah. You smell colors yet? Yeah. Oh, the Great Google Library. Let's pull up the Great Google Library texts. Great Google Library. Sorry, when people use acronyms like that, I'm like, what I do love is this going to have the Beauty's Ephemeral, Amadine, that's to do with Hawk Manor. This is not unusual, but it can be choosers. God just be I made a terrible mistake. Chapters, the natives of the Mark of Lightning when it ignites. This is talking about the elements. Ring, chapter 3, submissions, Hamilton and Jane. The rise of the Garlean Empire. Yep, that's Garlean history and the different. There are some debates of whether or not Merle, Bluefistman, or League of Lost Bastards were the first Eorzeans to discover the Western continent. There is no denying that the navigational charts were instrumental in establishing the major trade routes of today. Yeah, so what's interesting about this is that the establishment of Kenton Ram the Blue's existence is referenced as early as when this would have come out, effectively, because EE1 would have existed at the same time. So this is just because in the game does not treat information as absolute knowledge, and treats people as actual cultures that may or may not have the full information. That's why there's some debate, for instance, because, for instance, if you don't have records of Kenton Ram the Blue and don't know about that history, from your perspective, maybe all you know is that Merle was the first. And that's world building that they've done, like, very intentionally in multiple places, often everywhere they've gone. It's stated, like, literally as early as A Realm Reborn, Koji has stated, like, a specific desire for that, because people don't... another example is also with localization of names, where they'll localize names in some really interesting ways, like, what's a good example? There's a good example in one of the rivers. I forget. Is it the Rasen Kaikyo? There's some river here, but basically it's kind of like how you can have the River Awan or the Kawa River, which just, all mean river. So like the river. Getting rid of those things does, and being like absolute, like the knowledge is like all perfect and analytical, and is not really how people in the world work. So, But yeah, so let's read through this. Moreover, the accounts from their expedition are widely regarded as both informative and entertaining. Of particular note is the first encounter with the mammal jaw, as well as other indigenous peoples and creatures which seem curiously intent of their demise. These travel journals have since inspired a legion of explorers, treasure hunters to retrace the League's journey. Yet, in spite of their numbers, the existence of a bleeding city of gold remains unconfirmed. But yeah. So that does exist, but we know Kenton Ram is the first person historically tracked as of this moment. That said, there's also room for Charlene to have been there prior, and also there could be, it wouldn't be surprising if Nimians had a relationship with them, or at least traveled over to Summit to some amount. We don't have any evidence that they did, but it's possible. I mean, the South Sea Islanders traveled all the way from Alo Alo to the South Sea Isles to Lenosia, you know. So it's literally traveling from Lenosia to Tural is a much shorter distance. The main struggle is the Indigo Deep. And what's interesting is also we still got this crack in the water, like in the I don't know if that's just supposed to be a map bit, but like it looks almost like there's like a break in the world, and I wonder what happened there. And if it kind of reminds me of the Ridorana Cataract and the weapon that went off there. Eorzean archives, go take a break. But Lord, Ray, I don't want to sleep. Yeah, be called over the horizon. Jeez, well, yeah. I just woke up because I slept straight through my alarm. So what did I miss? Demins, all sorts of things. Sadly, no Fem Hrothgars, but I'm about to end this video, and so you're more than welcome to rewatch it as the VOD. So if ever going to be VIP, we'll have a VIP in our parties. It depends on which becomes popular. It just depends on which becomes popular. I would say VIP would be what I would go with. VPR may be popular though. I like to call it Big Goober Book Club. My favorite Google book was about the illustration of the 12, only the female gods wearing very little and very detailed. Then for Big Goober Book Club, tune into Eorzean Archives Discord channel every Friday for our book club. Yes. You'll be starting again before you finish at this rate. That's true. I need to go stop because of their voice. I feel good. I feel excited. I am talking about the lore. It feels good, and I don't have to worry about the oncoming onset of depression or the existential dread of trying to make videos while I'm also busy and or trying to overcome that. And instead, I can just flow. I can just let the information ride. I can just continue on what I'm doing, answering questions and bouncing off of people. It's much easier that way than to start and stop. But with all that said, we're gonna call that for today. Probably see you guys tomorrow, maybe potentially even later today. Probably just tomorrow though. Oh god, my mic's falling. I've been Elliot Fortune, and if you would like to support us, you can support us by going over to our Patreon, offering us a couple bucks. You get your name in the banner above my head, as well as at the end of videos whenever we put them out. We put out videos every week, most of the time. Foregoing health issues. You also support us, though, by you doing the liking, commenting, and subscribing, all that usual jazz. But if you'd like to join us for talking about 14 and many other things, and video games in general, although more specifically Final Fantasy, you can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. But with that said, I would also like to remind you that there are going to be motherfucking goblins! Goblins in 7.0! Moblins! Moblins! Woo! We gotta come up with a new voice for moblins. Live in La Vida Mobby. Also, now even more than ever, it makes sense to go to the secret Gobby City that all the goblins go on an expedition to go to every so often, because I've been speculating for years that it's probably somewhere in between Ilsebard and Othard based on some of the descriptions, but now I'm wondering, maybe do the mobbies end up in Tural because actually Tural is the home of the Goblin City, and actually another Goblin City is across the waters, and that's why they disappear for such long periods of time and why nobody has been able to find the city? It's a really interesting question. I'm very excited to engage with it. Also, if we got the Goblin City as a variant dungeon, which would be very exciting, if we had a Moblin leader to it, or any of the other goblins, I think it would just be swell. Anyway. Oh, also last thing. We have Final Fantasy 15 archived, which is Ray's lovely little project that she does very, very hard work on, very good to work on. If you'd like to join, if you'd like to subscribe to it, we could get it almost to 1,000. That would help get her some extra income, and it was very helpful. What it basically is a channel. It is fundamentally capturing footage from the sort of quests that are not in the Unending Journey and that most people do not either know about or have a hard time actually tracking down, or forgot because he did it so long ago. Hi, Deadpool. Deadpool. Would you like to come say hi to everyone? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. And also, if you support us, it gives Deadpool treats. Good boy.
Okay, wave bye, bud.
Here you go, buddy. Okay, I'm actually going. I'm actually leaving. Thank you, Ray Ray. Thank you, all you guys. This has been wonderful. I'm very excited for tomorrow, and then also I am very excited for the months ahead of us. I will see you in game and beyond. Cheers, everybody. Bye.